Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
The two former high school classmates decided to leave their chit-chat there. Kang Rayan brought up the real reason that they had come here to Park Se-woon. We're here because we were thinking of doing a collaboration between your very berry sandwich and the tracksuit that we'll be releasing soon. Yeah, I heard the gist of it from department manager Kim. The first thing that Se-woon thought when he heard about the Funzummer product that Rayan and Park Se-hun had come up with was that it was an interesting idea. Were you the one who came up with it? Se-woon asked. No, it was this Mr. next to me, Rayan answered. She was referring to Se-hun. Se-woon quickly scanned him and nodded. I guess there was a reason why Lavanche has been doing so well. It was natural, considering Rayan had such a capable partner. Although their businesses were not in the same field, Se-woon periodically checked Lavanche's growth trend whenever he had time since it was led by the woman that he liked. It was mainly to jump in like a knight in shining armor if he saw anything that he could do to help them, but he saw absolutely no opportunity. That was how consistently well Lavanche was growing. Se-woon immediately gave his answer regarding the collaboration. Okay, you have a deal. Is it okay for you to decide that yourself? Rayan asked. I've been given full authority in this matter. I have the final say in everything regarding this collaboration, so you don't need to worry about things going awry midway. This was the first time Rayan found Se-woon to be reliable. However, nothing was free in this world. But I have one condition. Rayan's eyes narrowed. I'll consider this deal never happened if you're thinking of setting a weird condition. Se-woon expressed that he never even had the thought while laughing awkwardly as Rayan drew a firm line. He knew very well that she would never accept such a condition even if he were to set one, so he did not even try. The world runs on give and take. Since we're accepting this collaboration, you help us too, Se-woon expressed. In what way? The second series of the Very Berry Sandwich is gonna be released soon. I'd like to make its release more impactful, and I think having you as the commercial model would be just what we need. Rayan was sought out by every single advertiser, but she had not been accepting any commercial model offers since she had been focusing on her film shoots lately. However, this was different. It was too valuable an opportunity to pass up when the Funzummer product sales were guaranteed and would become a hot topic among the public. Not only that, I'm curious about their new product. She was surging with expectation at the thought of being able to taste the new Very Berry Sandwich before anyone else. Okay, I'll do it. Thanks. I've been pondering over who to hire as the model, so you've saved me. Wouldn't it be easy to find a model for a popular product like the Very Berry Sandwich series? There was a top priority model that we've had our eyes on, but they replied that they couldn't do it, so we've been pondering over what to do. Oh, but that doesn't mean we're using you like a substitute. You're also a top priority model. Who was the other top priority model besides me? An extremely popular person as of late. Hearing that, Se-hun opened his mouth first. Are you talking about Jung Han-sung? Yes, that's right. I'm surprised you knew, Se-woon answered. Well, he's the most popular athlete among the others who competed in the Olympics. We've had our eyes on him as well. Lavanche had also suggested that they hire Han-sung to be a model for them, which they did not have high hopes for since massive conglomerates already had their sights on him. Even with that being the case, Se-woon and Dumont-Trois decided to contact Han-sung anyway since it wouldn't hurt to try. As they had expected, they had been hit with an I'm sorry. We even had a meeting with him, but there was no shot, Se-woon mentioned. Did he set extremely high conditions? Se-hun asked. They certainly were high, but nothing that we couldn't handle. Mr. Young also mentioned early on in the meeting that he doesn't plan on setting an extremely high appearance fee condition. Such a thing would only pressure him. He had not appeared on tons of commercials like the average celebrity. If it wasn't related to conditions, then why did he refuse? Se-hun asked. Dumont-Trois could be considered one of the top businesses in the food industry, to the point that there were a considerable number of celebrities wanting to model for Dumont-Trois products. Despite all that, Han-sung had respectfully declined this amazing offer. Anyone would be curious about the reason. Se-woon, who had been present in the meeting with Han-sung, answered, I don't know. He wouldn't say. If he avoided the question, could it be for personal reasons? Rayan expressed. She had said it without much thought, but Se-woon stared at her in great surprise. How did you know? Did I get it right? Didn't you say that you didn't know the reason? I just don't know the exact reason. I have more or less an idea. What is it? If Se-woon were to extrapolate Han-sung's expressions, movements, and moods he had shown in their meeting, I'd guess he has a specific company that he wants to model for. I hear he's a fan of a specific celebrity. A man or a woman? Rayan asked. A woman. He also said she's not a singer. Hearing that, Se-hun said to Rayan from next to her as if he had told her so. See, I told you it's you? I don't think you know the sheer number of female celebrities in Korea. What are the chances that it's me? Rayan thought. However, Se-hun thought otherwise. Wanna bet? Why bet on something so? You chicken. Se-hun had worked with Rayan for so long that he knew exactly how to push her buttons. He just needed to lightly chip at her pride. Rayan's sharp gaze fixed itself on Se-hun. Okay, you're on. Things had gone exactly as he had planned. He initiated, if you win, I'll take care of all the tasks that you have on your hands right now. Rayan's ears perked up. She still needed to look through highly important matters, but there were some relatively less important matters that Seo-hun could honestly take care of. Rayan couldn't help but take interest in the bet. And what if I lose? As if waiting for this moment, Seo-hun boldly set his condition. Be the model for our swimsuit photo shoot. Even if Lavanche was her company, there was one thing that Rayan refused to do for it, and that was being a swimsuit model. Are you insane? There's a bikini in there too. Woon felt giddy just from imagining Rayan in a bikini. Rayan had only worn a bikini once in her entire life, which she had worn at the time because she had nothing else to wear, but now was different. As she was about to suggest that they consider this bet never happened, Seo-hun beat her to the punch. This bet is overwhelmingly in your favor in terms of your chance of winning. I'd say that my condition is well within the bounds of reasonability. What were the chances that the female celebrity that Han-Sung liked was Rayan out of every single female celebrity in Korea? Rayan did not know the exact percentage, but she was sure that it was extremely low. Technically speaking, Seo-hun had an overwhelming disadvantage. Fine, you have yourself a deal, Rayan declared. Their bet had been established. Seo-hun even made Rayan write a memorandum to make sure that she didn't go back on her word. Woon, who had been silently watching them make their bet, said, "Excuse me?" Rayan and Seo-hun belatedly noticed Woon after forgetting that he was even there. Woon asked them for a favor while smiling awkwardly. "Could I also come watch on the day of Rayan's swimsuit photo shoot?" Rayan flatly answered, "Sure, in your dreams. Why do I have such a bad feeling?" Despite having made a bet that was overwhelmingly in her favor, Rayan did not feel very good about it. That aside, how do I check who Young Han-sung is a fan of? It would be best to ask the person himself, but that was a problem since she had no points of contact with him. It'd be nice if there was a reason for us to meet. As she was in deep thought, Shin Yubin came to her waiting room. "Rayan, you said you were trying to find a way to contact Young Han-sung, right?" "Yes. Did you manage to get his contact information?" "No, but I happened to meet director Gu Yeon-seung on my way here." "You know him, right?" Gu Yeon-seung was the director of the program talking about. Rayan had greeted him many times before. "He's been wanting to have you on as a guest, and Young Han-sung happens to be appearing on the upcoming episode as a guest," Yubin mentioned. "Really? The chance was far too big of a loss to let go. Okay, I'll go on as a guest." She did not feel reluctant since she had already appeared on it once before. "I'll make sure to get a clear answer from Young Han-sung and rub it in Mr. Park's nose." Rayan could already imagine Seo-hun struggling within the sea of paperwork in her place. The recording date of episode 102 of the talk show talking about had arrived. Rayan greeted the staff members and director Gu Yeon-seung as soon as she arrived on set. "I'll be in your care, Director Gu." "Same here. Thank you for deciding to come on when you must be busy." "Oh, right. Mr. Young is already here, so you can go greet him." "I understand." Things were going very smoothly for Rayan. She pranced to Han-sung's waiting room. She knocked on the door before going in. The door opened instead of a response from inside the room. The eyes of Han-sung, who opened the door, started to quiver greatly. "Rayan. Hello. I enjoyed your Olympic matches. Congratulations on your gold medal." Han-sung's face reddened from Rayan's radiant smile. "Nov. L. B //JNN. Thank you very much. I'd never expected you to come congratulate me yourself," he said while scratching his head in embarrassment. Even if he's meeting a celebrity, isn't he a bit too happy? From here on, Rayan started to feel an unknown sense of anxiety from Han-sung's reaction. It was not long before the source of her anxiety revealed itself. "I happen to be a massive fan of yours. I've never told anyone, but I'm even a member of your fan club." Han-sung even took out his fan club membership card as if to brag about it. Rayan felt like she had been hit on the head with a hammer. "It's actually me." Seo-hun's victory had been confirmed. Rayan had overlooked the fact that she was far more popular than she was aware of. She was practically unmatched among actresses in terms of popularity. Forget members of the public, many of her fellow celebrities considered themselves to be huge fans of hers. Even Young Han-sung was a huge fan of hers even before he had risen to stardom after winning the Olympic gold medal. Due to this, the man who had been carrying himself professionally in his interviews with reporters had completely disappeared, and only a young man who couldn't even maintain proper eye contact with Rayan remained. Meanwhile, Rayan was denying the reality before her eyes. There's still hope. There was no need for her to be dejected just because Han-sung was her fan, since there were kinds of people in this world who named themselves as someone's fan out of courtesy. But of course, such people don't prove themselves to be members of the celebrity's fan club. It only took a moment for the sliver of hope to turn back into despair. Rayan suppressed her bitter laugh and asked Han-sung about herself. "When did you join my fan club?" "Practically when it was first made. I'm member #35, Han-sung announced. At this point, it was safe to say that he was a true fan. It had been a while since Rayan had met a fan with a 2-digit fan club membership number. "I lost the bet, but I guess it's not a bad thing since he's cheering me on as a fan." Rayan could feel that she had become a lot more open-minded compared to before. "There you are, Rayan. I've been looking all over for you." Han-sung had wanted to talk to Rayan for a bit longer, but the makeup artist in charge of Rayan's makeup hurriedly gestured at her. "Let's go. We don't have much time until the recording begins." Okay, I'll be right there, Rayan responded and turned back to Han-Sung to ask for his understanding. I'll be on my way now. I'll see you at the studio later. Oh, okay, understood. Even after Rayan had left, Han-Sung stayed perfectly still until her scent had completely disappeared. A few days passed after the recording. Rayan arrived at Levanche headquarters with So-Hajin after her workout at the fitness center. Seo-hun came to see her as soon as she walked to her office and sat down on her chair. You're finally here. I was wondering when you'd show, he remarked. Rayan unconsciously glared at Seo-hun. Why are you here? She asked. You know exactly why I'm here. Seo-hun had a shit-eating grin on his face for a while now, which only served to anger Rayan. A soft answer turneth away wrath was simply a very old idiom. She was confident that she could punch Seo-hun's smiling face. Seo-hun came into Rayan's office, brought a chair to the area right across from her and confidently sat down. You met Young Han-Sung, didn't you? It had already been long since revealed that Rayan had appeared on a talk show with Han-Sung. It was pointless for her to keep it a secret. So, did you ask him? He asked. Ask him what? Rayan asked back. Whether or not he's a fan of yours. And I'm also curious if he actually hadn't been accepting commercial model offers because he wanted to sign with us. Nov. L. B /JNN. Seo-hun was sure that Rayan would have asked these questions. However, Rayan herself was hesitant to answer. It had only been for a moment, but this was the most challenging question that she had ever had to answer this year. In the end, she decided on her answer. He's not my fan, and your assumption about the commercial offer was completely wrong. It was all in your head. Rayan had decided to lie simply for herself. However, Seo-hun was not such an easy man to deal with. Don't you think it's a bit much to lie so blatantly when I already know everything? I'm not lying, Rayan claimed. What's this, then? Seo-hun took out his smartphone and played back the clip of talking about episode 102. It started with the host asking Han-Sung a question. Haven't you been getting tons of commercial model offers lately, Mr. Young? From my knowledge, you've been getting offers from businesses that anyone would know the names of. Yes, I have, but I haven't signed with any of them yet. To tell you the truth, there's a specific kind of commercial that I want to model for. What kind of commercial? Would it be okay for you to tell us? You never know, the right advertiser might watch this episode and take the chance to contact you right away. Many celebrities had managed to get commercial model offers through this method, which was why the host had purposefully asked Han-Sung this question after hearing that there was a specific kind of commercial that he wanted to model for. This being the first time that he had appeared on a variety program, Han-Sung was flustered by a question that had not been in the script. He swallowed his saliva and fixed his gaze not on the host, but on Rayan. I've been aiming for a sportswear commercial. By sportswear, do you mean? Oh, don't you run a sportswear company, Miss Kong? The eyes of the host, the regular panelists and the other guests all swerved to Rayan. It certainly wasn't bad for Rayan to be given a chance to promote her company in a show, under the assumption that it wouldn't be edited out. Rayan and director Gu Yeon-seung were fairly good acquaintances, so she was almost certain that it wouldn't be edited out, and the entire portion had been aired like she had expected. Yes, that's right. Rayan affirmed while smiling with a hint of awkwardness. She did not dislike the fact that Han-Sung showed great interest in her, she was simply displeased by the fact that Seo-hun's prediction had been spot on. However, she couldn't just deny the fact that she owned a sportswear company, so she had no choice but to say yes. The host asked Han-Sung yet another question that hadn't been in the script. Would you like to receive a commercial model offer from Miss Kong? Of course I would. That was actually what I've been aiming for. The entire studio went up in a buzz from Han-Sung's honest attitude. Rayan remembered the program director's expression at the time. He looked extremely happy. Like a crescent moon illuminating the night sky, Director Gu's smile was radiating the dark area behind the cameras. Rayan had been able to feel his strong desire to air this scene no matter the cost. The editing team had added lively background music and a pink color effect to express the delicate atmosphere between Rayan and Han-Sung. However, Rayan's expression was not as sweet as the atmosphere that the production team was trying to portray. She was not into this kind of editing because she did not like to be tied to men in this manner. Han-Sung went with the flow and even took out the fan club membership card that he had shown Rayan before the recording. The host said while meaningfully looking back and forth between Rayan and Han-Sung. I happened to hear something about you before we began filming, Mr. Young. It was about you having a female celebrity that you've liked for a very long time. I've been wondering who it could be, but I'd never expected it to be Miss Kong. Could our program director have cast the two of them as guests because he knew in advance? Is that true, Director Gu? The camera filmed Director Gu for a moment after the host's question. He shook his head to express that it had been purely a coincidence. Recordings were usually entirely scripted out, but this situation had been 100% real. Seo-hun pressed the pause button. His smile was even wider than the one that Director Gu had in the clip. Who are you trying to fool when there's hard evidence like this? Well, Han-Sung just said something like that on purpose because he wanted to make me look good on camera. Then how do you explain the membership card? Han-Sung didn't simply say that he was a fan of Rayan. Rayan's lie had immediately been found out because he had even personally revealed his fan club membership card. All right. I won, right? Seo-hun said triumphantly. Rayan's eyebrows twitched violently, but she had no way out this time. All right, fine. I'll do the goddamn swimsuit photo shoot. Life was a series of victories and defeats, it was impossible to win every battle. Seo heard the sound of the doorbell ringing as she was vacuuming the floor. Coming. She laid down the vacuum cleaner and walked to the front door. She opened the door to see director Do Hyung, who had already shown her face through the intercom screen. She greeted, "Hello. Is the chairwoman inside?" "Yes, she's in her room, but, did something happen to her yesterday? She's been completely lifeless all day ever since she came back home." Hyung laughed awkwardly. She knew exactly why Raein was acting like that. Raein came out of her room just in time, and Hyung handed her the bag that she was holding. "I've brought the items that you've requested. Thanks. You can go now." "Yes, ma'am." Normally, Raein would have invited Hyung to have a cup of tea before going, but she was not in the mood to talk to anyone right now. The bag was considerably bulky, but it was light enough for Raein to lift with one of her thin arms. Yiseo asked while staring fixedly at the bag after seeing Director Do out, "What's this?" Raein sighed deeply before answering, "Swimsuits." "Why swimsuits out of the blue? Are you going somewhere to have fun?" "No. There are company's products that are scheduled for release. I'm gonna be modeling for them this time." Yiseo thought she had heard wrong. What's with the sudden change of heart? "You despise modeling for things like swimsuits." "I do, but something forced my hand." Raein told Yiseo the full story behind her bet with Seol-hun, allowing Yiseo to realize why Raein had been so down all day. "I see. What are the chances that the female celebrity that Jung Han-sung likes would be you?" Raein did not try to acknowledge it, but she had reaped a considerable amount of benefit thanks to her great beauty. However, she did not only reap benefits, there were also disadvantages to such beauty. "How am I supposed to stand in front of people while wearing such a tiny piece of fabric?" Raein complained while looking through the swimsuits. Being too beautiful also had its downsides. Raein arrived at the studio for the swimsuit photo shoot. Her steps were far heavier than when she used to go to the outdoor set of Shuttered. Raein hated horror, but she hated revealing her skin just as much. She didn't mind tight clothing that accentuated the lines of her body, but she absolutely despised blatantly exposing her skin. Her head was already hurting from the thought of having to do that today. Park Seol-hun chuckled as he witnessed Raein's gloomy expression. "Stop frowning. These photos are gonna be posted on our website. Consumers won't buy our products when the model is making such a long face. Then why don't you get your photos taken in a Speedo? I have a dad bod, so I can't. Also, who would want to see the body of a middle-aged man like me? Clothes only sell when they're worn by beautiful and slim women like you, or men with lean and perfectly proportioned physiques like Mr. Jung Han-sung over there." Raein couldn't deny Seol-hun's words. The shoot would begin with Han-sung, and then switch over to Raein. The shoot itself wouldn't take a very long time since it only involved photos instead of videos, but the time was not the problem for Raein, it was the swimsuit photo shoot itself. There were 7 swimsuits that she would be wearing in total, 2 one-piece swimsuits, one each of crop top, high-waisted, off-the-shoulder, swim leggings, and lastly, the highly anticipated bikini. Fucking hell. Raein had received the products in advance from director Do Hyung, and tried wearing them at home. The other ones aside, wearing bikinis doesn't get any easier. The level of skin exposure was so high that Raein had thought over and over again, right up until she had arrived at the studio, about calling it quits and telling Seol-hun to sue her instead. "Forget it, I'll just do it." A man never goes back on his word. Although Raein was now a woman, it did not mean that it was okay to go back on her word. Everything had already been scheduled, so calling it quits and walking out of the photo shoot now would make her a nuisance to every single person here. She had come here today with the thought that she just needed to endure it this one time. Jung Han-sung stood in front of the camera for the morning portion of the photo shoot while wearing a white tracksuit with red stripes. His shoulders were broad, and his thighs were as thick as Raein's waist. The tracksuit fit his lean body very well. Raein erased her expression that had been in full depression mode since earlier and smiled at Han-sung. "You look great in that." Really?" Han-sung said with a face as red as a tomato. Seol-hun smirked as if he had expected Han-sung to react like that. "See? How many times did I tell you that Han-sung liked you? Shut your goddamn mouth." The one who had ultimately been the trigger for Raein to wear swimsuits was not Han-sung, but Seol-hun. Seol-hun decided to get out of there before the volcano that was Kong Raein erupted. Nov. L. B //JNN. Snap, snap. Han-sung skillfully posed for the photographer despite having zero modeling experience. "Could you also do the ready position that you've shown during the Olympics?" the photographer asked. "Do you mean this?" Han-sung spread his legs a little and lowered his stance, to which the photographer gave a thumbs up to signal his affirmation. Snap. And just like that, Han-sung's portion of the photo shoot came to an end. "Thank you very much, Mr. Jung. We're about to go have lunch. You can join us, if that's all right with you." Han-sung agreed to the staff member's offer at once. They went to a restaurant to eat as a group. Raein, who was sitting across from Han-sung, did not eat much despite the food having been served. She had only eaten a bite or two. "Is that all you're going to eat, Raein?" Han-sung asked. Raein nodded while smiling awkwardly. "Yes, I think this is enough." "But you've barely eaten," Han-sung expressed worry. Just then, Seol-hun, who was sitting next to him, mentioned, "Our chairwoman has her swimsuit photo shoot after this, so she's trying to eat as little as possible." Rayan almost flung the spoon that she was holding at Seo Hun's face. She might have actually done it if Han Sung and the other staff members hadn't been there. Please don't say unnecessary things like that. Seo Hun flinched from Rayan's bloodlust-filled warning. On the other hand, Han Sung became round-eyed from the mention of a swimsuit photo shoot. Is your photo shoot today as well? He asked. Oh, yes. In that case, if it's no trouble, would it be alright for me to stay and watch? Having realized that his question had come out very weird, Han Sung immediately shook his head fiercely. I'm absolutely not asking this out of weird intentions. It's just that, as a fan, he simply wanted to leave as many of Rayan's various sides in his memory as possible. I'd like to say no, but he took time out of his busy schedule to model for our company. Rayan decided to be generous since Han Sung had worked hard for them. Yes, that's fine. Thank you very much. I will cherish today's memory as an honor for my family. Rayan laughed for the first time today thanks to Han Sung's overreaction. The photo shoot that Rayan was dreading began with the one-piece swimsuits. She stood in front of the full-length mirror once again to check her body before going back to the studio. I knew it was a good idea to barely eat anything for lunch. Rayan couldn't afford to binge eat before her swimsuit photo shoot because most of the swimsuits exposed her stomach region. She found it a bit uncomfortable to show off a plump stomach. Alright, this should be good enough. Rayan took a deep breath before opening the door. Her hand that was grabbing the door handle was slightly trembling. As soon as she opened the door and revealed herself to the people in the studio, she unconsciously covered her ears because she felt like they were getting red. Han Sung was blankly staring at Rayan from behind the camera. The photographer was the first out of everyone to get a hold of himself and let Rayan know where to stand. Do you see the two lines on the floor? You just need to stand while lining the end of your toes with them. Like this. Rayan asked. Yes, that's perfect. That's a pro for you? Rayan was only unaccustomed to the outfit, she was very accustomed to photo shoots themselves. Rayan smiled brightly as if she was completely fine with what was going on as the camera shutter continued to snap. Her perfect white teeth revealed themselves whenever she smiled. She was the most beautiful when she smiled. The photographer let out his honest-to-God opinion as he was pressing the camera shutter. I consider myself to have taken photos of the cream of the crop of female celebrities, but I have to say that your head and shoulders above them. It's an absolute pleasure taking your photos. The model was so beautiful that the photographer was having fun to the point that it didn't even feel like he was working. They finished taking photos of Rayan in the second one-piece swimsuit. Should we go with the high-waisted or the crop top first? Let's go with the crop top first. Okay. The photo shoot continued with the other swimsuits one after another. Everything in this world was only hard the first time, it became more manageable once one got used to it. Rayan wore the crop top, high-waisted, off the shoulder, and then the waterproof version of the black leggings that she liked so much. Only the highly anticipated bikini remained. It consisted of a top and bottom garment, nothing else. Rayan stood on top of the stage, covered by a blanket that a female staff member had given her. She took off the blanket once the photo shoot began, revealing to the world the bombshell body that she had hidden all this time. She had even rolled her hair up in a bun to expose her slender neck, back and waist. The men reflexively turned their gazes away from Rayan as soon as they saw her in the bikini. Even Han Sung, who had said that he wanted to witness this scene with his own eyes, couldn't bring himself to look at Rayan's provocative body. The photographer bitterly chuckled. Rayan, your expressions have been great before, but it's way too stiff now. Try lifting the corners of your mouth more naturally. Like this. Still too stiff. Softer. Smile. Rayan's smile was just as frozen as her body was. She felt like she was laid completely bare in every sense of the word. Emotions of embarrassment, humiliation, shame, and many others stormed inside her head. She found it deplorable that she wasn't able to run away right then and there. Rayan wasn't able to show the photographer the expressions and poses that he wanted due to the pressure. Why don't we take a short break? The photographer suggested. It was usually good to take short breaks during shoots, but Rayan went on without taking a single break to get this situation over with as soon as possible, starting from the first one-piece swimsuit. The photographer thought that her expressions had been unnatural because of the lack of rest, but of course, it had nothing to do with that. Rayan covered herself back in the blanket and sat down on a chair to take a short break. Just then, Seo Hun came up to her. Rayan asked while glaring at him, "What are you about to say this time? If you're just here to tease me, go away. I'm not here to tease you. I'm here to cast a victory spell on you." Victory spell. Seo Hun whispered so that the other staff members couldn't hear him. The longer the shoot takes, the longer you'll have to be in that. Rayan snapped right back to her senses. Seo Hun was absolutely right. If she didn't end this shoot as soon as possible, she might have to be in this bikini until late evening. Rayan jumped out of her seat and exclaimed, "Let's resume the shoot." The photographer and staff members moved busily as they witnessed Rayan full of drive. Rayan's swimsuit photo shoot ended swiftly thanks to Seo Hun. However, it had also been because of Seo Hun that she had to wear the swimsuits. Is this remedy for a malady or something? Rayan looked through the swimsuit photos of herself uploaded on the official Levanche website. The pre-order sales of the swimsuits that she had worn had begun this morning. I hope the result is at least worth the suffering I went through. As if the heavens had heard her wish, she received a call from Seo Hun. "Hello, are you free to talk right now, chairwoman? What is it now?" Rayan replied apathetically. But unlike her, Seo-hun's tone was as high as a kite. All the products were sold out as soon as the pre-order sales opened. The reaction to the bikini was especially hot. Their sales had skyrocketed thanks to Rayan offering her embarrassment and humiliation as sacrifice. Kang Rayan had set a principle of sorts when she had first debuted as a celebrity. She would never partake in skinship or skin exposure. She didn't know what would happen in the future, but she had absolutely zero intention to allow such things to occur at the time. However, that had changed. Rayan's face reddened as she looked at the photos of her shameless self on the official Levanche website. Photos of her smiling self in the various swimsuits that had been newly released felt completely unfamiliar to her. It's definitely me, but it doesn't feel like me. It technically was not wrong since she had originally been a man. Levanche's newly released products had sold like hotcakes thanks to the Kang Rayan advertisement effect. There was no need for further discussion since the company had reached a new sales record since its founding. According to Park Seo-hun, supply had continuously not been able to follow the demand. The products had sold out as soon as they were made available again. I wish I could be as happy as I want to be. There were people who visited the website to buy the products, but there were also a considerable number of people who only visited to see Rayan's very first swimsuit photos. Thanks to this, the website had frozen multiple times. The fans hadn't been the only ones who had taken interest in Rayan's unintentionally provocative move. The reporters were just as interested. Top star Kang Rayan's first swimsuit photo shoot. Exposure is okay just for today. Fans burning with interest in actress Kang Rayan's swimsuit photo shoot. The Kang Rayan effect strikes again. Levanche's sales won't stop rising. There was nothing more newsworthy than a popular celebrity's every action. Rayan also knew this very well. But why do they have to make such a big deal out of it? They could have just let the news quietly fizzle out. Rayan's rage began to stir. She had sighed for the 32nd time just today, making her thirsty. She came out of her room and walked to the water purifier with a cup, and came across Seo Yejun on the way. Are you here to drink water too? She asked. Yes, Yejun answered in panic. He wasn't even able to look Rayan in the eyes. Did you do something that you'd feel guilty to me about? Why are you acting like a sinner? And no, I didn't do anything like that, I swear. His reaction lacked believability. Rayan glared at Yejun sharply for a few moments and then sighed while relaxing her expression. You saw them, didn't you? She asked. Saw what? Rayan pointed to herself and blatantly said, my photos. Yejun swallowed his saliva without realizing it. His face turned redder than it already was. It was obvious to anyone that he had seen them. I won't say that you can't see them, but don't imagine anything weird with them. I won't. I promise. Rayan wondered if she should warn him a bit more. No, I'd better stop here. Rayan had also been a man in the past, so she knew exactly what was on Yejun's mind. If she rattled on about those things, there was a chance that Yejun would pack his bags and leave, unable to overcome the embarrassment. Not only was she too lazy to deal with the aftermath if something like that were to happen, but it would also be awkward to explain to Seo why Yejun did something so irrational. I guess it's okay, as long as we're both fine. There was nothing better than peace. The effects brought about by Rayan's swimsuit photo shoot were enormous, even in the entertainment industry. Rayan brought her script for the scene involving her, Ji Han-sok and Min Se-min. She went up to them first. Sunbez. I'd like to have a script reading session. Are you two free right now? There was no other time but now before the shoot began, hence Rayan's suggestion. Han-sok and Se-min both flinched once they saw Rayan. They quickly exchanged glances with each other. Han-sok spoke first. Why yes, of course. Come take a seat. His response was suspicious. She could think of one reason why, so she tried asking just in case before they began reading. Did you two see them too? See what? The time that she asked Yejun automatically popped up in her head. My swimsuit photos. Han-sok and Se-min coughed several times as if they had simultaneously caught something in their throats. As expected of Rayan, she asked them straightforwardly without beating around the bush. The two men smiled awkwardly and nodded to affirm. Rayan didn't find their reactions strange anymore. Because the men around me all acted this way. It did not only apply to men, although it was in a different way. Her female acquaintances also couldn't stop talking about it. They called first to tell Rayan that her figure was so beautiful, she had lost more weight than before and whatnot without Rayan having even asked. This is exactly why I didn't want my swimsuit photos taken. However, it had already been done, she couldn't take it back, so she had no choice but to get used to it. Of course, this did not only apply to Rayan, it also applied to Han-sok, Se-min, and her male acquaintances that would be meeting her often. The two men regained their composure. Se-min spoke this time to ask, but what made you take those photos? From what I know, you're extremely against skin exposure. Rayan was fine with skin exposure to some degree, but not swimsuits. That was the exact rule that she had set, so Se-min couldn't help but be curious about what had driven her to break that rule. Han-sok was also curious. Rayan fixed her disheveled hair and recalled her memories at the time to explain her circumstances to the two men. I lost a bet. A bet. To go into more detail, Rayan shared with the two men the details of her bet with Seo-hun. After finding out the whole truth, Han-sok expressed surprise. I never expected Young Han-sung to like you that much. Me neither, Rayan answered. If she knew, she would have never made such a bet. Even if she possessed knowledge of the future, she would never have predicted this. After all, a star named Kang Rayan never existed in the future that she knew. The fact that she herself was that star aside, the bet that she had made had far too many variables. The bet had been the worst kind of misfortune for Rayan, but that had not been the case for Han-Sok and Se-min. His name was Mr. Park Seo-hun, right? He has such keen insight. I agree. I think he did well to make a bet like that. Rayan narrowed her eyes at both Han-Sok and Se-min, nodding simultaneously. What's that supposed to mean? She asked. And nothing. Let's start with the script reading. We don't have much time. Their true thoughts had unintentionally come out after forgetting the fact that Rayan was right in front of them. The shoot today might have been cancelled if their conversation had kept going. Rayan had faced something that was a bit lacking to call trouble after her swimsuit photo shoot. As she got in the van after the shoot had finished, she noticed that the one in the driver's seat was her stylist, Ryu Ha-yeon. Rayan asked, "Where's Miss Manager?" Shin Yubin always handled the driving, but she was nowhere to be found. Hence, she couldn't help but be curious about why Ha-yeon was in the driver's seat instead. Yubin Uni went out to take a quick call, and she'll be right back. She expected that she'd be taking tons of calls today, so I'll be the one to drive today. She's not in any sort of trouble, is she? Trouble isn't really the word I would use. Oh, there she comes. Yubin got in the passenger seat next to Ha-yeon with an exhausted face. Rayan could hear the fatigue from her deep sigh. She asked Yubin to hear what she had missed from Ha-yeon. I heard you'll be taking tons of calls today. Ha-yeon looked at Yubin with a face expressing that she had told Rayan. Yubin sighed once again. It's because of the swimsuit photos posted on the Levanche website. What about them? I'm getting tons of calls from advertisers asking if you'd be willing to be a swimsuit model for them as well. Rayan was getting offers through Yubin not only from swimsuit brands, but a considerable number of businesses with swimsuit products. Now that she had modeled for swimsuits after being strictly against it, companies were calling with the misunderstanding that she had decided to be okay with swimsuits. Refusing them one by one is a hassle in and of itself. Sigh, Yubin expressed while pounding on her shoulders with her hands. Rayan didn't feel very good either. Why's everyone losing their minds over just a few photos? She couldn't for the life of her understand what the fuss was about. Rayan returned to her home after finishing her business, only to be greeted by a familiar face. You're back late, lil sis. Rayan glared at Kang Hyuk, who was chewing on an apple slice that Iseo had cut for him. Why are you here? She asked. Because it's been a while since we've had a meal together. You can eat by yourself, can't you? Not a hint of welcome could be seen on Rayan's face. Iseo softly laughed. I called him. I made too much curry this morning. It was a bit too much for the two of us to eat, so I asked Hyuk Appa to take some. What about Yijun? He's gonna be at our parents' place to help out at the cafe this week. It was not clear whether he had really gone to help out his parents, or if he had simply run away from Rayan for a short while. Only the person in question would know the truth. Rayan sighed and said, do whatever you want. Going to her room and resting was a higher priority than chatting with her older brother. Thwump. Rayan threw herself on her bed. However, she could hear her smartphone vibrating on her desk. Such terrible timing. It would have been amazing if she had gotten the call before she had lied down. She barely managed to lift herself back up and reached for her smartphone to check who had called her with such terrible timing. Miss Manager. They had been in the same car until just a while ago, but she had called her in that short time. Hello. Rayan wondered if it was about swimsuit modeling again, but Yubin's voice sounded far too urgent for that to be the case. Rayan, you're at home right now, right? Yes. Then search your name on the internet. Hurry. Why? Did something happen? Rayan decided to do as Yubin said for now and searched her name on her computer. Once she did, a few articles caught her attention. Actress Kang Rayan turned out to be a perpetrator of school violence. I was bullied by Kang Rayan. A confession from a high school classmate. Rayan's face instantly froze. Nov. L.B//JNN. Online articles about Kang Rayan having been complicit in school violence had started to spread like wildfire. Dark pasts dealt massive damage to a celebrity's image. Not even Rayan would be able to get away scot-free from it. However, the first thing that Rayan felt was not bewilderment but doubt. Had I ever been complicit in school violence? She recalled her high school days, but she couldn't think of anything that could brand her as a perpetrator of school violence. Rather, it was the opposite. I believe I'd spent my high school days as a model student. She had definitely not been the nicest, but she had never done anything that would result in her guardian being called. Or could it have happened before I had entered this body? Rayan did not know exactly how the original owner of her body had spent her high school days. She only had a rough guess. She apparently was far from being a model student. It was obvious that Kang Hyuk would have no idea even if she asked him. Even if they were family, he had not monitored her 24/7, so there was no way he would know what she was like in school. At times like this, it would be better to ask someone other than her older brother, and there was just the right person to ask in this very household. Yiseo, can we talk for a second? It's urgent. The news of Rayan being complicit in school violence had also reached her agency. Chief Young also called Rayan after Yubin had. Rayan, you've seen the articles, right? What in the world is going on? Give me an explanation too. I'll call you back once I find out. Once you find out? It was hard for Chi Fyung to accept an answer like that. The news was about herself, but Rayan had spoken as if she would call back after doing some research. She was treating the incident as if it was about someone else. Rayan could not afford to waste time by explaining to Chi Fyung in detail. I'll call you back in a bit. What? Wait. Rayan? Beep. Rayan hung up on him since there was something of higher priority than talking to Chi Fyung right now. Yiseo, who had been sitting across from Rayan, asked, Is everything alright? You're not in big trouble, are you? From Yiseo's reaction, it did not seem like she knew that Rayan had been accused of school violence. Rayan decided to let Yiseo know what had happened and pulled up the articles on her phone to show Yiseo. Take a look, Rayan said. School violence? You. Yiseo doubted her eyes. Unable to believe what she was reading, she reread the article again and again. Why would such an article? That's what I'm trying to confirm. With who? Yiseo asked. Rayan pointed directly at her. Yiseo was bewildered to be designated so suddenly. Me. Yeah. After having a good read through the school violence articles, the classmate that accused Rayan of being a perpetrator of school violence had claimed that they were assaulted in their high school days. Yiseo and Rayan had been in the same class for 3 whole years, all the way from year 1 to year 3. She would know exactly how Rayan had spent her high school days, including the portion before Rayan had entered this body. How was I like in our first year? Rayan asked. Yiseo was confused by the unexpected question. What do you mean? Wouldn't you know that best? Well, every single individual has different perspectives, don't they? I asked because I was wondering if I had unintentionally done things that others would consider school violence, like these articles are claiming. It was the perfect excuse, if she said so herself. Having been convinced by Rayan's excuse, Yiseo immediately went from being confused to having perfectly understood. That's true. It's hard to look at yourself objectively, Yiseo remarked. Rayan was asking what she herself had been like in her first year and the first semester of her second year. Yiseo's answer was relatively simple. You seemed like a bit of a delinquent, but you've never gone around hitting or threatening anyone. Really? Yeah. Though I hadn't monitored your every action, I'm sure that you've never assaulted anyone, nor had there ever been such rumors spread around in school. I see. In that case, who could have provided such malicious information to the press? Yiseo was also curious. Could they really be one of our classmates? They might not be. They could have lied because they couldn't stand seeing me be so well off. This sounded like a brag, but it was the truth. Rayan was keeping every single possibility open. She had confirmed with Yiseo that she had never committed violence, but I should also ask Jyorin and Romeo. I shouldn't forget about the boys either. Rayan was planning on contacting every single classmate that she was close to. She did not want to take any chances since this matter would greatly impact her career. If I get the same answer as Yiseo from all of them, the next step would be to find the son of a bitch who spread this goddamn rumor. Rayan was planning on doing whatever it took to find the culprit if the rumor turned out to be false. And then I'll pay them back 2-fold. No, 5-fold. She would carry out her specialty, revenge. Rayan had come to one outcome after contacting her high school classmates. They all said the same thing as Yiseo. With this, her innocence had been corroborated. While she was calling her classmates, Na Jyorin, Choi Aromi, Choi Sang-woon, and her other classmates discussed among themselves that they couldn't stand to see their friend being slandered. Hence, they decided to back up Rayan in their own way by using their own social media accounts to leave comments saying Rayan was not that kind of person. I'm grateful, but that won't solve anything. Rayan would need to face the person claiming that she was a perpetrator of school violence. However, there was one problem. How do I find the damn person? Nov. L. B //JNN. She did not need to think for long since she had an expert in such things among her subordinates. She took out her smartphone and called someone. You're at the workplace, right? I'm in my office, so get over here. Rayan heard a knock on her door as soon as she summoned the person. Moments later, Ma Yongjun slowly opened the door and entered her office with an expression that showed he knew exactly what she was about to make him do. You want me to find the person who spread those rumors about you, right? As expected of Miss Ma. You read my mind. It was nice to have a quick-wit subordinate that could save one the trouble of explaining every little thing. Find them and tell me who they are. I'm gonna go see them myself. That's not difficult. Got it. I'll get right on it. Just as he was about to get up from his seat, Yongjun asked, But what? Have you really never assaulted anyone in your school days? What the hell, mister? Have you ever seen a more docile and model student than me? Unlike the confident Rayan, Yongjun's face was filled with doubt. Are you sure? You're so goddamn skeptical. What? You want me to show you how docile I can be right now? Yongjun coughed after being threatened by Rayan and hurriedly looked out the window for no reason. I guess I should go back to work. Rayan sighed as she watched Yongjun running away. Why ask for a beating if you're not willing to take it? Rayan decided with her agency to set some sort of countermeasure before Yongjun and his men found the culprit who had spread the rumors. Chi Fyung read through the official statement posted on the GNF website. As a result of discussing with our artist, we have confirmed that the rumor was baseless. We announce that we will take legal measures if further fabrications are spread. Or at least, that's what we posted. He looked at Rayan, who was sitting across from him. You're sure you haven't caused any trouble in your school days, right? There would be massive backlash if it were revealed that the school violence rumors were true after they had made a statement like this. Rayan reaffirmed while nodding, yes, I'm sure. The official statement, along with the comments from her actual high school classmates spread throughout the internet, was becoming a huge story. All that was left was to determine which side was telling the truth. I wish I could find out who's trying to frame me. Have you found out anything on your end, Chief Young? I've also been trying to get in touch with the reporter who had first published the article, but it hasn't been easy. Half a day had passed since GNF had released their official statement, but the one that had claimed they had been assaulted by Rayan had not provided any additional evidence. Stalling for time like this only dealt damage to Rayan's reputation. Let's think this over. It could be someone who she had interacted with at least once. As she was deep in her own thoughts, Chief Young pointed at her smartphone. You're getting a call. Her display flashed. Rayan picked up her smartphone as soon as she saw the caller ID Misma. I'm gonna take a quick call, Chief Young. Got it. Rayan left the meeting room and moved to a place as deserted as possible. There was a small break room on this floor that could only be used by employees. No one should be using it at this time of day. Her prediction was confirmed after opening the break room door. Rayan accepted the call and asked, did you get a name? That's the first thing you ask? Isn't that why you called? I guess so. Considering Yongjun's personality, Rayan expected that he had not called to hear her voice for no reason. I found out who the culprit is. It happens to be a graduate from your school in the same year as you. Rayan's guess had been more or less correct. Who is it? A guy named Choi Wangcheol. It had been a while since Rayan had heard that name. He was the son of the convenience store manager that Kang Hyuk used to work at, as well as the school bully that had blackmailed Rayan into going out with him. I'd never expected to hear that son of a bitch's name again. An ill relationship of the past had resurfaced. Choi Wangcheol lived like he had given up on life after graduating from high school. He drank and indulged in the pleasures of life with his friends whenever he wanted. He had never been interested in studying, nor could he be further from being an earnest person. Hence, he had been wasting away his university tuition all this time. Wangcheol had once again gone drinking with his friends. As he was downing a soju bomb in a good mood, the radiant smile of a woman lit up the large TV screen installed in the bar. Kang Rayan, use this all the time. You can also become beautiful as long as you have this. Kang Rayan had modeled for a famous cosmetics brand that was popular among women lately. Wangcheol's friends couldn't take their eyes off of the commercial while they were drinking. Wow, she's so damn hot. Fuck, I wouldn't want anything more in life if I had a girlfriend like Kang Rayan. Huh? Crazy son of a bitch, you think women like Kang Rayan are common? And even if they were, why the hell would they go out with you when they're so well off? Everyone was guilty of dreaming about having a celebrity as their significant other at least once. However, Rayan felt too high up for them to even have such dreams about her. Wangcheol clicked his tongue as he was staring at Rayan on the TV screen. She used to be my girlfriend, he mentioned. Not a single one of his friends believed him. Are you drunk already, Wangcheol? Kang Rayan used to be his girlfriend, he says. There has to be a limit to your insanity. You only barely managed to convince us that you went to the same high school as Kang Rayan by showing us your yearbook, but you expect us to believe she was your girlfriend now? It'd be more believable if you'd said you're the president's son. In the first place, Wangcheol had blackmailed Rayan into being his girlfriend. Even if he were to tell the truth, they had never actually dated. It had simply been all in his head. When he had first blackmailed her, Rayan had meekly obeyed him despite having a face of disapproval. However, she had become a completely different person overnight. Wangcheol had tried to make Rayan submit through physical force with his high school friends at the time, but they had been the ones to get beaten up instead. Just thinking about her, he could feel his nether region hurting from her kick at the time. Kang Rayan. Wangcheol felt like he needed to do something. He pondered over what he could do to get a good one in on Rayan and his friends that were blatantly ignoring him. And just then, yes, that's it. Having thought of something, Wangcheol smiled meaningfully. Seeing that, his friends stared at him in wonder. This son of a bitch really is drunk. You call this a scoop? Smack? A man flinched as his team leader threw down a file folder hard on top of his desk. His name was Han-Gyo, a reporter. Being scolded by his superior had practically become a daily routine. Go get me a hot topic like a proper reporter? What the hell are you doing when your colleagues are living high off of their scoops? Huh. I'm sorry. Jute could only apologize, but that was not enough to quell his superior's anger. Get the hell out of my sight. Jute bowed, went back to his desk and collapsed on his seat. Fucking hell. It's not like I'm avoiding scoops on purpose. Things like that don't just come as I want them to. He wanted nothing more than to hand in his resignation letter, but endured it since he couldn't think of anything else he could do to earn a living. If a scoop doesn't exist. Jute's gaze fixed itself on the file folders to his right. They were materials of various celebrities that he had organized. Should I just make something up? If it was revealed to be fake news, then he simply needed to pretend like he had no idea. He had agitated the public with fabricated news like this several times, although he had been ostracized by everyone in his news agency as a result. Well, at least I can grab some attention with it. Words like morals and conscience did not exist in Jute's dictionary. After all, people would forget that it had ever happened in a flash. Let's see. Who should I target this time? If he were to choose the most popular celebrity as of late, it would be Kang Rayan, I guess. she could be considered the star that every single reporter had been keeping their eyes on lately. Ju-tae also had some information on her, and the most interesting among them definitely had to be those regarding her high school days. It just so happened that he knew someone who was very knowledgeable about it. It's been a while since I've called Wang Cheol. Ju-tae recalled Wang Cheol saying that he had graduated from the same high school as Rayan. Once the call got through, Wang Cheol sounded rather happy to be getting a call from Ju-tae. Sunbi, I was just about to call you. Perfect timing? Call me? Why? Ju-tae was the one who had business with Wang Cheol, but the situation had reversed out of the blue. It's about Rayan. I have a decent scoop for you. Would you like to have a listen? Ju-tae's eyes flashed. Wang Cheol revealed to Ju-tae the fact that he and his friends had been assaulted by Rayan in the past. It had been a one-time bout of self-defense from Rayan's perspective, but there was no way that Wang Cheol would tell the truth when his objective was revenge. Nov. L. B /JNN. So, Miss Kong had regularly inflicted violence upon you and your friends, is that it? Yes? We've taken a few pictures of our swollen faces after she had beaten us up, so you'll see that we're telling the truth. Such pictures were far too weak as evidence to prove that Rayan had been a perpetrator of school violence, since they could have been assaulted by someone other than Rayan. However, Ju-tae did not concern himself with such trivial things. He was an expert at agitation and fabrication. Got it. For now, email me those photos. Oh, and why don't we have an interview soon? But Sunbi, if I do that interview, will my identity also be revealed with it? You don't have to worry about that. It'll be completely anonymous. Rayan would immediately realize that the informant was Wang Cheol, but he had no choice but to take that risk into account. The corners of Wang Cheol's mouth curled up after hanging up. He had thought of this plan over the past 2 days. He would damage her image by exposing her as a perpetrator of school violence, and then he would once again make her his after dropping her into the pits of hell. I'll pretend like I'm yielding to her and save her from the situation as she's bawling and begging me to make this stop. And of course, he would once again set the condition that she needed to go out with him. He would make a famous celebrity his girlfriend and redeem himself from the humiliation that he had suffered back in high school at the same time. This is what you call killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wang Cheol had not fully come to his senses yet. Rayan returned to her office and sat on the couch with Ma Yongjun, her chauffeur Lim Sokjun, and her newly appointed close associate So Hajin. She explained to the 3 of them what she had gone through with Choi Wang Cheol. Hajin scowled in disbelief. What an absolute loser of a man. He's pushing all of his past mistakes on you. I honestly don't know what to say. He's not even a man. He's just an underdeveloped bully. Rayan considered Wang Cheol to be something less than human. There were many different ways to win the heart of someone that they liked, and Rayan considered blackmail to be the absolute worst of them all. Rayan was already pissed enough that Wang Cheol had attempted to force a romantic relationship on her in this way, but he had gone 1 step further and had pulled this nonsense. She couldn't comprehend how bad of a joke this situation was. Sokjun blatantly asked Rayan, should we just bury the bastard, chairwoman? They were ready to act immediately once she gave the order, but Yongjun intervened. I'm sure our chairwoman has something else in mind. How'd you know? Rayan remarked in surprise. She had expected Yongjun to be thinking about burying Wang Cheol as well, like Sokjun was. It was the most simple and surefire of methods, as well as the one that Yongjun had been using until now. However, he had changed as he had watched Rayan all this time. Because it's obvious that the situation will only get worse if we bury Choi Wang Cheol now. The public's view has broadened a lot lately. If the only person that can clarify the situation vanishes, our chairwoman would be the first person to be suspected. They would wonder if Kang Rayan had hired someone to deal with him. Wow, you've grown, Miss Ma. You've learned to think for yourself. Yongjun softly smiled as Rayan praised him. I guess this must be what you call observational learning. Good boy, Miss Ma. I'm not a dog. Her final compliment had spoiled the one before it. Anyway, Miss Ma is right. We need to use something other than fists to solve this problem. What do we use, then? Hajin answered Sokjun's question. We'll also use public opinion. Fight fire with fire. She had immediately come up with the answer as expected of someone who had been a bodyguard for celebrities. Rayan had been thinking the exact same thing as Hajin. Letting the public know which side is lying comes first. We'll tell them exactly what happened, and then we can take corrective measures. It just so happened that Wang Cheol had uploaded photos of his swollen face today and was claiming that Rayan had done them in her high school days. Rayan was not planning on taking this lying down. I asked Chief Young to schedule another press conference. Until then, Miss Ma, Mr. Lim and team leader So, gather and organize the evidence that I ask you to collect, and send them to me and GNF. Understood. The 3 replied in a tone expressing that Rayan did not need to worry. You must think of me as some pushover because I'm not doing anything. Rayan's eyes sharpened. You've messed with the wrong person, punk. Wang Cheol likely didn't know that Rayan's specialty was revenge. Choi Wang Cheol continued to check his surroundings during his meeting with Hong Ju-tae after a long time. Anyone could tell that he was on pins and needles, worrying about people trying to find out who he was. Ju-tae chuckled from seeing his fretful junior. You don't have to be so on edge. There's not a single person here who's interested in us. Neither of them was famous like Kang Rayan, so there wasn't a single person who recognized them. Despite that, Wang Cheol continued to be on edge. Celebrities sure are amazing, Sunbi. What's up with you all of a sudden? Ju-tae asked. It's just, I'm sure they would feel like this in their daily lives. I don't think I could handle it. That's true. The celebrity life isn't for everyone. Ju-tae shrugged. They decided to leave the chit-chat there and got straight to the point. GNF hasn't really done anything in particular besides their first official statement. Ju-tae had continued to keep an eye on Raeun and her agency's reaction, but they had not yet done anything significant. Situations like this can be a result of one of two instances, he mentioned. What are they? N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. One is that they're silently acknowledging the other party's claims. The other is, Ju-tae took out his smartphone and told Wang Cheol to wait for a moment. Wang Cheol had thought Ju-tae was either taking a call or a text message, but he had come to realize that he had been wrong after Ju-tae set down his phone on the table at an angle horizontally. You saw the article too, right, Wang Cheol? Which one? The one about Kang Raeun holding a surprise press conference today. Ju-tae positioned the smartphone so that the screen would be visible to Wang Cheol sitting next to him as well. He then spoke about the other instance as he pointed at the live feed of the press conference. The other is that they're collecting materials to reveal all at once. Could Raeun really have gathered such materials? Wang Cheol asked. There had not been a CCTV camera present when Wang Cheol and his posse had been beaten up by Raeun, which was why he had thought he had the advantage against her. He had proof that he had been beaten up by her, or in other words, the photos. Although no one knew whether or not those injuries had been caused by Raeun, Wang Cheol was not the one who needed to prove that. That was solely up to Raeun. She herself needed to prove her innocence, and Ju-tae and Wang Cheol simply needed to sit back and watch her struggle. That was their plan. Ju-tae finished what was remaining of his iced coffee and snickered. It doesn't matter how hard she struggles. We're bound to win in the end. There was no such evidence that Raeun hadn't been the one to cause those injuries. This was why Ju-tae was so sure of their victory. Raeun showed herself at last to the reporters. The moment the press conference began, Ju-tae and Wang Cheol's faces began to turn pale. Evidence to flip the situation around did not exist. Like Ju-tae had said, Raeun was at a disadvantage. Raeun also knew this very well. Although she had told Ma Yongjun to bring as much evidence as he could, that would help to prove her innocence. It still won't be enough. She needed a stronger weapon to turn public opinion her way. Raeun put on a female suit and called to Chief Young before standing in front of the reporters. Chief Young, what is it, Raeun? You won't go anywhere during my press conference, will you? Chief Young softly smiled. He had thought that Raeun was considerably anxious. Of course. I'll be right here watching, so don't you worry about a thing. Raeun was only in her 20s. Although her career as an actress was top-notch, she was far too young to endure the violent storm that was society by herself. Hence, Chief Young was planning on protecting Raeun as an adult. However, Chief Young had been sorely mistaken. Raeun had not asked Chief Young about his schedule because she was afraid to stand before the reporters. That's perfect. Come up with me, then. Huh? Come up with you? Up where? The press conference stage. Chief Young had a hard time understanding. He thought why me, but Raeun smiled at him meaningfully. I've come up with a brilliant idea. A trump card that would most certainly turn public opinion to her side. She didn't like it, but she decided to use the one weapon that she had never used until now. Raeun had finally shown herself on the press conference stage. The press conference was being broadcasted live on multiple TV channels. She had asked for it to be broadcasted because she was planning on burying the school violence allegations right here and now. Raeun stood before the podium, and next to her was Chief Young standing awkwardly. The reporters were dumbfounded to see him since his appearance had not been planned. Raeun opened her mouth a few moments later. I have gathered all of you here today to give clarification on the rumors about me being complicit in school violence. As I have already stated through my agency's official statement, the rumors of my involvement in school violence are nothing but malicious rumors. As proof, Raeun began to open the materials that Yongjun and the others had gathered one by one. She opened with materials on Choi Wangcheol, the one who was claiming her to be a perpetrator of school violence. In high school, Mr. Choi was what you would call a school bully. As proof, I have the testimonies from my former classmates. Additionally, I have also secured testimony from the teacher who had been my homeroom teacher at the time. In short, Raeun was trying to say that the one who would assault their classmates was not her, but Wang Cheol. There even existed many students who had been assaulted and had their money taken by him, which Raeun also revealed to the reporters. I even have audio files, which I will play for you all. Shin Yu-bin, who was below the stage, nodded once Raeun finished her sentence and played the file. The sounds of Wang Cheol swearing while threatening his classmates filled the venue. Fucking hell, this is nowhere near enough. Didn't I tell you to bring 50,000 won? Did I not? Huh? I am sorry. I swear I'll bring it tomorrow. Tomorrow, my ass, dipshit. Sigh, fuck. I won't be able to go to karaoke today because of you, motherfucker. Wang Cheol was actually far more of a problem child than Raeun in school. Hence the students as well as all the teachers who had worked at the school at the time, all took Raeun's side. A teacher, who had taught math at the time, had asked Mr. Choi how his face had ended up like that when it had occurred, and Mr. Choi had simply answered that he just got hurt. If he had really been assaulted by me, wouldn't he have just told the teacher off on me? Raeun added one more point. And one more thing, how could a woman like me beat up several men far stronger than me? It was logically extremely difficult to do. Leaving her experience as a man aside, Kang Rayan, as a woman, had never once learned martial arts. Hence, her words couldn't help but be more believable. The reporters began to believe Rayan more and more as the credible claims continued. However, there was one more question left unanswered. A reporter raised his hand to ask Rayan the question that everyone wanted to know. Why did this Mr. Choi target you specifically, Miss Kang? They were curious about Wang Chiol's motive and what he would get out of targeting Rayan. Because it's me. Rayan herself was the reason. Wang Chiol had been dying to make Rayan his woman for a long time, and that obsession of his had not changed after all this time. He would have absolutely no reason to target her if that was not the case. The venue stirred from Rayan's shocking statement. Very good. Rayan smirked in her head. It's time for the finishing touch. Her eyes suddenly teared up. A single tear trickled down her cheek, making the reporters stir even louder. They pressed their camera shutters even more as they witnessed a woman's tears. He's too cruel. He blackmailed me using my oppa during my high school days, and now he's trying to hurt me again in such a way after all this time. Ugh. Rayan hated shedding tears in front of others, but she had no choice this time. Just think of it as a shoot. Rayan's crying show continued. As she was unable to continue, Chief Young took over for her. Allow me to say once again that we will retaliate through legal means if anyone goes after any of our agency's talents using fake news. The same goes for Mr. Choi and reporter Hong Jute, who first published the article. Chief Young wrapped up the press conference. Meanwhile, Rayan continued to put on a performance by wiping her tears with the handkerchief that Yubin had given her. Rayan left the stage while being supported by Chief Young and Yubin. How was my crying performance? Her attitude made a complete 180 once the cameras disappeared from sight. Chief Young couldn't help but laugh in bewilderment. It couldn't have been any better. As expected of a pro actress. Like Rayan had expected, public opinion had completely shifted in her favor. Wang Chiol decided to meet Jute once again to plan their response. However, why can't I get in touch with him? They had planned to meet in a deserted cafe, but Jute had not shown up even after 30 minutes had passed. He couldn't have turned tail and ran after all we've done, could he? Wang Chiol had not been able to sleep ever since the press conference. After the tears that Rayan had shown, members of the public were doing whatever it took to find Wang Chiol's personal details. He was about to pay the price for making Rayan cry, and it would not be light. Fuck, this might actually ruin my life. As he was waiting for Jute while shaking his leg, a man with a large build approached him. Are you Choi Wang Chiol? The man with a terrifying face asked. Wang Chiol flinched. I am. Other men that were standing by grabbed hold of Wang Chiol with a single nod from the man. Who the hell are MMPH? There's someone who wants to meet you, so just shut up and follow us. It was more akin to kidnapping than following. Wang Chiol had been dragged somewhere without even knowing why. He couldn't even tell where he had been dragged to because of the hood that had been forced on his head by the man. 30 minutes later, Wang Chiol was forcibly seated on a chair and the hood covering his head was removed along with his mouth gag. You sons of bitches. Do you have any idea who the fuck I am? Wang Chiol cursed to conceal his fear. Just then, a woman responded, do I know who you are? How could I not? Wang Chiol froze from hearing a familiar voice. It's been a while, you incorrigible thug. How have you been? Kang Rayan was smiling wickedly at him. Choi Wang Chiol was not able to immediately perceive what was happening before his eyes as reality. Where am I? And who are those people? Kang Rayan being here aside, he was surrounded by men like Ma Yongjun that were so scary that he was about to piss himself from looking at any one of them. And Rayan was a stark contrast standing among them. Rayan concisely answered while smiling subtly, my subordinates. Subordinates. Well, you don't need to know any more than that. Once Rayan glanced at Lim Sokjun, he brought her a chair as if he had been waiting to. She had told him to prepare a chair beforehand since she expected the conversation to take long. Rayan stared at Wang Chiol with one leg over the other and arms crossed. However, she wasn't just staring at him. Wang Chiol felt as if she was looking down at him from above. Wang Chiol said under the intimidation, are you going to blackmail me or something? Blackmail? You're doing this because you're scared that I exposed you as a perpetrator of school violence? Am I fucking wrong? Wang Chiol claimed as if he had hit Rayan right where it hurt. However, Rayan did not even flinch. This son of a bitch is out of his mind. Rather, she chuckled. Youngjun said to himself from behind Rayan, you see guys like this from time to time who think they're the shit because they're loud. Youngjun had seen people like Wang Chiol too many times to count, and there was one common way to deal with them. Youngjun glared coldly at Wang Chiol. Sokjun and the executive Park Du-cheol, who were next to Youngjun, said in order, let's just bury him, boss. Why should we give mercy to a guy like this? We'll eliminate him without a trace if you just leave it to us. Wang Chiol violently flinched from their threats. Rayan did not feel an ounce of pity as she watched him tremble in fear. That's not a bad idea. Should we just bury him in the mountains like you've suggested? She expressed. Wang Chiol couldn't even scream. Since he had gone to the same high school as Rayan and also had been in the same class as her once, he knew exactly what kind of person she was. If she said she would do something, she would do it. She never said anything randomly. So Ha-jin, who had also been complicit in Wang Chiol's kidnapping along with Youngjun and his men, coughed. Chairwoman, I know, it was just a joke. I'm not actually gonna do anything like that, so don't give me that look. It was a Kong-Rayan style joke, although the one that the joke was aimed at could only tremble in fear. Rayan turned back toward Wang Qiol. I wished you were someone capable of thought, but I guess my wish had been in vain. Rayan got up from her chair and slowly walked toward Wang Qiol. He thought that she had become far more beautiful than her high school days, but an inexplicable feeling of fear also filled Wang Qiol's mind. Rayan suddenly lifted her right leg and slammed it down right in front of Wang Qiol's groin. Boom! Eek! Wang Qiol unconsciously man-spread to avoid getting his nether region stomped. Rayan giggled as he watched him scared out of his wits. Do you finally remember what I had done to you back then? Gulp! Rayan continued as she watched Wang Qiol swallowing his saliva. I'm sure you also know which side public opinion is on, right? There's no one in this world who's willing to be on your side. Not one. Rayan had taken an overwhelming victory in the battle of public opinion. However, Wang Qiol did not give up until the very end. Humph. Sunbi told me that he'd do something about it, so it's not over yet. You're talking about reporter Hong Jute, right? Rayan interrupted. Wang Qiol's eyes quivered once Rayan mentioned Jute by name. It was obvious that Rayan would know his name since it had been included in the published article. However, Wang Qiol felt as if there were thorns hidden deep within her words. The one whom you joined forces with is no longer a reporter. What are you talking about? Could it be that you actually buried him? Wang Qiol had kept talking about burying that he had thought they had actually done so with Jute. Rayan smiled even wider. We didn't bury him physically, but we did bury him socially. He won't be able to work as a reporter anymore. And of course, he won't be able to give you an ounce of help. Rayan was not joking, she was simply telling Wang Qiol the exact truth. Do you want to know what happened to him? She asked. The truth that Wang Qiol wanted to avoid no matter what, forcefully dug itself into his ears. I am fired. Hong Jute asked in disbelief. What are you talking about all of a sudden, Chief? What in the world did I do wrong? Please give me a valid reason. His superior replied as he was quelling his rage, because you spread misinformation regarding Kong-Rayan. It's not misinformation. Kong-Rayan really assaulted my junior. Then bring me something that can refute Miss Kang's claims at the press conference. Jute unconsciously stepped back as the chief slammed his fist down on his desk. I am about to look for them now. Now? You want us to wait a little longer when the entire agency is on the brink of collapse? Is that seriously what you're telling me? Members of the public were pointing fingers at the entire news agency that Jute was part of, demanding they pay for the sins of agitating the public through misinformation, fabricating the truth, and making Rayan cry. They were being condemned as a group of fake news reporters, and even their most loyal subscribers, however little they had, were turning their backs on them. JNN. I told you to bring me a scoop, not a ticking time bomb that could blow at any second. Not just that, the bomb had blown from within, in other words, it had been a suicide bombing. I don't need anything else from you. Just pack your things and leave. And the director said that he'll be suing you for the damages that we'd suffered from your actions, so you'd best be prepared. Jute had betrayed the agency that had hired him. He was getting dizzy. He went back to his desk and tried reaching out to his connections. He contacted every single one while brainwashing himself that it was not the end, but not even one decided to help him in his time of need. None of them seemed to want to be associated with him in any way. Just why? Jute's rage got the better of him and he hurled his smartphone, cracking the screen. His hopes that everything would work out one way or another had shattered, just like his smartphone screen. The strength left Wang Qiol's body. He had thought that their plan had been perfect, but Rayan's countermeasure had far surpassed it. Well, it was an obvious result. Who in their right mind would help a reporter who has only ever spread absurd news and had the nerve to claim no harm was done when it was revealed to have been fake? Rayan had expected Jute to bring himself to ruin, and even if he didn't, she had planned to take measures to ruin him. However, Jute's life had crumbled far easier than she had expected, so there had not even been a need for her to step in. Nonetheless, it was still not enough. We've taken care of reporter Hong Jute, so you're up next, Rayan remarked while staring right at Wang Qiol. I'll give you one last chance. See chance. To be exact, I'll give you a chance to at least walk out of here with your life intact. Rayan's words were terrifying in and of itself. Wang Qiol took it as she would actually bury him if he made the wrong decision. He swallowed his saliva before he realized it. Rayan proposed as she watched Wang Qiol's eyes quivering. Tell the world that everything you said had all been in your imagination. Tell them that you had done it because you were jealous that I was doing so well for myself. If you do, I'll let your sins slide. Since they had come at her with agitation and fabrication, she would also strike back with agitation and fabrication. Wang Qiol did not like the proposal in the slightest, but he couldn't bring himself to refuse as he saw the men behind Rayan holding shovels, pickaxes and nail bats. I'll do it. I'll do it, so please spare me at least my life. I'm glad you're not completely brainless, Rayan said as she suddenly took out leather gloves. She put it only on her right hand, and made a fist with all her strength. Smack! Rayan punched Wang Qiol right in his face. Why? He fell to the ground along with his chair, and fainted before even having a chance to ask why she had hit him when he had said he would do as she had demanded. Rayan spat and said while taking off the leather glove, I just wanted to punch you. She had no other reason. Even after Wang Qiol acknowledged that he had fabricated it all like Rayan had told him to, Rayan's lawsuit against Wang Qiol did not stop. She had decided to continue pursuing legal action against him. Didn't you say that you would let things slide? Yongjun asked. He couldn't understand why Rayan was acting this way. Rayan smirked. This is me letting things slide. Yongjun was lost for words. He had not yet fully grasped the woman that was Kang Rayan. She did not stop at just legal action. Leak Choi Wang Qiol's personal details on the internet as well. Wang Qiol would not be able to go around anywhere with his head held high for a long time once his face and personal details were leaked. Whether it be university or private life, his entire life itself would implode. As Yongjun answered that he would do as Rayan said, he also thought that he would never want to make an enemy out of this terrifying woman. But what should we do if Choi Wang Qiol decides to go off about us? He asked. You don't have to worry about that. There's no way anyone would believe another word coming out of the boy who cried wolf. I see. She had planned on talking about other matters, but it had to be postponed due to a sudden guest. Chairwoman, your older brother has come to visit. Yongjun left as Rayan sighed. I'm here, lil sis. Unlike the happily greeting Kang Hyuk, Rayan was the complete opposite. Why are you here? She asked while blatantly expressing the fact that he was being an annoyance. Aren't you being way too insincere when your appa has come all this way to see you? Stop talking nonsense and tell me why you're here. I'm busy. It's nothing major, Hyuk said. However, what came next out of his mouth completely contradicted what he had said. I got a girlfriend. What? Kang Rayan began to have doubts about what she had just heard. Kang Hyuk awkwardly repeated himself for his speechless little sister. I said, I got a girlfriend. For real? Yeah. Hyuk had mentioned that it was nothing major, but it was a huge deal in Rayan's perspective. Who? The restaurant owner's daughter? Or the one whose uni is a clothing store manager? Or maybe the one whose aunt runs a beauty shop? The first group of women that Rayan thought of were the three that had come over to Rayan's home and flaunted their appeal to her. They had even made sure to come visit when Hyuk had been hospitalized, although the air had been turbulent at the time because they had visited him at the same time. Rayan couldn't help but be curious about which of the three had prevailed. You see, Hyuk stalled by scratching his cheek. A vein popped out from Rayan's forehead. Can you hurry the hell up? Do you want me to kick your ass? I didn't come here for a beating. Then spit it out already. I'm dying from curiosity over here. Rayan had never been this curious about someone else's dating life, but she couldn't help it since not only did it concern her older brother, but she also knew of Hyuk's fear of women. She was dying to know which woman had captured his heart. Unfortunately, it's none of the three, Hyuk mentioned. Who is it then? Remember when I told you about the middle school classmate who had feelings for me? I decided to go out with her. Rayan had never expected a fourth woman to steal Hyuk for herself. Then you decided to accept that girl's feelings. I turned her down the first time, but my feelings gradually changed as time passed. Suyeon happened to ask me out again, so I decided to say yes. Suyeon? Is that her name? Yeah, Jo Suyeon. We were in the same class in our second and third years of middle school. Jo Suyeon. Rayan had obviously never heard of the name before, nor did she know what kind of person she was. All she knew about the woman was what she had heard from Hyuk. So, does she treat you well? Rayan asked. Yeah, she has, ever since our middle school days. She's smart, has a great personality, and is from a rich household. Both of her parents are doctors, apparently. Really? She's from a pretty decent household. Although it was far too hasty to talk about household circumstances when they were still in the dating stage, she couldn't stop herself from being curious. Well, as long as you like her, she must be a good person, Rayan responded lukewarmly. Hyuk smirked. You're not jealous because your appa got a girlfriend, are you? Rayan glared at him. You wanna die? One more word out of that mouth and I'll sew it shut. I can't even make a joke around you. Hyuk broke into a cold sweat yet again because of the occasional bursts of his little sister's ferocity. It was already dinner time, so Rayan took her older brother with her to her home when he suggested they have dinner together. Seo Yiseo, who was in an apron, was slightly surprised. Oh, Appa, what brings you here today? Nov, L, B //JNN. To eat your food, of course, Hyuk said jokingly. Yiseo giggled in embarrassment. Wait just a moment. It's almost ready. What's on the menu? Braised short ribs. Rayan said she wanted to eat meat. I bought it yesterday and let it marinate overnight, so it'll be delicious. The seasoning seeps deep into the meat like that. Oh, really? I'm glad I asked Rayan to eat together, then. But what about your little brother? He'll be back soon. He just went to the convenience store for a bit. Make yourself comfortable, Appa. Thanks. Hyuk sat down on the couch and looked back and forth at Yiseo, who was preparing the food while humming in the kitchen, and Rayan, who had just come out of her room after changing. How could two people of the same age be so different? Rayan scowled. What? You wanna die? See? Yiseo's so docile and kind, but you're way too tomboyish when you look like an angel. The assessment was justified, since inside of the angelic body was a middle-aged man who had gone through the sweets and bitters of life. But Yiseo, Hyuk said. Yes, Appa. Do you have a boyfriend? I think you'd be super popular. It was not very apparent since she was with Raen all the time, but Iseo was also a considerably beautiful girl in an objective sense. Not only that, she was skilled in household chores, so there was no way that she wasn't popular with the men. Iseo had actually been confessed to by upperclassmen and underclassmen alike several times in her university. Not yet, she responded. However, she had turned down every single one. Why? Being in many relationships at your age will become a good experience. The more men you date, the better your eye for them will get. Raen also agreed with Arahayek and nodded in succession. Seeing that, Arahayek chuckled in wonder of why she was agreeing with him. Meanwhile, Iseo's quick hands stopped for a moment. She let down the ladle and said with a reddened face, because I already have someone that I like. Huh? For real? Really? Not even Raen had known this. However close she was to Iseo, she had never talked about romance with her. In the first place, Raen was so uninterested in romance that talking about such a thing was out of the question. Who? Is he a student from your university? Is he older? The same age? Younger? The Kong siblings barraged Iseo with questions to find out who the person may be. Iseo laughed in embarrassment in response to their pincer attack, but Seo Yijun came back from the convenience store at the worst possible timing. I'm back. Huh? When did you get here, Arahayek Hyung? Iseo had managed to escape from this crisis thanks to Yijun. On the other hand, Raen glared at Yijun in frustration after the flow of the conversation had been interrupted. For God's sake, read the room, she expressed. Huh? Me? Yijun was insulted without even understanding what was going on. The dinner table had become rowdy after a long time thanks to the addition of Arahayek. He became round-eyed once he laid eyes upon the feast before him. You even made kimchi pancakes, flat meatballs, and garlic leaves. They were all Arahayek's favorite side dishes. Iseo answered while smiling in embarrassment, I made them in a hurry, so I can't guarantee their taste. There's no way that anything you make will be bad. Arahayek had tasted Iseo's cooking often because he came over to his little sister's house all the time. Iseo's food perfectly fit his palate, so there were also times when he visited Raen and Iseo's house for absolutely no reason, being insulted by Raen as a moocher whenever he did. But what brings you here today, Hyung? Yijun asked. Raen answered in Arahayek's place, he followed me all the way here after coming to my company to tell me something. What did he tell you? Raen pointed at Arahayek with her chopsticks. He got a girlfriend. Yijun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Whoa, congratulations, Hyung. It's your first girlfriend, right? It's not my first, man. Like Arahayek had said, this was not his first time being in a relationship. He had been in a few in his high school days, but that had inflicted such a huge trauma on him that he became reluctant to get a girlfriend for a while. Now that he had gotten a girlfriend, it meant that he had overcome his past trauma, at least a little bit. Unlike Yijun, who was congratulating Arahayek again, Iseo didn't look very happy. She had been in a mood great enough that she was humming while cooking, but her mood had made a complete 180. Raen paid attention to Iseo's eyes and expression from across her. That's weird. Could it be because Arahayek had gotten a girlfriend? Iseo forcibly put a smile on her face. Congratulations, Appa. Thanks. You hurry up and get a boyfriend too, Iseo. I'll try. The brighter Arahayek got, the darker Iseo's expression turned. Raen looked back and forth between them. No way. Although she was a man, her feminine intuition activated. Thank you for your hard work. Once the shoot had finished, Raen dragged her exhausted body to the parking lot where Shin Yubin was waiting. Yubin, who had been stuffing a suitcase into the trunk, waved at Raen. Over here, Raen. Chief Young was next to her. What brings you here, Chief Young? Raen asked. She wondered if he had business at the spokesperson, film set. Chief Young shrugged and remarked, I was just passing by, and thought I'd come see how our agency's poster actress was doing. So in short, you're monitoring me. Come on, don't put it like that. I might have done so back when you had first debuted, but there's no need for me to do that anymore. I know you'll do well on your own without me here. Raen had reached a point where Chief Young could just sit back and leave everything to her, but Yubin explained in his place about why he had come nonetheless. He came to check up on you because he was worried about you after that school violence rumor incident last time. Raen softly smiled. In that case, you don't have to worry. It wrapped up well, didn't it? I guess you're right. The incident had wrapped up smoothly as Raen had blackmailed, ordered Choi Wangcheol into saying that everything he had said about Raen being a perpetrator of school violence had all been in his imagination, stemming from his envy and jealousy. After that, Raen had leaked Wangcheol's personal details on the internet, making him unable to even enjoy the outside air for a long time. At this point, he had likely been reduced to a bum unable to leave his house without being bombarded with looks from everyone around him. He got what he deserved. Reporter Hong Jute had also experienced social death. Now that the two culprits had practically disappeared from the face of the earth, there was absolutely nothing that Raen needed to worry about. She could go back to fulfilling her revenge plan against Kim Han-Gyo little by little. However, there was just one more thing bothering her. Raen nonchalantly asked Yubin and Chief Young in the driver and passenger seats while on their way to her home. Chief Young, Miss Manager. Yeah, Raen. What is it? How would you two react when you hear from the person you like that they found a lover? Yubin and Chi Fyung instantly exchanged gazes with each other, and then asked with faces full of disbelief. Rayan, could it be you? Found a lover. Rayan had unintentionally caused a misunderstanding. Chi Fyung and Shin Yubin's heads went blank. They had never expected Kang Rayan to reveal that she had a boyfriend when it hadn't been that long since the school violence incident had been resolved. Rayan clarified to them, not me. It's about my friend. The two shocked people maintained expressions of disbelief despite Rayan having clarified it. People usually make excuses that it's about their friend when it's actually about themselves, Chi Fyung commented. He was not wrong. There definitely were people who talked about themselves while claiming that it was about their friend. However, Rayan was not that kind of person. When have I ever beat around the bush like that? Well, never, I guess. Rayan was a straightforward kind of woman. If she didn't like something, she would outright say it. Even when something was on her mind, she was not the type to talk about it indirectly by pretending like it was about her friend. Despite all that, Chi Fyung was not able to lower his suspicions. Are you sure you don't have a boyfriend? Yes, nor do I plan on getting one. Well, relationships are a private matter, and it's not like our agency prohibits relationships. If there's a man you'd like to go out with, you can. But still, try as best as you can not to get caught by reporters. Chi Fyung had gone through an extreme amount of trouble during Rayan's dating scandal with Ji Han-sok. Rayan nodded. Chi Fyung turned to face the road again and thought about what Rayan had just asked. When you hear from the person you like that they have found a lover, have you had that kind of experience, Chief? I have. It was when I was still a university student. Fortunately, it happened to be around when he was Seo Yi-seo's age. There was a sunbi I liked that was 3 years older than me. I was planning on confessing when I graduated and got a job, but she had gotten a lover before that. Chi Fyung laughed bitterly as he reminisced the past. JNN. The longer one's unrequited love goes on for, the more painful it is for themselves. If they like someone and their feelings are true, then it might be a better idea to just let the other party know sooner than later. When it comes to unrequited love, time is not on your side. His advice stemmed from experience. Yubin asked while glancing at him, but Chief, didn't you end up marrying that sunbi in the end? Well, yeah. Rayan was left stunned as she watched Chi Fyung laughing awkwardly. She had thought his story had a bad ending, but it had been a happy ending instead. I guess the ends justify the means, huh? Chi Fyung had stolen the woman from that other man, and he had ultimately ended up as the winner. In any case, if that friend of yours really likes that person, tell them that they might be better off mustering up the courage at least once. Okay, Chief. However, easier said than done, Rayan thought. Rayan put on the white leggings that were still a Lavage trial product in the fitness center changing room, and looked at the reflection of her lower body in the mirror. How should I say this? It's a bit embarrassing. They were not see-through, but she was still not used to white tight-fitting legwear. The leggings boom had begun among women like Rayan had expected. Although she had known that they would become a fad, it had occurred a bit faster because she wore them all the time. It was no longer uncommon to see women wearing leggings, especially in fitness centers. Over 80% of women in the fitness center that Rayan went to were wearing Lavage leggings and tank tops. Rayan stretched for about 10 minutes to warm up her body. I'll go home after a light cardio session. She had already completed her resistance training for the day early in the morning. She had no shoots planned for today, and her company was closed since it was a weekend. She was too bored to stay at home, which was why she came to the fitness center for a second time of the day. Hello, Miss Kong. As she was about to get on the treadmill, a short-haired woman struck up a conversation with her. She was a beautiful woman who seemed to be in her late 20s. Rayan simply thought that she was one of her fans, but came to realize that she had been wrong after hearing the woman's name. My name is Jo Soo-yeon. I was wondering if you knew me. Jo Soo-yeon. It was a name that had recently left an impression in her head. You're that guy's. I mean, my oppa's girlfriend, right? Yes, that's right. She was the woman that had captured Kang Arai-hyek's heart after 2 confessions. Rayan had never expected to meet her older brother's girlfriend in a place like this. I heard that you went to this fitness center, Soo-yeon mentioned. Oh, really? Rayan wondered if Soo-yeon had gotten a membership here to go to the same fitness center as her. No, it's probably just a coincidence. Rayan erased the suspicion while slightly shaking her head. The membership of the fitness center that she went to was on the highly expensive side. The price reflected how great the facility was, but it was a bit too pricey for one to go here for the sole purpose of working out. Rayan did not have to pay for a thing since it was fully covered by her agency, but an ordinary salaryman or student would definitely feel the money bleeding out of their bank account. But she's apparently from a rich household. Rayan recalled that this much of an expenditure would be nothing for Soo-yeon. Soo-yeon scanned Rayan's body while smiling. You're far more beautiful in person than through a screen. Your figure is so well proportioned as well. Thank you. You're also very beautiful. Oh, thank you so much. By the way, you don't have to be so formal with me. Just casually call me Uni. It probably was not a problem for other women, but it was of a considerably high difficulty for Rayan. I'll try, she said. May I also speak comfortably with you? Yes, go ahead. Thanks. It was a bit much to make her older brother's girlfriend keep speaking formally to her. Rayan, if you're fine with it, could I take a picture? What kind of picture? A selfie to post on my social media account. Please. Well, If it's just a picture, then sure. Soo-yeon got closer to Rayan, linked arms with her and turned her camera into selfie mode to take a photo of them being intimate with each other. Snap. Thanks, Rayan. Oh, if it's okay, can we follow each other on social media? Yes, that's fine. Rayan also wanted to know what kind of woman Jo Soo-yeon was. After they followed each other, I'll have to take a look once I get home. She was highly interested in her older brother's girlfriend. Rayan returned home after a brief workout session with Soo-yeon and walked over to Yeseo's tightly shut room door without realizing it. Yeseo acted like she was fine, but locked herself in her room to have her alone time whenever she had a lot on her mind. I'm sure she'll naturally get better once time passes. However, Rayan couldn't help but feel sorry for Yeseo as a bystander. To Rayan, Yeseo was a precious friend who had helped her a lot in her high school days. Rayan might not have been able to properly adapt to the high school girl life if it hadn't been for Yeseo. I want to help her, but it's not like I can tell that guy to break up with his girlfriend. This problem was only for the people involved to resolve. Rayan was only a third party in all of this, so she wasn't able to intervene. Rayan went back into her room and threw herself onto her bed. She then took out her smartphone and looked through Soo-yeon's account that she had followed back this afternoon. She had almost 350,000 followers. Although it did not even come close to the number of followers that Rayan had, 350,000 was an extremely difficult number for a regular person to reach. She must be one of those social media influencers. Considering her household, great figure, and looks, it was not weird for Soo-yeon to be so popular. There were many photos of her with other famous people besides Rayan, and the one that they had taken together had also been uploaded, which was getting tons of hearts and comments. However, it somehow felt as if Soo-yeon was flaunting the fact that she was close to Rayan. Rayan fixed her gaze on her smartphone for a while. She was filled with an inexplicable feeling. It feels weird. She did not feel too good about it. You're asking me if I had been in touch with Soo-yeon after graduating middle school. Hyuk blinked consecutively while staring at Rayan, wondering why she was asking such a thing. You called me here to ask that, he asked. Yeah. Why are you curious about something like that? Just cause. She'll become my sister-in-law if you two end up getting married, won't she? I just want to know what kind of person she is in advance. Hyuk smiled in embarrassment from the mention of marriage. Why are you bringing up marriage now? We've only dated for a week. It's way too early to discuss marriage. You never know. She might be the one to bring it up. Hyuk did not fully believe Rayan. However, a part of him was fascinated by how much interest his little sister was showing for his girlfriend. We were just so friends during middle school. That didn't change even after we graduated. But you got in touch with each other from time to time, right? Rayan asked. Yeah, but then she just confessed to you out of the blue. Yeah, I thought she had absolutely no interest in me romantically, but I was surprised to get a love confession from her out of nowhere like that. Hence, Hyuk had even asked Rayan for advice at the time on what to do if someone, who he had thought was just a friend, suddenly confessed. After some deep thought, Rayan nodded and said, okay, you can go. Already? Yeah, I got everything I needed. Hyuk was dumbfounded. He had come to meet Rayan because she had asked, but he was being told to leave after not even 5 minutes had passed. I'll get going then, Rayan announced as she got up from her seat. She took out her smartphone after leaving the cafe and called someone. Team leader So Ha-jin speaking. What can I do for you, chairwoman? Is Mr. Ma in the workplace right now? He isn't replying to my texts. He's hiding somewhere, watching a rerun of a girl group survival audition program. No wonder. Rayan sighed and issued Ha-jin and Ma Youngjun a new mission. There's someone I'd like you guys to investigate. Her name is Jo Soo-yeon. Gather as much information you can on this woman and send it to me as quickly as you can. Rayan decided to take action before the situation turned into something bigger. Rayan was reading a book in the living when her ears caught a small sigh. It was so deep that one would assume that the life of the person who had made it was over. Seo Yeseo had been sighing like this very often ever since around 5 days ago. Seo Yejun, who was washing the dishes after losing a rock-paper-scissors game, asked while putting on rubber gloves, is there something on your mind, sis? You've been sighing non-stop since a few days ago. It's nothing. She was obviously lying. Unlike Rayan, Yeseo was a bad liar. Anyone would be able to tell from her expression. Did something bad happen at school? There's no way you would have bombed a test, Yejun asked again. There are times when I bomb tests when I'm feeling under the weather. What? So you were sighing because you actually bombed a test. I told you it's nothing. Yeseo spared her breath even despite Yejun's barrage of questions. Rayan clicked her tongue. Yejun, she called out. Yes, Nuna. She waved at Yejun to look at her, and then made a gesture of zipping her mouth shut. In other words, she was telling him to shut up and wash the dishes. Yejun couldn't defy the orders of the most powerful figure in this household, so he did as Rayan said and focused on washing the dishes. Meanwhile, Yeseo went into her room with sagged shoulders, possibly because of her pointless argument with her little brother, or maybe because of a certain moron who was too dense to understand how she felt. Rayan had lived together with Yeseo for a while, but she had never seen her like this before. What in the world is love to make people like this? Rayan still could not understand the feelings of a maiden in love. In the spokesperson, film set, Raen immersed herself into her performance to shoot a scene where she was in a car ride to the press conference venue with Min Se Min. I'm sure you know as well, Chiefo, but you just need to answer that you do not know to any of the reporter's questions. Or, you could also not answer at all. The more you speak, the more ammunition you're giving them to use against you. Understood, said Otae Min, played by Se Min. Did the congressmen decide to come to the venue? They were still undecided when I contacted them a few nights ago. They decided not to come. They seem to be weighed down considerably by this. I'm not surprised. There's not much time left until the election. They're better off playing it safe until then. Nag Yang, played by Raen, took out and looked over the statement that she would be reading in front of the reporters today. That aside, Congressman Yang Han-sik must also be very anxious, since a past incident that had died down once before is about to resurface. Because the result of the last general election had been below his expectations. They'd also managed to win far less seats in Congress than they had expected to, so he's likely holding a grudge. How difficult, Ji Yang mentioned while looking out the window with her chin resting on her hand. Tae Min, who was sitting next to her, replied while fixing his glasses, that's just how politics is. No, I wasn't talking about that, Ji Yang said, as Raen smiled as relaxed as she possibly could. I meant that dealing with people is complicated. Despite it being a performance, Raen's words hit Se Min hard. They carried the depth of someone who had experienced the various hardships of life. Raen and Se Min went into script reading for the next scene right after they had finished shooting scene #12-2. There was no need to imbue emotions when script reading, it was enough to read them lightly just to get a feel for how the conversation would flow. However, Raen recited her lines in a tone and with expressions so real that people would think it was occurring in reality. Se Min smiled awkwardly and remarked, you don't have to immerse yourself that deeply when we're just script reading, Raen. They still had many more scenes to shoot for the day, so there was no need to waste energy from the morning by depleting their emotions like this. Now was a time to maintain a certain tempo. Raen regained her composure after apologizing to Se Min. Se Min smiled again and asked, you don't have to apologize. That aside, were you the kind of actress who often added emotions into their script reading? You're a little different from what I've heard. From what Se Min had heard, Raen was not. Ever since her dramas, her films one of a kind of girl and shuddered. Raen had never been the one to immerse herself into her script reading unless the other party did first. Despite that, she was the one to initiate it in this film. I sometimes forget that this is a film shoot. There were times when Raen excessively immersed herself in the settings of the film spokesperson, possibly because of her past experience. Raen replied while smiling, I think I'm just in the mood to immerse myself a bit more today. Oh, we all have those days. I've done so a few times as well. As Raen was making vague excuses for her excessive immersion, Shin Yubin came up to her with her smartphone. You're getting a call, Raen. Who's Miss Ma? A foreigner. Raen had saved Ma Yongjun's number as Miss Ma. Just an acquaintance, she answered. She then asked for their understanding to take the call, and moved as far away from the studio as possible so that others wouldn't hear her. Hello. Can you speak now? Yeah, go ahead. Raen had an idea of why Yongjun had called her. Did you find out anything about that woman Jo Seon? To put it simply, you were right about her. Raen knew it. She nodded in succession. Meanwhile, Yongjun continued his explanation. Firstly, I looked into the hospital where her parents apparently work at, but they have never worked there before. In the first place, it seems the fact that they are doctors is a lie. Are you sure? I sent a few of my men there to check just in case. I'm sure. Yongjun's information was always credible. He was not finished with information on Suyeon. I believe you said that woman ran a large accessory-related business. Yeah, that's right. Nov. L. B/JNN. Suyeon had told Raen when she had introduced herself that she had used the business funds provided by her parents to set up a huge cosmetics and accessory business that she had always been interested in. She had self-proclaimed to be a successful CEO, but there were more than just a few points of suspicion regarding that business as well. I personally visited the company that she is the CEO of, but what? There was nothing but a worn-down two-story building and empty planes surrounding it. A term popped up in Raen's head as soon as she heard Yongjun's explanation. So, she's a swindler. Her bad feeling had been right on the mark. She had finally uncovered Suyeon's true identity. She's been decorating herself as best she could and extorting money from a bunch of people who had invested in her. She's also been using that money to strengthen her connections. And I expect there are some big hots among them. She's indirectly connected to someone you'd be very interested in. Raen's eyebrows flinched. No way, Congressman Kim Han-Gyo. Bingo. She had simply investigated her older brother's girlfriend because she seemed suspicious, but she had never expected to catch such a big fish as a result. Raen visited Kang Hyek's home before going back to her own home after the shoot had finished. Only after pressing the doorbell over 10 times did Hyek belatedly open the front door. What is it, lil sis? What brings you here? He asked with half-closed eyes. Raen clicked her tongue. You're sleeping until this hour of the day when your little sister is working hard to make money. It's because I drank until late with my friends yesterday. Raen could tell he was telling the truth with the lingering smell of alcohol on him. She pinched her nose and sighed as she looked around her older brother's dark home. Clean up a little, will you? And throw this underwear away. How many times have you worn these for them to get so stretched out? Hayek was shocked to see his little sister nonchalantly touching his used underwear. Can you please at least pretend not to see stuff like that? Even if they were siblings, things like this were still embarrassing. Ian more or less managed to secure a place to sit. Hayek asked with a face devoid of energy, why did you come here without a word? I had something to ask you. Ask me what? How much do you know about Jo Soo-yeon? Ian asked. Soo-yeon? Well, as much as anyone else, I guess. Hayek likely did not know that Soo-yeon was a swindler. If he had known, then he would have never dated her. Soo-yeon's objective was clear, to get close to Ian through Hayek, and then get close to other celebrities through Ian. Ian was planning on telling her oblivious brother all of this. You'd better keep your distance from her, because... Hayek interrupted her before she had a chance to explain, you don't have to tell me. Then, he began to tell her what had occurred behind the scenes. Ian smiled bitterly as she returned to a dark home. Yiseo was sitting vacantly in the living room without the lights on despite the sun having set. Seeing her, Ian turned on the living room light, finally alerting Yiseo to Ian's presence. When did you get here? Just now. What were you doing in the dark like that? Just. Nothing. There was no way that was true. Yiseo had been in noticeably bad condition lately. Ian was certain that it was because Hayek had gotten a girlfriend. Plop. Ian sat down on the couch at a distance from Yiseo and let her know of news that she had just heard from her older brother. My appa broke up with that woman. Broke up? What do you mean? Exactly as it sounds. Hayek and Soo-yeon had ended up dating after the mood had turned romantic during their middle school alumni drinking gathering. However, Hayek had begun to see Soo-yeon in a different light during their third week of dating. She was a pathological liar and lived off of vanity. However, little affection that Hayek had left for her had disappeared because she had continued to beg him to help her get closer to Ian. Hence, Hayek had one-sidedly informed her of their breakup. That woman named Jo Soo-yeon didn't seem to be a good woman in my appa's eyes. Ian told the speechless Yiseo the best piece of advice that she could give, it's okay to muster up the courage at least once in life. Whether it be time or people, they won't wait for you forever. This was all that Ian could do for Yiseo. It was all up to her now. Ian sighed deeply as she had barely managed to wake up at 4:30 a.m. The worst part about this entertainment world life is the inconsistent daily routine. She had been able to wake up and go to work at a consistent pattern when she used to be a bodyguard, but she had not been able to at all ever since becoming a celebrity. Her routine changed based on her schedule for the day, and today was no different. Since they had a film shoot scheduled in the middle of the city where people frequented, they needed to finish the shoot as early in the day as possible. Due to this, she had to wake up earlier than she had wanted. Ian got on her knees and stretched her arms upward with the sound of joints cracking. She then bent over and raised her butt, getting into a cat pose. Her loose sleepwear slid down her back from her movements, exposing her slender arched back. She fixed her sleepwear back and combed her disheveled hair with her fingers. It's too cold to sleep naked lately. Summer had passed, making way for the chilly autumn. Ian recalled sleeping in her underwear last week and waking up while sneezing. She barely dragged herself out of bed and walked to the bathroom. Before that, her gaze shifted to the living room to see Yiseo staring at her smartphone while sitting on the couch. It was obvious that, you didn't sleep? Ian asked. Yiseo noticed Ian only after she had called out to her. Yeah, I couldn't sleep. You're up early. I forced myself awake because I have an early morning shoot today. I see, Yiseo slurred as she got up from the couch. Should I make you a quick snack? No, it's okay. Miss Manager will buy me something, so I can just eat that on the car ride there. More importantly, Ian approached Yiseo with long strides, getting a bit too close for comfort. Yiseo stepped back before she realized it. What is it? She asked in a fluster. Stay still. Ian put her arms around Yiseo's waist so that she couldn't run away. They were around the same height, so their eye levels were also the same. Yiseo had never been this close to Ian before, so her face turned as red as a tomato. Her beauty was still too radiant to look at directly early in the morning. Ian checked Yiseo's face with her large blinking eyes and said, your eyes are bloodshot. You haven't slept a wink, have you? Yiseo nodded. It felt like she shouldn't lie in such a situation. Ian sighed. What are you worried about this time? She had thought there was no longer any need to worry since Jo Soo-yeon was out of the equation, but the result had been completely different from what she had expected from Yiseo. Ian did not fully understand a maiden's heart, so she decided to ask the person directly. Are you nervous that he'll get another girlfriend? Yiseo's face reddened again. That's not it, but just confess your feelings to him. Ian also knew that Yiseo liked Hayek. I'm sure that guy won't turn a girl like you down. You're pretty and have a great personality, so have more confidence in yourself and confess to him. A girl like Yiseo had many things going for her, and she was a great match for Ian's slightly slovenly older brother. Ian would be relieved to have Yiseo take care of Hayek, and she also personally hoped for them to get together. However, I'm still not sure if I really should confess. Ian held in her sigh from seeing Yiseo's complex emotion. Nov. L.B//JNN. I'm not sure either. She was not sure about how a maiden's heart operated, and what love was. Let's get ready for scene number 15. Stand by. Roll cameras. Ready. Action. Raein watched from behind the cameras as the other actors acted out the scene. She stared blankly at them with her chin resting on her hand. Ji Hansok approached her and asked, "Is something on your mind lately?" It was rare to see Raein in a daze on set, so Hansok couldn't help but worry since it had been going on for several days. Raein answered with an awkward smile, "No, nothing much." Really? Hansok was unexpectedly very good at reading people based on their expressions. He was in the same line of business as his grandfather, so this skill of his had been unintentionally polished as he attended meetings with buyers. Hence, he could tell that Raein had lied to him. "I won't tell a soul, so you can confide in me," he remarked. Raein knew that Hansok was a considerably tight-lipped person even without him telling her. He was definitely not the kind of person to go around blabbering other people's secrets. Raein held in her sigh and asked as she stared fixedly at him, "What do you think about love, Sunbi?" Love. Hansok had never expected the word love to come out of Raein's mouth. Love, huh? Could it be why you found someone you like? Hansok's heart beat rapidly. It was not out of joy, but out of anxiety that Raein might have fallen in love with someone other than him. The anxiety was killing him. "Not me, but my friend who I live with seems to have found a guy that she likes." "Oh, you're talking about that high school classmate of yours, right?" "Yes." Although Hansok had never met Iseo in person, he had knowledge of her. He sighed in relief after finding out that Raein had not fallen in love. Raein continued to talk about what was on her mind without caring about whatever was on Hansok's mind. "The person that she likes recently broke up with his girlfriend, so I thought she would go right ahead and confess her feelings to him, but she's been doing nothing but hesitating. And you've been like this because you feel frustrated about that, I see." "Yes, exactly." If Raein had been in Iseo's shoes, she would have confessed in a heartbeat, but Iseo had not been able to. "This is just my assumption, but your friend is an extremely cautious person, right?" Hansok asked. "Yes, I guess you could say that. The cautious types can't help but be passive in terms of progressing in a relationship. Confessions might look very easy, but to the two people involved, it's a once-in-a-lifetime event. It may simply be a switch in relationship from acquaintances to lovers, but the change that follows is a very large one. Their feelings, actions, manner of speaking and expression would change overnight. Hence Hansok had described love and confessions as a once-in-a-lifetime event. It means they'll become like family, or something even more than that, doesn't it? That's why I think it's normal to be hesitant to reveal one's feelings to someone else." Raein had never once truly loved someone before. She found Hansok's serious advice rather unexpected. "You seem to have a lot of dating experience, Sunbi," she said. Hansok coughed repeatedly as if something had gotten caught in his throat. "And no, I wouldn't say a lot. It's okay. I know guys like you are extremely popular with the ladies." Hansok was tall, handsome, rich, smart, and most of all, he was very kind to women. Even men would expect him to be popular with women. "But I already have someone that I truly like," Hansok exclaimed. "And who is that?" Raein asked. He was speechless. The words weren't able to leave his mouth, even when the target of his love was right in front of him. No, this might actually be an opportunity. The one that I like is. All he had to say was one word, you. However, he had been met with terrible timing. "Hansok, please get ready for the next scene." "Huh? Oh, yes. Understood." Hansok reluctantly got up from his seat. "I'll tell you when I get the chance next time, Raein." "Okay, Sunbi." Raein took out her smartphone as she watched Hansok force his legs to move. She was getting a call from Ma Youngjun. "I'm about to investigate that Jo Suyeon woman again. Should I focus on how she's connected to Congressman Kim Han-Gyo? She probably isn't connected only to Congressman Kim. I'm sure there will be several other high-level figures involved with her, so try to find that out as well." "All right, I will." Weaknesses were an excellent chip for negotiation. Raein was planning on using Suyeon to plant a massive bomb in the political world. Right as Youngjun was about to hang up. "One more thing, mister. Have you ever thought about what love is?" Youngjun remained silent for exactly 30 seconds, and then barely managed to open his mouth to say, "I think you've chosen the wrong person to ask." "Yeah, me too." Raein shouldn't have bothered asking. Raein made plans with her two friends Nhajurin and Choi Aromi, who could at least give her normal romance advice, while on her way home. Not only were they very close to both her and Iseo, but they were also all the same age. Raein was sure that they would be able to weigh in on the topic of love that she was unaccustomed to. Raein decided to leave out the fact that Iseo liked Hyuk as she made the plans with the two girls. It'd be better for Iseo herself to tell them later. She had simply made plans to have a meal together with them. Raein said to Shin Yubin after getting out of the car, "Thank you very much, Miss Manager. Have a safe trip home." "All right. I'll see you next week." "Okay." Raein turned around after watching Yubin's car getting farther away for a while. An unfamiliar pair of sneakers caught her attention once she arrived at her home. Hyuk waved at her from the living room. "Welcome back, lil sis. Why are you here this time? I thought I'd have dinner with you." Iseo came out of the kitchen just in time and awkwardly waved at her. "Go get changed, Raein. Dinner's almost ready." "Okay." Raein narrowed her eyes at her older brother before going into her room. He has no idea how Iseo feels. Her older brother looked rather detestable today. Raein, Hyuk and Iseo sat down at the table together for dinner. R.A. Hayek took a sip of the soybean paste stew. I'm sure the man who marries Yiseo will be happy for life. Wouldn't you agree? He expressed. Unlike Yiseo, whose face had become as red as a tomato, R.A. gave him a death glare. Go die in a hole, moron. R.A. Hayek had been insulted for a compliment. Kong R.A. usually allotted her time to the fitness center or Lavanche on days that she did not have a film shoot scheduled, but she had more important plans for today. Two women waved at R.A. with bright expressions once she entered the cafe. R.A. over here. Choi Aromi and Na Jyorin, her two former high school classmates, pointed at the chair across from them. People were already beginning to recognize her despite having worn glasses and a mask, but none of them requested selfies or autographs from her, they simply greeted her. Aromi and Jyorin, who were witnessing the change in their high school friend's status, expressed their satisfaction as if it was happening to them. Our Raian has gotten so famous. Yeah, far more than back in high school. Not just that, she's gotten even prettier. She's gotten way cuter too. Raian couldn't agree that she had gotten cuter, but she decided to leave that aside and get straight to the point. I asked you guys to come today because of none other than Yiseo. Raian did not know much about love. She had never truly loved anyone even when she was a man, much less after she had turned into a woman. Hence, she had ended up requesting advice from Aromi, who had become a romance expert after dating several men, and Jyorin, who could provide unbiased opinions. However, Jyorin interrupted, it's about Yiseo liking your older brother, right? Cough, cough. Raian was so shocked by Jyorin that her next words had gotten caught in her throat. She had not told the two of them anything yet, so she wondered how Jyorin could have possibly found out. Did you learn mind reading or something in the time I haven't seen you? Raian asked. Of course not, Jyorin strongly refuted. Aromi nodded from next to her and pointed out Raian's incorrect deduction. Jyorin is too busy with her boyfriend lately that she probably doesn't even have time to learn stuff like that? Raian was shocked for a second time. Aromi aside, she couldn't believe that Jyorin had gotten a boyfriend as well. Really? Who? A university classmate? Or did you meet him on a blind date? Both are wrong. It's someone you know very well, Raian, Aromi remarked while sending Jyorin a sly look, to which Jyorin sent her a reproaching look in return. She's dating Han-Gyo. Sound familiar? Raian nodded. She knew him very well. Kim Han-Gyo was Choi Sang-woon's best friend. They used to play basketball and go to the PC room all the time. How did you guys end up dating? She asked. You see, thwack. As Aromi was about to get into the details, Jyorin's elbow strongly dug into Aromi's left side. Stop it. It's embarrassing. Raian had never seen Jyorin's embarrassed face even in high school. She felt like she was witnessing a fascinating sight. I never knew she could make a face like that. Raian had not been able to meet up with her friends as much as back in high school, so such sights felt very unfamiliar to her. Jyorin continued from where they had left off. Yiseo also asked us for advice too. She said that she likes R.A. Hayek Appa, but doesn't know what to do because he had gotten a girlfriend. That's how we know. When was this? Raian asked. It hasn't been that long. Around 3 days ago, I think. They had found out later than Raian. Yiseo mentioned that you told her it's okay to muster up the courage at least once in life. I did. She seemed to have taken that deeply to heart. She was also curious about what we thought of the situation. Raian was glad that Yiseo had taken her words to heart. However, there was a problem. She mentioned not having been able to get the proper chance. A chance for what? To put it simply, she can't find the right timing to confess. In the first place, Yiseo and Kang R.A. Hayek were rarely alone together. They were not siblings like R.A. Hayek was to Raian. Raian thought deeply with arms folded, and then seemed to have come to a resolution. Then I'll make one for her. She decided to do what she could for the sake of her friend. Yiseo had never once in her life harbored romantic feelings for a man until now. R.A. Hayek was her first love. However, your first love being an unrequited one is a lot harder than I thought. She had heard from Raian not long ago that R.A. Hayek had broken up with his girlfriend. She found herself somewhat pathetic for being even the slightest bit happy at the time. It's not like R.A. Hayek Appa and I will get together just because he broke up with his girlfriend. If she was happy about one thing, it was that R.A. Hayek did not seem very sad after breaking things off with his girlfriend. He had become single, but he was so popular with the ladies that the vacant seat next to him could be filled at any moment by another woman. The anxiety that came with that thought kept her uneasy. As Yiseo was thinking about what to do, a call on her phone caught her attention. Raian. She had gotten a call from Raian, who had mentioned that she would be meeting a friend. Hello, are you home right now? Me? Yeah. Why? Did you forget something? Do you want me to get it for you? No, nothing like that. What about Yijun? He'll be home soon. Then I guess I'll have to call him or something. Huh? Why? Raian continued to speak incomprehensibly. My Appa told me that he's almost at our house. Yijun and I will be back around dinner time, so make good use of this chance. Make good use of it? What do you mean? I'm sure you know exactly what I mean, don't you? Yiseo was not dim-wit. Raian was doing her best to give her and R.A. Hayek some alone time, because, tell him exactly how you feel. That moronic Appa of mine is the most dense man in the world, so he won't get it unless you give it to him straight. Yiseo swallowed her saliva due to the unannounced arrival of a chance to confess her feelings. If it's too much for you, then you can just send him back after talking with him like usual. The choice is entirely up to you. Rain was not thinking of criticizing Yiseo in the slightest, even if she were to waste the chance that she had provided her. Rain had given her a push on the back, but only Yiseo was able to decide whether to use that momentum to push forward, or to remain in place. Rain left her precious friend one final message before hanging up. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Do your best. I'll be rooting for you. A momentary silence engulfed Yiseo after the call had ended. Ding dong. Just then, the sound of the doorbell caused Yiseo's small shoulders to flinch. She took a deep breath in and out, and slowly rose from her seat. Her expression had completely changed. She said to herself before opening the door, "Thanks, Rain." Hayek said in exasperation after gulping down the coffee that Yiseo had given him, "I came here after my little sister said she had something to say to me, but she's nowhere in sight." He had come because he had thought that Rain would give him the new stock trading information that she regularly gave him, but she was nowhere to be found. Yiseo replied as she sat down across from him, "She said she won't be too late, so you don't have to worry." "Well, I'm not worried. Rain has bodyguards far more reliable than me by her side, 24/7. No, you're plenty reliable yourself, Appa." Yiseo had not said this to make Hayek feel better, she had simply told him how she truly felt after watching over him all this time. Of course, he was not as good at fighting as Ma Yongjun, nor was he extremely talented at making money, or extraordinarily smart. Despite all that, there was one thing that stood him out among everyone else. After all, you treat your family with great care. There was one thing that Yiseo was occasionally envious of Rain, and that was her older brother. The thought of how nice it would be to have an older brother like Hayek might have turned into feelings of love. Hayek felt embarrassed since he had never had such a serious conversation with Yiseo like this before. "In any case, thanks for always being a dependable friend to my little sister. To be honest with you, Rain had been super rebellious ever since our mother passed away. Dad and I tried to take care of her as best we could, but we weren't able to help with her troubles as best as we wanted to since we were both men. I honestly still feel sorry about that for Rain to this very day." Hayek was always thankful to Yiseo for staying as Rain's friend in that turmoil. "Feel free to let me know anytime if you ever come to need my help. I'll help you in any way possible as thanks." Yiseo's face began to redden as a result of what Hayek said. "Then, could I ask you for a favor?" "What is it?" "Just say the words," Hayek confidently answered while pounding his chest several times with his fist. Yiseo nodded slightly and did her absolute best to open her mouth after swallowing her saliva several times. "I'd like you to hear me out." "Hear you out? Is there something on your mind that you want to share?" Hayek asked. "Yes. To be honest, there's someone that I've liked for a while now." Hayek could sense a romance consultation coming. Although his dating experiences only consisted of quick break-ups and painful memories, they were dating experiences nonetheless. Hence, he got ready to hear Yiseo out as a senior in life. However, not even he had been able to predict what came next out of Yiseo's mouth. "I like you, Appa." Seo Yijun could not understand Rain's actions in the slightest. "Telling me that I'm not allowed to go home all of a sudden. Did something happen? You're so noisy. Just shut up and stay still." Rain couldn't even bother to explain to him. She expected the situation to have more or less been wrapped up, so she went back home with Yijun, who had been prohibited from going back home after having gone to the convenience store for a quick second. "You're finally back." Hayek had come out of the elevator that they were waiting to come down to their floor. Rain flinched in surprise from the unexpected appearance of her brother. "How did it go?" she asked. Hearing that, Hayek was immediately able to deduce that all of this had been his little sister's plan. "Yiseo confessed to me." Yiseo had chosen to make good use of the chance that Rain had given her. The most shocked out of them was, of course, Yijun. "Am my sister. To you, Hyung?" he asked. "Yeah. And what did you say?" Yijun was asking about the most important thing, Hayek's answer. Hayek finally opened his mouth after some hesitation. "The thing is," Kong Hayek answered as he scratched his head in embarrassment, "I told her that I can't give her a proper answer yet." "In other words, you put it off?" Kong Rain asked. "Yeah, basically." Rain gave her older brother a glare and expressed, "That's the worst choice you could have made." Whether it be acceptance or refusal, Rain was a firm believer of making clear-cut decisions. However, Hayek had not been able to do that. "What don't you like about Yiseo?" "I don't dislike her. Rather, she's so amazing that she'd be wasted on me." "Then why did you give her a half-assed answer like that?" Well, Rain couldn't understand why Hayek did not accept Yiseo's confession despite having such a positive opinion of her. If she had been in Hayek's shoes, she would have said yes in a heartbeat. That was how great of a friend and girlfriend material Yiseo was. Hence, Rain was severely disappointed in Hayek. Hayek smiled lifelessly. "Because I don't think it was the right time to give her my answer. I'll tell you why I gave her such an answer when the time comes." He had put off yet another answer. Rain sighed massively. Yiseo smiled at Rain as soon as Rain came home. Despite not getting the answer that she had wanted, her expression was so bright that her past gloomy expression was nowhere in sight. "Thanks, Rain. I was able to find out how Hayek Appa truly felt thanks to you. There was something that Rayan was dying to ask Yiseo. What did that guy say to you? He didn't refuse or accept your confession, right? Yeah. We talked a lot, so it's a bit difficult to summarize in just a few sentences. That's okay. I have all the time in the world today. Seo Yijun prepared to take a seat because he also wanted to know what was going on, but Yiseo stopped him before he could. You go somewhere else. Me? Why? Can't I listen too? I'll tell you next time, so go to your room. Yijun tried to resist to the bitter end despite his older sister's refusal, but do as Yiseo says, Rayan ordered. Yijun had no choice but to leave as Yiseo said with just a word from Rayan. Rayan kept silent until Yijun went into his room. Does it have something to do with Yijun? She asked. To be exact, it has more to do with you than him, Yiseo replied. Me. Rayan was surprised to hear that she herself was deeply rooted in the relationship between Yiseo and Hayek. Although she was the one who had created the chance for the confession, she had been involved in their decision far more than she had expected. Turning back time to when Hayek and Yiseo were alone together, Hayek was shocked at first to hear Yiseo's surprise confession. How long have you harbored such feelings for me? He was curious about the time period. Yiseo's face turned as red as a tomato. When I first saw you, I did think that you were handsome, but I only began to see you as a man once I became an adult. Not only was Hayek handsome, but he also had a great personality. As Yiseo discovered more and more about what kind of person Hayek was, she began to see him as something more than just a handsome appa. And then, it did not take her long to realize that this feeling was love. Hayek softly sighed and immediately said, I didn't realize at all. I'm sorry I put you through so much pain. He had a pretty rough idea of how hard unrequited love was for the person involved. And no, I was the one who one-sidedly fell in love with you. Yiseo did not want Hayek to feel sorry. She then smiled bitterly. I've actually wanted to confess to you for a while now, but I've been keeping my feelings secret because I knew you would turn me down. You thought I would turn you down? Hayek asked. Yes. Why? Just a hunch. Yiseo also possessed the extremely sharp feminine intuition that his little sister displayed from time to time. However, she had not been able to completely foresee how Hayek would have answered. I wouldn't have turned you down. Then and now, there aren't many women as amazing as you around me, Hayek said. He then quenched his thirst with the beverage that Yiseo had given him and asked, do you know what my standards for women are? I'm not sure. Come to think of it, Yiseo had never heard about Hayek's preferences for women. I like women that my little sister has taken a liking to, he answered. In terms of that, there was no woman better for him than Yiseo. However, despite all that, I can't really give you a proper answer right now. Do you have a reason why? Yiseo asked. I do, Hayek answered as he pointed at a certain room. It was the one that Yijun was temporarily using. You know that Yijun has feelings for Rayan, right? Yes. There was no way that she wouldn't know. Considering even Hayek had noticed, it was impossible for Yiseo not to have noticed. My little sister seems to have taken quite a liking to him as well. But of course, I'm not sure if those feelings of hers stem from affection for him as a man, or simply just as a younger guy who's nice to have around. Whichever it was, and however the probability for each of them were, it honestly did not matter to Hayek. If you and I end up dating, their relationship will get complicated. That's why I want to confirm the nature of their relationship first. Hence, Hayek had decided to put off his answer. I'm sorry, Yiseo. No, it's okay. Finding out that you see me in such a good light is more than enough for me. Like she had just said, her expression had become miles brighter than earlier. Whatever answer you come to, I will always like you, Appa. What's so good about someone like me? You're a truly good person, Appa. I feel it every time I see the way you look at Rayan. Once his little sister was mentioned, Hayek briefly brought up a past story while fiddling with his empty cup. You don't know why I go so far for Rayan, do you? No, since Rayan almost never talks about herself. But in truth, Rayan was not able to talk about her past because she had no memory of it. Hayek smiled bitterly and mentioned, you know that our mother passed away when Rayan was super young, right? Yiseo silently nodded. This was back when Rayan was still in elementary school. Braids were all the rage among her classmates at the time, but children at that age can't help but be bad at braiding, right? Yes, I was 2 at that age. That's why I had my mom teach me several ti. Yiseo couldn't finish her sentence. Meanwhile, Hayek smiled in sorrow as he observed her response. Our dad and I had no idea how to braid hair. That's just how men are, you know? So, Rayan would spend hours in front of a mirror, trying to do it on her own. Seeing his little sister doing that, Hayek felt as if his heart was being torn apart. He couldn't help but be overwhelmed with sorrow as his little sister was struggling by herself, while all her friends were having their hair braided by their mothers. That's why I asked the girls in my class at the time to teach me, albeit badly, to do it for Rayan. And then, Hayek had sat little Rayan in front of him and clumsily but diligently, braided her hair from behind her. You have no idea how much I cried back then. In any case, I decided from that day onwards that if it's for that girl, if it's for my little sister, I would do anything. After that day, Hayek's life had begun to revolve around his little sister Kong Rayan. Embarrassment belatedly swept over him, and he began to fiddle around with his empty cup even more. Don't tell Rayan about this, okay? JNN. Okay, Appa. After hearing that, Yiseo once again realized why she had fallen in love with Arahayek. Yiseo felt bad for Arahayek, but she told Arayan exactly what she had heard from him. She wanted to let Arayan know how much her older brother cared for her, no matter what. Arayan fell into deep thought as she was told of an untold episode of Kong Arayan's past. For God's sake, that guy. He should focus on taking care of himself. Arayan sounded harsh, but her expression was one that did not hate it. She also knew that Arahayek's love for his little sister was well above those of other families, but she had never expected his love to be this strong. Their mother's death had strengthened their bond even more. Then I just have to reveal how I feel about Yijun, and problem solved, right? Arayan mentioned. Do you know why your appa asked me not to tell you about what we talked about? Yiseo asked. Because he was embarrassed. Because he knew you would force yourself to make a hasty decision like this if I did. That's why we decided to take enough time for you to come to a decision on your own. At this moment, Arayan had no intention of dating a man, since she had been a man herself once. However, Arahayek and Yiseo had no idea about this. Hence, they had decided to take enough time for her to organize her feelings. You don't have to force a decision for my sake. Appa and I decided not to be swayed by other women or men while we wait. There existed many different forms of relationships between men and women. Although Arahayek and Yiseo's relationship had not blossomed into what she had wanted it to, it was something for the two people involved to decide. She was in no place to meddle with it. The best she could do was to honor their decision. Arayan shifted her gaze to Yijun's room. There were many men in her life, not just Yijun Ji Hansok, Jae-woon, Min Se Min, Choi Sang-woon, and etc. What a pain. It was a situation that any woman would be envious of, but Arayan was not happy in the slightest. Relationships between those of the opposite sex were extremely complex. This did not apply only to the relationship between Arahayek and Yiseo. Technically speaking, Arayan's situation was far more complex. She was tangled in all sorts of relationships, but one thing that was for sure was that the feelings of every man around her were heading toward her as the last stop. It's not like I went around tempting them on purpose. Arayan unconsciously clicked her tongue. She was not wrong, but there was one thing that she wasn't aware of. There existed many different kinds of temptations in this world, and exuding her charms here and there was also a form of temptation. Whack! The golf ball was hit with a clean impact sound and flew forward in a beautiful arc. The people watching Kim Han-Gyo's tee shot from behind him exclaimed as if they had been waiting for it. Great shot. As expected of Congressman Kim, your skills haven't rusted a bit. Han-Gyo, who had come to a golf course for a change of pace, clicked his tongue as he stared at his ball that had fallen short of the green. He handed his club to his caddy and got on the golf cart with the others to move to where their balls had landed. On the drive there, one of the young politicians that supported Han-Gyo cautiously brought up a sensitive topic. It's very unfortunate what happened with the Jo Soo-yeon case. Jo Soo-yeon was an extraordinary swindler who had impacted the financial, entertainment, and even the political world. Her deeds had been exposed by a certain reporter. Did reporter Ahn Sujin have a part in this as well? Yes, she was the one who published the article. How in the world does that Ahn Sujin woman get all of this information? Could she be a helper of the masked woman that Congressman Kim had mentioned? Who knows? Han-Gyo had once again been brought up as a topic of gossip due to the Jo Soo-yeon incident. He of course was not as closely connected to her compared to other people. He had simply had a meal with her once. However, he was such an influential figure that just a simple meal had become a huge deal. The Jo Soo-yeon case had stirred Korea yet again. Han-Gyo walked to where his ball had landed once the golf cart stopped. He confidently got into position after changing his club. There's no need to be muddled over every single trivial incident like this. We've all survived in this dirty world of politics for a long time. Don't even give a storm this light the time of day and wait until it blows over. However, he couldn't just continue to take this lying down. Whack! The golf ball flew as if it slightly jumped in the air and rapidly rolled toward the hole. It just barely missed it, but it was extremely close to it now. Not everything goes the way you want it to. Such is life. Han-Gyo did not let the chance to score a birdie go. There is no such thing as a plan that can't go wrong. What's more important is being bold enough to completely modify the plan and go in an entirely different direction. The golf ball rolled into the hole as if it was being pulled in by it. Incidents had occurred one by one after the appearance of the mysterious woman who knew all of Han-Gyo's secrets. He did not know who the woman was, but he would absolutely not take this lying down. Hence, he decided to be bold like he had mentioned just now. Secretary Jang. Yes, Congressman, his secretary energetically answered. Han-Gyo fixed his hat and said with a meaningful smile, I'll have to meet some people. Set a schedule. There was one more person who had realized that there were times when things did not go to plan. Kang Arayan softly sighed in disappointment. She had come to know why Kang Arahayek cared so much for her after hearing about the past of this body's former owner from Seo Yiseo. Even so, it doesn't really move me that deeply since it isn't about me. Since Arahayek had put off his answer instead of completely turning down Yiseo's confession, there was still a chance for them to get together in the end. If there was a problem, it was me. Arayan sighed once again. Yijun happened to come out of the shower just in time and wiped the remaining moisture from his hair with a towel. Nuna, you should get someone to take a look at the boiler. The hot water gets interrupted from time to time. Rayan continued to stay deep in thought despite Yi-jun having called out to her. Nuna. He approached her, worried about if something was bothering her. Just then, Rayan snatched Yi-jun's wrist. Whoa. His surprise only lasted for a moment. He was forcibly sat down on the couch before he had realized it, and Rayan immediately got on top of him. He had suddenly been pinned under Rayan, but he did not think she was heavy in the slightest. Instead, a different emotion had taken charge of his mind. And Nuna, what are you? Co Yi-jun. Rayan brought her face right up to Yi-jun's, to the point that they could feel each other's breaths. Yi-jun's heart beat faster. Do you still like me? Yi-jun gulped. Be like. What do you? I'm asking you if you see me as a woman. Do you think about stuff like embracing and kissing me when you look at me? Yi-jun was unable to keep himself together from Rayan's questions that were on the verge of breaking the PG rating. He had not properly confessed his feelings to Rayan yet. He had tried multiple times, but every single time, he either ran out of courage or was interrupted by bad timing. He thought this could be his chance, but something bothered him before that. Just what did you hear from my sister? There was only one reason why Rayan would suddenly do something like this, and it was the conversation that she had with Yi-seo 1 hour ago. Yi-jun was sure that their conversation had triggered Rayan's sudden change in behavior. His expectation had not been wrong. Rayan sighed and leaned away from Yi-jun. You won't get another chance like this, she declared. It's okay, Nuna. I'll get an even better opportunity next time. Are you sure about that? Yes. I'll make it so. Yi-jun did not want the storm of emotions in his head to affect his feelings as well. He was planning on confessing to Rayan exactly how he felt about her when he wanted to be truly honest with himself. As their weird confrontation was happening, Yi-seo's eyes popped out as she belatedly noticed what they were doing after coming out to the living room. What are you two doing? Rayan was sitting on top of Yi-jun, who had been forced on the couch. She shook her hand like it was no big deal and got off of Yi-jun. I was disciplining your dishonest little brother. Yi-jun laughed in his head. If this was discipline, he would welcome it anytime. Rayan had a scene with Wang Jae-wong playing Ying Han-sik, a character based off of Kim Han-gyo, scheduled today. Rayan huddled herself up while using a hand warmer before the scene. It's so damn cold. It had not been cold at all during the shuttered film shoots since they had taken place in the spring and summer, but they had to fight through the cold since the spokesperson film shoots were taking place in the winter. Rayan had not been very sensitive to heat nor cold in her days as a man, but she had become extremely sensitive to changes in temperature after becoming a woman. The cold aside, the dryness is also annoying. Rayan couldn't forget to tint her lips often. She closely examined her lips with a compact mirror to see if they were chapped anywhere. She closed the compact mirror and chuckled in dejection at what she had just done. No one would doubt that I'm a woman at this point. Rayan felt an inexplicable sense of shame whenever she did anything feminine. As she was spending time in her waiting room, she heard a knock on the door and it slowly opened. It was Ma Youngjun, who had accompanied Rayan to the set as her bodyguard. What is it? Do you have something to tell me? Rayan asked. Youngjun nodded and brought up a scoop that had stirred every single news channel in Korea not long ago. It's about the Jo Soo-yeon case. No, to be more specific, it's about Congressman Kim Han-gyo. What about him? Rayan scowled just from hearing the name. What Youngjun said next was not very concrete. I hear he's been meeting a very large number of people lately n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Han-gyo was acting in a way very different from what he had shown thus far. Whenever there was some sort of trouble, he had always dealt with it through concealment or silence, aka Operation Let the Storm Pass. Han-gyo believed that although the public was in an uproar now, his problems would be buried by another massive scoop uncovered down the road. He would wait for people to naturally forget before gradually showing himself again, and he abstained from any official activities in the meantime. However, Han-gyo's actions lately, which Youngjun had detected, was the complete opposite of his usual pattern. Rather than hiding, he was showing himself in public even more often than usual. What is that old snake planning now? Rayan couldn't tell for sure since Han-gyo had never acted this way in the future that she knew. Youngjun had one more piece of information for her that she couldn't ignore. Chairman Ji was among the people that he had come into contact with. Chairman Ji? You're talking about Chairman Ji of Dudam Group, right? Rayan asked. Yeah. Han-gyo and Chairman Ji had turned their backs on each other entirely, but they would suddenly meet? Anyone could tell that it was suspicious. Did Kim Han-gyo suggest the meeting first? There's no way that Chairman Ji contacted him first. I assume so. Her head was already in enough of a jumble from the issue with Yi-seo and Hyuk, so it felt like she had been given several times more things to think about with the addition of Congressman Kim's change in behavior. This is all because of that Jo Soo-yeon woman. Soo-yeon had been the trigger for both incidents. Considering that, she was quite an impressive woman. She might have made it considerably big if she had been left to be, but of course, in a bad way. Well, okay. Keep watch on Congressman Kim just in case. And make me a list of anyone else that he meets from now on and give it to me, Raeu said. Understood. Also, there's something else. Rayan felt like she was getting a considerable amount of information to process today, but Youngjun's final item on the agenda was not very important in her perspective. If it's okay with you, could you get me autographs from Rita and Han-Gyo when you can? Rita Sunbi and Gyo? Why? Because I'm a fan of theirs, Youngjun said in embarrassment that did not match his massive build. Rayan chuckled as she looked at the middle-aged idol fan. Sure. I'll get them for you when I see them next time. Yongjun's mouth blossomed into a smile, which one seldom witnessed. Chairman Ji was put in a bad mood from the morning. There was only one reason why. Kim Han-Gyo asked to meet me. Yes, Chairman. Chairman Ji wondered if the sun had risen from the west today when he had gotten the report this morning. That was how unbelievable it was. Why? I'm sure he has a reason to want to meet me. I was not able to get it. I asked, but he kept giving vague answers about it being business-related. That's his usual excuse. Kim Han-Gyo was like this all the time. He was the kind of person who would nonchalantly arrive at meetings and then begin to talk about something that they had not planned on discussing. His secretive nature was one of the many things Chairman Ji did not like about Han-Gyo. What will you do, Chairman? The chairman simply answered, he wants to meet, so I guess I could humor him. He decided to hear him out for now. Chairman Ji arrived at the considerably deserted lake park that Congressman Kim asked to meet at. He stood silently in the rain while staring at the scenery, gloomily overcast by rain clouds. His secretary, who was holding the umbrella for the chairman, looked to his right. He's here, Chairman. Chairman Ji looked in the direction that his secretary was looking. Han-Gyo, his chauffeur, and two men that seemed to be bodyguards showed themselves. Chairman Ji remarked while smiling meaningfully, not only did you call me out here on a rainy day, you even brought bodyguards with you? What are you planning? The excessively open location of their meeting aside, it was highly suspicious that Han-Gyo had brought bodyguards to a meeting between friends. Han-Gyo laughed heartily as he was asked two questions at once. It's been quite a while, old friend. You seem to have a lot of questions for me. Can you blame me? Chairman Ji replied. His words carried several different implications. It took only a moment for Han-Gyo's laugh to turn into a sigh. If we meet indoors, there's a risk of the place being bugged. That had been how the Kim Chi-yeol incident was exposed. Han-Gyo's answer to the second question was just as simple. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. And I feel like there has been someone targeting me lately. Are you talking about the masked woman that you've been parroting lately? Basically. The rainfall grew heavier as time passed. Chairman Ji said while narrowing his eyes at Han-Gyo, get to the point before it starts raining heavier. Han-Gyo also preferred not to stay here longer than he needed to. He asked, what do you think about joining forces with me again? An alliance proposition, that was Han-Gyo's main objective for meeting Chairman Ji today. Chairman Ji feigned a laugh. You want to make up after you backstabbed me first. There is no such thing as eternal friends or foes. Friends can become foes, and vice versa, based on the situation. To Han-Gyo, words like loyalty and friendship were nothing but absurd notions. He was an immaculately calculative man. He judged people based on whether or not they would be of use to him. That was how he maintained his list of connections. Chairman Ji had known for a long time that this was exactly how Han-Gyo operated, so he did not even feel an ounce of disappointment. He had always been this kind of person. However, there was one thing on Chairman Ji's mind. That masked woman must really have you on your toes. Even if other people slandered and criticized Han-Gyo, asking him if he thought he was in some sort of drama or if he was already seeing things, Chairman Ji knew that he was not lying. Chairman Ji of all people knew that Han-Gyo was not the kind of person to make up such an absurd lie. Han-Gyo nodded to acknowledge Chairman Ji's sharp assumption. A new enemy has appeared, so I'm thinking of focusing on eliminating that woman first before doing anything else. That masked woman must know a considerable number of your secrets. Han-Gyo did not express a response in any way to that question. His tendency to never say anything that would disadvantage him had not changed. Chairman Ji softly smiled. He did not immediately give an answer to Han-Gyo's alliance proposition. Han-Gyo, who had been staring at him, suddenly mentioned, I heard you've been actively backing other congresspersons. Like Congresswoman Hong Oh-yeon, for example. Chairman Ji had ended up becoming the sponsor of congresspersons standing against Han-Gyo. The most important thing that a member of the National Assembly needed for their activities was money, and Chairman Ji had lots of it. His assistance couldn't be any more reliable for Congresswoman Hong and the figures supporting her. Additionally, Vice President Park Hee-woo of TP Entertainment also seems to be assisting them, Han-Gyo remarked. I believe there is someone who has connected you to them, Han-Gyo deduced. His eyes then suddenly turned sharper. Is that someone Miss Kang Rayan? Kang Rayan was the only celebrity among the group of businesspersons and politicians. Han-Gyo couldn't help but view her as the one who had brought them all together, since she was the only one in a different position among them. Not just that, Rayan was the only one who had connections with Chairman Ji, Park Hee-woo, and Congresswoman Hong Oh-yeon separately for a while. Han-Gyo would naturally suspect her. However, Chairman Ji answered Han-Gyo's preposterous question, why in the world would Rayan bring us together? My grandson likes her. That's why I take her around on purpose. He purposefully covered for Rayan's identity, but Han-Gyo did not lower his suspicions despite his strong denial. Seeds of doubt were not removed so easily. Well, that's not what I've come to talk about today, Han-Gyo retracted first. Like he had said, he had asked to meet Chairman Ji only to bring him to his side, not to question him about Rayan. Do you need time to give me an answer? As Chairman Ji was about to open his mouth, they suddenly heard rustling noises from the nearby thicket. Han-Gyo nodded to his two bodyguards, who then simultaneously jumped in. Fuck. Ma Young-jun and Park Du-cheol, who had been in hiding, clicked their tongues. Who are you? Stop right there. The bodyguards were right on their tails. Youngjun and Du-chil had been on a stakeout to eavesdrop on Han-Gyo and Chairman Ji's conversation, but they had ended up being seen by the bodyguards. What should we do, boss? Du-chil asked after abandoning the umbrella. Isn't it obvious what we have to do? Youngjun answered as he pointed in a direction to Du-chil. We'll split up and run. Run with the thought of getting killed by Chairwoman Kong if you're caught. Yes, sir. The two of them ran in opposite directions, to which the two bodyguards also split up to chase after them. The one chasing Youngjun panted heavily. Why is a guy that big, so damn fast? The bodyguard said. Youngjun had an extraordinary physique. He was simply overshadowed by Rayan. He had long since surpassed the level of a run-of-the-mill loan shark after being trained by Rayan and team leader So Ha-jin. Youngjun jumped over the park's wired fence and hid himself within the bushes. Moments later, the bodyguard that had been chasing him also climbed over the wired fence and exited the park's perimeter. Where the hell did that son of a bitch go? He complained. Just then, Youngjun jumped out of the bushes and struck the back of the bodyguard's neck with the edge of his hand, commonly known as the karate chop. However, it did nothing but cause the bodyguard to lean forward a few inches. He did not seem to have taken much damage. Who the hell are you? The bodyguard exclaimed in anger. Youngjun smiled bitterly. People usually faint if you do this in the movies. Everything in films couldn't be taken for granted in real life. The bodyguard could tell from Youngjun's attire that he was the one that he had been chasing. Idiot. You should have stayed hidden. The bodyguard got into a fighting stance. Youngjun pulled up his mask that had slightly slipped down, focusing on keeping his face hidden. Now that it had come to this, running away was not an option. I guess it can't be avoided. Crack, crack. Cracking of joints could be heard from all over Youngjun's body as he got ready to fight. The bodyguard was stunned in disbelief. You wanna go, you run-of-the-mill gangster? He asked. Get ready to have this run-of-the-mill gangster beat the shit out of you, Youngjun answered. His right fist flung toward the bodyguard's face. Whoosh! The sound of his swing cutting the air was abnormal. He's fast. Youngjun, who the bodyguard had thought would be sluggish due to his size, completely overwhelmed the bodyguard from his first attack. He had barely managed to dodge Youngjun's attack, but that had been nothing but a trap. I swung slowly on purpose, Youngjun expressed. He had swung to miss on purpose to restrict the bodyguard's movements. The bodyguard had focused so much on dodging Youngjun's right fist that he had completely missed the left fist coming his way. Smash! Youngjun dealt a devastating blow to the bodyguard's side, bending his body like a shrimp. Kurg, erg. Youngjun grabbed the bodyguard by the hair and said apathetically, stay down. Whem? The bodyguard passed out after a manly headbutt from Youngjun. Youngjun put his hat back on and sighed deeply. How should I explain myself? He was already dreading the punishment that he was sure to receive from Rayan. Youngjun and Du-chil had both managed to run away from the bodyguards without getting caught, but we didn't manage to find out what Kim Han-Gyo and Chairman Ji had talked about in detail, Youngjun reported to Rayan while standing at ease. Du-chil, who was also standing at ease right next to Youngjun, looked at Rayan in fear while swallowing his saliva. The person that he feared the most had switched from Youngjun to Rayan. Rayan had an unreadable expression on her face with one leg over the other. But then, her expression suddenly changed. It's okay. I don't mind, she remarked. You don't? Yeah. Youngjun and Du-chil were dumbfounded by Rayan's sudden merciful attitude. She would normally have never looked over such incompetence. However, there was a reason for her mercy. I already know what Kim Han-gyo probably said to Chairman Ji. How? Youngjun and Du-chil had not been able to hear a word of their conversation due to the heavy rainfall, so it did not make sense that Rayan, who had not even been there, knew. Rayan revealed her secret. I heard from Congresswoman Hong Oh-yeon. She told me exactly what she had talked about with Kim Han-gyo when he had suddenly come to meet with her yesterday. The day before Congressman Kim Han-gyo went to meet Chairman Ji, he had gone to meet Congresswoman Hong Oh-yeon late in the evening. Congresswoman Hong had also been dumbfounded like Chairman Ji to have been contacted by Han-gyo. Although congresspersons did indeed meet often, Han-gyo's offer had been completely out of left field in her perspective. Han-gyo came to her office at 10:30 p.m. and chuckled as he saw Oh-yeon's tidy desk. That tendency of yours to keep tidy hasn't changed a bit. Why did you ask to meet me? Oh-yeon had not invited Han-gyo to her office to be praised by him. Han-gyo remarked jokingly as he looked around her office. This place isn't bugged, is it? I've come to dislike having important conversations indoors because of what happened to my son. If that's what you're worried about, why don't you just leave? Oh-yeon warned. Her reply exhibited her considerable dislike for Han-gyo. He sat down on a chair while laughing. He did not seem to have any intention of leaving. The reason why I asked to meet you is, he slurred as he stretched out his hand toward her. Oh-yeon asked warily, what's the meaning of this? It means that I'm asking us to join forces. He was proposing an alliance, and it was for the same reason that he had given Chairman Ji. He wanted to eliminate the masked woman first, so he was offering a temporary ceasefire with the enemies that he had fought against for a long time. Oh-yeon did not have to think for very long. I'm sorry, but I have a huge number of supporters that dislike you. If I form a ceasefire with you, then I will be put in a very awkward position. Oh-yeon had absolutely no desire to help Han-gyo, who relinquished his hand in disappointment. I guess it can't be helped, then. There were times when it was better to just give up quickly. As Han-gyo was about to get up and leave, Oh-yeon asked, does that masked woman really exist? Unlike Chairman Ji, Oh-yeon did not believe Han-gyo. She had thought that he was aiming to get the public's sympathy by appealing to them that he was mentally unstable, but considering that he had come to ask for a ceasefire, she wondered if the masked woman really did exist. Han-Gyo answered concisely, "She does. I saw her with my own eyes." He then left Oh Yeon's office without a shred of regret. Kang Rayan had heard the entirety of their conversation from Congresswoman Hong. I'm sure he proposed the same thing to Chairman Ji. There were talks floating around that Han-Gyo was purposefully going around meeting his enemies recently, most likely to eliminate the problem that was the masked woman first. Park Du-cheol unintentionally said to himself once he heard Rayan, "It feels like we've become public enemy #1. However, Rayan thought otherwise. "We're not the public enemy. Our enemy has always been one person, Kim Han-Gyo." Congresswoman Hong had thankfully refused Han-Gyo's offer, but Ma Yong-jun was bothered by Chairman Ji's answer. I wonder how Chairman Ji answered. It would have been great if they had overheard his answer, but Rayan was not very worried. "I've decided to meet Chairman Ji soon, so I can just ask about it then." "I see." Their plan would change based on Chairman Ji's answer. Rayan clapped twice and focused the two men's attention on her again. "In any case, good work. You can rest now. Are you hurt anywhere?" Du-cheol had not been hurt since he had only focused on running away, but Young-jun had gotten slightly injured because he had rolled around the thickets, climbed over a wired fence, and even fought a bodyguard. "I'm fine except for some pain in my shoulder." "Really? Then take your clothes off and have a seat here." Young-jun flinched from Rayan's request to take off his clothes. Rayan giggled. "It's not like I'm gonna eat you up. Why are you so scared?" "I didn't get scared." He obediently complied despite his grumbling. He took off his top and sat down with his back facing Rayan. He was so big that even two of Rayan would be covered if they stood behind him. Rayan took out a pain relief patch from her desk and asked Young-jun which shoulder was hurting. "My right," he answered. "Here. Yeah, right there." Rayan put the patch on the area and strongly slapped it. Young-jun flinched with the crisp impact sound. "Can't you put it on a bit lighter? The patch stays on better like this. Just wait. I'll put on one more." Young-jun's back was so wide that Rayan decided to put on one more patch. Young-jun stood up to put his clothes back on. Just then, Rayan's gaze shifted to his rock-solid abs. "What's that scar?" she asked. A long scar ran across his stomach. Young-jun answered as if it was no big deal. "I got it back in a gang fight. One guy slashed me real good with a knife." It looked similar to the scar on Du-cheol's face. Rayan clicked her tongue. "Well, fighting's good and all, but don't do anything too dangerous. I'll get worried." Hearing Rayan's honesty, the corners of Young-jun's mouth faintly rose. "I'll keep that in mind." He liked how occasionally kind Rayan was. Today's film shoot was outdoors. Rayan was standing by for her turn outside. "I'm freezing to death over here." She had brought several hand warmers with her, but they did not stop her from being cold. "It's really cold today, huh?" As she was shivering slightly while trying her best to warm herself, Ji Han-sok approached her and put the coat that he had been wearing on her. It was covered in his warmth since he had just taken it off. "Thank you very much, Sunbi." Han-sok smiled. "You got the call from my grandpa, right?" "Yes. I'm going to head over to Dudam Group headquarters as soon as the shoot is over." She had been contacted by Chairman Ji to meet if she had the time. It was likely because of the meeting that he had with Han-Gyo. "Want me to come with you?" Han-sok asked. He had suggested it because he thought that Rayan might find it uncomfortable to be alone with his grandfather, but Rayan shook her head to express that it was okay. "Your scenes last until past midnight, Sunbi. I have about 2 hours to spare in the middle, so I can go with you and come back before then." "No, you don't have to go that far for me, Sunbi. I'd feel sorry about it." Han-sok was a kind and courteous man, but Rayan was not planning on going so far as to depend on that same kindness and courtesy even in her meeting with Chairman Ji. Just then, a staff member called out to her. "We're ready for you, Rayan. We can begin the scene right away." "I understand." Rayan slowly got up from her chair and handed Han-sok's coat back to him. "Thank you for the coat, Sunbi." "No problem. Do your best. Nov. L. B //JNN. Okay." Han-sok stared as Rayan hurriedly walked off. Min Se-min arrived right next to him before he had realized it. Rayan really is hard to get. Everyone wanted her, but she did not easily open her heart to them. Han-sok occasionally thought that he would be willing to do anything if he could make Rayan his. Rayan arrived at Dudam Group headquarters and immediately headed to Chairman Ji's office. "Come take a seat," Chairman Ji expressed. "Yes, Chairman," Rau said. She asked for his understanding before sitting down. "I'm sorry, Chairman. I wasn't able to change because I headed out as soon as the shoot was over." She was wearing a short skirt that fully exposed her toned thighs. She did not have enough time to change, so she had unavoidably come to meet Chairman Ji in such provocative clothing. He chuckled and said it was all right. "Should I get you something to cover yourself up with?" he asked. "No, I have a lap blanket." Rayan always made sure to have a lap blanket in her bag on days that she needed to wear a skirt. Chairman Ji smiled as he laid eyes upon Rayan sitting up straight with her knees modestly together. He could see why his grandson wanted her so much. Although Rayan herself would never acknowledge it, she had a charm to her that pulled people toward her, regardless of gender. Chairman Ji sipped his coffee and spoke first. "I haven't told you this, but I'd met Congressman Kim recently." Although Rayan had already known, she pretended not to. What did you talk about? He asked me to join forces with him again. I see. It had been exactly as she had expected. Han-Gyo had given Chairman Ji the same proposition that he had offered Congresswoman Hong. Ran wondered how Chairman Ji had answered him. I refused on the spot. Chairman Ji was also a fairly temperamental man. There was no way that he would join forces with Han-Gyo again after having been backstabbed by him time and time again. Even if I do join forces with him, it'll only be after I give him back what he's due. Haha. Ran also softly laughed with him. Revenge was her favorite word, so there was no way that she couldn't laugh. That aside, Han-Gyo said something pretty weird. Chairman Ji mentioned. Weird how? Ran asked. He asked me who it was that brought me, Congresswoman Hong, Vice President Park and the other congresspersons together. Ran's smile suddenly disappeared. Chairman Ji continued. He suspects you. Ran was indeed fairly suspicious if one thought deeply about it. She had been the one who had brought together the people that harbored ill feelings toward Han-Gyo, and there was also the existence of the masked woman. Considering how fast Han-Gyo's thought process was, he might already be suspecting Ran to have some sort of connection to the masked woman. I admit, I pushed myself a bit too close to the forefront. There were times when she occasionally crossed the line, blinded by her revenge. She mustn't forget that she needed to make her moves while keeping her identity fully concealed. One wrong move and her revenge would end before it even began. I'll have to be more careful. She decided to take a short moment to reflect on her carelessness. On the set of the film, spokesperson, Yang Han-sik, played by Wang Jae-woong, buried himself deep into a couch and lit a cigarette. He let out a long stream of smoke. He had not expected to be defeated in the general election. However, the thing he had expected the least was for Nag Yang, the protagonist of Spokesperson, played by Kang Ran, to be newly elected to represent a district. To think the girl, who merely used to speak Congressman Jo Sok-hun's words for him, would rise to the same position as me. Several wrinkles formed on Han-sik's face. The other minor characters and extras in the same room as him were too tense to even do anything. He sighed once again. The room was so silent that one could hear the actor's anxious quivering of eyeballs. Han-sik had many enemies, and Ji Yang was no doubt his most representative one. He had been the one who had completely destroyed her father's life in the political world. Ji Yang had stepped foot into the world of politics solely for the purpose of revenge. She had taken so many slow but sure steps for that revenge that she was now so close for even Han-sik to feel discomfort. However, Han-sik was by no means an easy opponent to defeat. Just like Kim Han-gyo, who the character had been inspired by, he immediately laid out his next plan. There was one thing that one needed to do before going on the offensive against someone. Investigate as much as you can on Nag Yang. There is no such thing as a person with no skeletons in their closet. Yes, Congressman. I'll have to give that girl a taste of how difficult politics can be, Han-sik said while raising one of the corners of his mouth. His expression was filled with so much malice that it even gave Ran, who was watching from behind the cameras, goosebumps. I've thought this many times, but he really is the spitting image of Kim Han-gyo. Ran was not talking about appearance. Jae-woong's manner of speaking and actions were exactly the same as those of Han-gyo. How do you expect me not to get excessively immersed in my role? Her private emotions certainly played a part in it, but it was also because the actors around her were far too good in their performances. Although it was a good thing for the film, it wasn't only good in terms of Ran's personal standards. Director Seo Young-mun exclaimed through a megaphone in satisfaction, "You're on a roll today, Sunbi. When have I ever not been?" Jae-woong replied wittily. The staff members burst out laughing. Contrary to the character that he was currently portraying, Jae-woong had a great sense of humor, and he always livened up the set. He had returned back to his original self as soon as the cameras were off. Jae-woong jokingly asked while stretching, "Director Seo, my scenes are over, so why don't you let me leave early? You're not done yet, Sunbi. You still have scene #21-3 left." I'm in that scene too. Didn't screenwriter Kim contact you last week that they added a line from you in that scene? The screenwriter in question furiously nodded next to the director. Then, Jae-woong smacked his lips in disappointment. "Man, I was trying to make some free time for myself. Mission failed, I guess. That's a no-go, Sunbi. It's an important scene," Director Seo said while smiling bitterly at the playful Jae-woong. "You're way too meticulous, Director Seo. What were you going to do with that free time?" "I bought myself a new bike, so I was thinking of taking the baby out on a drive down the coastal road." Jae-woong was widely known in the entertainment industry as a motorcycle fanatic. Even experts outside the entertainment industry saluted his greed for collecting motorcycles of all sorts of different shapes and sizes. "Bikes are good and all, but make sure to always drive safely." "Okay, Sunbi," Director Seo advised. "You're saying the same thing as my wife, Director Seo." Jae-woong had never expected to be nagged by someone else other than his wife, much less at his workplace. Ran held in her laughter as she witnessed their chemistry. Those two get along well together. She knew she had made the right choice to cast Jae-woong for the role of Yang Han-sik. Ran woke up late in the morning and went out to the living room while roughly fixing her hair with her hand. Seo Ye-jun, who had been watching TV, flinched in surprise at the sight of Ran's vulnerable self. "Nuna, are you perhaps not wearing anything underneath?" he asked. Ran was wearing a t-shirt large enough that it looked like she was wearing nothing underneath. Ran laughed at his nonsense and slightly lifted up her shirt. "I am, moron. A short pair of dolphin shorts came into Yijun's view. Rayan narrowed her eyes as she witnessed Yijun's change in expression. Are you disappointed that I'm wearing pants? She asked. No, of course not. Rayan laughed again as Yijun answered in a cold sweat. She sat down on the couch a distance away from him. She smelled very nice despite having just woken up. Yijun asked while stealing glances at Rayan a few times, are you hungry? I am. Why, you're gonna make me something. Seo Yiseo had gone to help out at their parents' cafe this time after Yijun, so she was currently away from the house. Rayan had unintentionally ended up temporarily living alone with a man, but she did not care all that much. Although Yijun was a man, he was her friend's little brother. Yijun was in charge of food whenever Yiseo was away. I'd already gone out shopping for groceries this morning. Let me know if there's anything you'd like to eat. Nothing really comes to mind in particular. I'll leave the menu to un/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Okay, Nuna. I'll whip something right up for you. Rayan could tell from how Yijun put on an apron that he had done this far more than just a few times. His ingredient preparation speed was also lightning fast. Rayan was also confident in her cooking skills, but it was far better and more comfortable to have someone else's sincere cooking. And thankfully, Yijun's food fit her palate just right. Rayan turned on the TV to kill time while Yijun was focused on cooking. The first thing that she always checked whenever she turned on the TV was the news. Although she already knew important future events, she never forgot to check the news because she needed to check whether or not the events of the future that she knew were occurring the same way in this life as well. The news just happened to be reporting a marijuana incident regarding a famous rapper. That was huge news at the time. It did not end with just that one person. The incident would end up causing a massive storm as more and more famous celebrities were discovered to have been involved as well. Fortunately, none of the actors of Spokesperson were involved in the incident, though there's no way that I would have let them star in the film in the first place if they were. Knowledge of the future truly was handy at times like this. Wait. If I remember correctly, there had been another huge incident in the entertainment industry at this time. Rayan couldn't recall it no matter how hard she thought. However good her memory was, it was impossible for her to recall everything. She only remembered things involving her and events that massively impacted society. Fuck. What was it? Rayan was swept over with frustration. Her eyes were fixed on the TV screen, but her head was off somewhere else. Just then, Yijun called out to her. Nuna, the food is ready. Come take a seat. Already? Okay. Rayan's tangled memories were not unraveling even after she sat down at the table. She could barely taste the food because there was so much on her mind. Yijun was worried since Rayan was in a daze unlike before. Is something wrong, Nuna? No, it's nothing. She was clearly lying. Yijun set down his spoon and chopsticks while he was eating, and spoke in all seriousness. If it's alright with you, you can share with me. I don't know if I'll be able to resolve it, but I can at least listen to your troubles. It put a smile on Rayan's face whenever Yijun occasionally said something this reliable. Thanks, I'll take your word for it. Rayan wanted to be honest, but it was realistically difficult. As she was about to evade the issue, she heard a report from the news channel that she couldn't let slide. Next on the news, actor Wang Jae-woong had gotten into a motorcycle accident last Friday while driving down a coastal road. The fog in Rayan's head had instantly cleared. Yes, that was it. The shock of the marijuana incident had been so massive that she had not been able to recall Jae-woong's motorcycle accident. Rayan's smartphone vibrated as soon as the news had been reported. It was a call from Shin Yu-bin. It probably isn't about anything good. She did not even need to pick up to know. The shoot schedule had gotten completely messed up because of Jae-woong's motorcycle accident. His role as the main villain in the film reflected how large his screen time was. The production team was in chaos due to the sudden accident, especially because there were still many scenes with him in it. However, there was one fortunate thing in all of this. I hear Jae-woong isn't hurt badly, Yu-bin remarked. Rayan slightly nodded. He had fortunately gotten away with just a light fracture on his leg bone. What will happen to the shoots now? Rayan asked. Yu-bin relayed to her exactly what she had heard from the production team. For now, they decided to postpone all scenes involving Jae-woong. In exchange, they moved up all scenes involving other actors, yours included. Then I guess I'll be busy from next week. Not next week. More like tomorrow. Rayan smiled bitterly. However, it wasn't only bad, it meant that she would have tons of free time after that short duration of packed schedule. What do you want to do? 2 full weeks of packed shoot schedules, and then you'll have about a month of free time. Do you want to go on a trip? I'm not sure. Rayan had unintentionally received a month of free time on her hands. While she was thinking about what to do with it, Yu-bin got a call. She had an unexpected expression on her face. Why would Director Ju call out of the blue? Director Ju Sung-won? Rayan asked. Yeah, him. Ju Sung-won was the director of the program on duty, all clear. Rayan had appeared on it for the sole reason of him being Kim Han-gyo's nephew. She was filled with uneasiness from his sudden phone call. Well, I should answer it, Yu-bin said. Okay, Rayan nodded. Hello? Yes, it's been a while, Director. Pardon. Rayan wondered in anxiety if he had called to ask her if she would appear in another female soldier special, but an even bigger wave had hit her instead. You want Rayan to get married. Kang Rayan's expression stiffened as soon as marriage was mentioned. Several pieces of knowledge of the future flashed before her eyes. Imaginary marriage programs involving celebrities was all the rage around this time. Her reaction aside, Ian actually enjoyed watching these programs very much. The programs themselves were entertaining, but she had watched them often because she could live vicariously off of them. But I'd never expected myself to get an appearance offer, much less from director Ju Sung-won, who I have my eyes on. For now, Ian decided to wait until the call was over and ask Shin Yubin about the details. It was not too late to think about it then. I understand. I'll talk to Ian about it. Okay, but don't get your hopes up, director. Yubin had worked with Ian for a very long time, so she knew exactly what kind of shows that Ian preferred. Yubin could tell from just the program's concept of imaginary marriage that it would not pique Ian's interest. Hence, she had told director Ju not to get his hopes up. Did he call to recruit me to a show? Ian asked as soon as the call ended. Yubin couldn't say otherwise since she had the phone call with the director right in front of her. Yeah, I've only heard the gist of what kind of program it is, but he's planning on one where two celebrities spend time together as imaginary married couples. What's the show called? It's not a sure thing yet, but apparently, it's You're My Other Half. In Ian's past life, it had been an extremely successful program that had reached the top 3 in terms of imaginary marriage program view ratings. I didn't know director Ju had produced it. Ian more or less knew which programs had been hits or flops, but not who had planned and led them since she had not been part of the entertainment industry before she had returned to the past. Now that Han-Gyo had begun to suspect her, Ian had no choice but to hasten her revenge plan. She could lose the upper hand on Han-Gyo if she took her time unnecessarily. Due to this, she had been planning on digging for more of Han-Gyo's weaknesses. I think I could use director Ju to easily get some information. Ju Sung-won had become one of her important connections, which was why she had even appeared on the army variety program that she had hated so much. That was that, but this is a bit. Ian did not want to show herself acting like newlyweds with a male celebrity to viewers. But most of all, she did not want to stoop down to such a state. I can just make excuses like I'm busy with my film shoots. I'm sure director Ju would understand. Ian would refuse this offer and wait for another opportunity. But before that, she was curious about one thing. But why did he give me, of all people, this offer? She asked Yubin. Ian wondered if it had simply been because of her popularity. Yubin shrugged and replied, Director Ju somehow found out about your adjusted schedule because of Jae-woong's motorcycle accident. He called because he knew you would have a month of free time. Korea was a small country, and the entertainment industry was relatively much smaller. It did not take long for everyone to find out if one did something. The news of the one-month vacancy in her schedule had already reached the ears of several people in the entertainment industry, and it couldn't be better news for those that were normally always on the lookout to have Ian on their shows. I guess I can't use the film shoots as an excuse anymore. However, Ian was not troubled. She could simply make up another excuse. And one more thing, Yubin added. There seemed to be one more reason why director Ju had tried to recruit Ian. Apparently, Jae-woon said that he would come on the show if you did as well. Jae-woon Sunbi did. An unexpected third individual had been mentioned. Turning back time to 5 days before Ian received the appearance offer for You're My Other Half, Jae-woon slicked back his sweaty hair while he was showered by deafening cheers and the spotlight beaming down on him like the sun at the concert. Ha, ha, ha. He was panting heavily, but he sang his part of the song with a radiant smile. I want to light up your heart, shining, shining. Here, take my hand. I'll take you anywhere, my girl. Jae-woon stretched out his hand to match the lyrics, to which the fans that had come to the Beck's concert screamed. Kya, Jae-woon Appa. They chanted Jae-woon's name as he was the most popular member of Beck's. The song that they were singing, Shining, was made to make Jae-woon shine the brightest among the 7 members. Hence, he couldn't help but stand out the most as the one in the center. The 7 of them lined up horizontally, hand in hand, and bowed to their fans. Thank you very much for coming to our concert. We'll see you on the next stage. Bye. The members climbed down from the stage once the concert was over. The staff members showered them with applause. Fantastic job, you guys. The concert was as impeccable as any. My heart was beating so hard the whole time that I thought I was getting a heart attack. The staff members that had prepared the stage had also become one with the fans and watched Beck's world concert stage. Their third world tour would come to an end next week with the final concert in Los Angeles, USA. Jae-woon returned to the waiting room and strongly patted Tae-chan, the youngest member of Beck's, on the back. Great job, Tae-chan. You too, Hyung. Oh, right. What are you gonna do once we go back to Korea next week? I'm not sure. I'm thinking of taking a break if I don't have anything in particular to do. Why? I saw director Ju Sung-won earlier. He's apparently here to see you. He's here. This was a concert venue in Paris, France. Jae-woon was shocked to find out that director Ju was all the way here. Where is he? He asked. Nov, L, B /JNN. I'm not sure about that. I only saw him for a moment before the encore. Tae-chan didn't know why the director was here either. Jae-woon had once been a regular in director Ju's program before, so he had gotten quite close to him as a result. Should I give him a call? However, he had no way to contact him at the moment because he had left his phone with his manager. As he was wondering about what to do, their manager opened the waiting room after knocking and called out to Jae-woon. Jae-woon. Director Ju is here to see you. Director Ju was standing outside the door, happily waving at him. Jae-woon was also happy to see him. Director, what brings you all the way here? Jae-woon wondered if the director had come all the way here to survey the location, possibly because his next variety program was related to France. I'm here to see you, Director Ju expressed. You came all the way to France to see me. Yeah. The director's objective was solely Jae-woon, who couldn't help but be confused. Did you do something you need to apologize to me for? Jae-woon asked. I'm about to. Jae-woon was getting more and more confused with each question. Director Ju asked for the understanding of the other Bex members before getting to the main point. I'll be borrowing Jae-woon for a bit. Director Ju took Jae-woon somewhere with fewer people, and then explained why he had come to see him. You see, I'm planning an imaginary marriage program called You're My Other Half. Imaginary marriage. Exactly. A pair of famous male and female celebrities pretend to be married, and we film their imaginary couple life. What do you think? Not bad, right? Shouldn't you also consult my manager Hyung about this? I've already discussed it with your manager. What did he say? He said he would do as you want. Jae-woon's manager had left the decision to him. At this point in time, these imaginary marriage programs were not very popular because they still felt very experimental. However, Jae-woon did not find the concept all that bad, rather, it was one that he had been observing in interest. However, he was not in a very good spot at the moment to accept the offer. Like he had told Tae-chan, he was planning on taking a break after the world tour. As he was thinking about what to do, a certain individual popped up in his head. Okay, then let's do this. Jae-woon's condition was simple yet extremely difficult to pull off. I'll come on if Raeun does as well. That had led to the incident of the present. Raeun had come to find out why she had received such an offer. Jae-woon's condition aside, Yubin thought of it in a different light. I'm sure Director Ju also wants you and Jae-woon to come on together. The leader of a top boy group, and the most popular actress in Korea. The view ratings would explode if these two people became an imaginary couple. It would already pique the public's interest if they were to appear on the program separately, but it would obviously stir the entire country if they appeared on it together. However, there were two reasons why it hadn't happened until now. The first was a mismatch in their individual schedules, and the second was the appearance fee. But it shouldn't be a problem for Director Ju. He was Kim Han-Gyo's nephew. He would be able to secure any amount of appearance fees as long as he used his blood ties. Then will my partner be Jae-woon Sunbi? Raeun asked. For now, yeah. At least, that's what Director Ju wants. After all, Jae-woon openly nominated you. Raeun crossed her arms together and fell into deep thought. What do you want to do? Yubin asked. The final decision had come down to Raeun. She opened her mouth at last after a few more moments of thought. Well, I guess I can give it a try. Shin Yubin dumbfoundedly asked as soon as she heard Kang Raeun's answer. Really? Did you really just say that you would do it? Yes. Yubin couldn't help but doubt her ears even after getting confirmation. She had thought that Raeun would refuse this offer for sure. She was curious about the reason behind her unexpected answer. But why? You don't like programs with these kinds of concepts. Yubin had thought Raeun absolutely despised programs where she was intertwined with men, and especially those that tried to create some sort of romantic mood between her and a man. However, Raeun was not showing such a response this time, which she had several reasons for. Because I won't feel as much pressure if my partner is Jae-woon Sunbi. The two of them had become quite close since they had been in a drama and variety shows together. Not only that, I need to get as much information I can out of Director Ju. Raeun also had a political reason, but she couldn't tell Yubin this. GNF, the agency that Raeun was affiliated with at the moment, maintained a policy of which their talents' schedules reflected their desires. If Raeun wanted to do it, the agency and Yubin had to honor her decision and plan accordingly. Okay, I'll give Director Ju another call and discuss it with him, Yubin remarked. She then softly laughed and mentioned, I'm sure he'll be ecstatic. He would likely feel as if he had won the lottery. Like Raeun and Yubin had expected, Director Ju was so happy that he could fly. He then called Raeun separately and thanked her repeatedly. Thank you so much, Raeun. I'll make sure to repay this favor no matter what. The greater Director Ju was in her debt, the better it was for her. Raeun had many things that she wanted to ask him. And of course, not about the imaginary marriage program that she would be in, but about Kim Han-Gyo. Well, I can take my time asking about that. It was not too late to ask about it in small bits at a time once the shoot began. She hung up after letting Director Ju know that she would be in his care. Raeun then came out of her room and asked Seo Yiseo, who had come back from her parents' home after helping out at the cafe, did everything go okay? Yeah, Yiseo answered. However, her face did not seem to reflect her answer. What? Was there some sort of trouble? Raeun asked. It was obvious to be worried about a close friend. Yiseo's gaze shifted to Yijun's room. The door was slightly ajar. Raeun could immediately tell what her friend was thinking without her saying a thing. She got up from her chair and walked over to Yijun's room. He had been up until late at night yesterday, so he was still in dreamland in his bed despite it already being noon. Raeun went back to her seat while being as quiet as possible so that he wouldn't wake up. He's sleeping right now, so he won't hear a word of our conversation. She had even closed the door just in case. Yiseo thanked Raeun and brought up her troubles with difficulty. Dad said that he's thinking about closing down the cafe soon. What? Why? Business hasn't been doing too well, apparently. The cafe could only be maintained if they were making a certain amount of profit. If they couldn't, there was no meaning in keeping up business. I discussed a lot of things with him regarding the cafe while I was there, Yiseo said. And what did he decide to do? He hasn't thought about it yet. Rayan had frequented Starlight Road, the small neighborhood cafe that Yiseo's father owned, back in her high school days. Although she only had a year and a half's worth of memories with the place, she couldn't help but be troubled to hear that it could possibly disappear. Rayan was sure that she could help somehow. Creak. However, Yijun's room door opened as she was about to open her mouth. He came out to the living room still drunk on drowsiness and saw Yiseo and Rayan sitting across from each other. What were you two talking about? He asked. Yiseo smiled at her little brother as if nothing had happened. Nothing. She then got up from her seat and left. Meanwhile, Rayan softly sighed and blamed Yijun. Read the room, damn it. He had done nothing else besides waking up, but had started off his morning with an insult. The portion of her schedule occupied by spokesperson, film shoots had suddenly increased due to Wang Jae-woong's hospitalization. It felt as if she was finishing her school break homework as soon as it began. Director Seo Youngmun approached Rayan apologetically. Thank you for your hard work, Rayan. And I'm really sorry for pushing you so hard. It's no problem. More importantly, how is Jae-woong Sunbi doing? He's gotten much better. He'll be discharged tomorrow, but he was told to stay rested for the time being. The after effects of an injury were just as serious as the injury itself. But still, I'm glad it wasn't a serious injury. It could have been much more serious if he had been unlucky. It had truly been a stroke of good luck in the midst of misery. Rayan had also ridden motorcycles in her past life, so she knew very well how a moment of carelessness could give rise to an irreversible accident. Jae-woong's motorcycle accident had also occurred due to carelessness. He had trusted in his abundant experience in motorcycle riding and had made a careless decision. Director Seo sighed deeply. I knew I had a bad feeling about that day. I suggested he take a break from driving bikes for the time being just in case, but sure enough, I got the call that he had gotten into an accident soon after. He apologized to Rayan again after his lament. I'm sorry, I went off too much by myself. In any case, thank you for your hard work. You won't have any more scenes for the time being, so you can take a long break. Oh, wait. You said you were gonna be going on a variety program, didn't you? Yes, Director Ju Sung-won's program. I'll be going on it with Jae-woon Sunbi, Rayan answered. Director Seo's eyes sparkled in envy. He had also aimed for a two-shot of Rayan and Jae-woon in this film. The role of Otae Min, which was being played by Min Se Min, had originally been planned to be given to Jae-woon. I'll make sure to watch it when it airs, the director remarked. Thank you very much, Director. With this, Rayan's portion in the spokesperson shoots had been temporarily paused. She was now planning to work together with Director Ju's production team after a long time. Yubin briefed Rayan on tomorrow's schedule as soon as she got in the car. The very first meeting for You're My Other Half is at 2:30 p.m. I told you last time, right? Yes. Jae-woon Sunbi will also be there, right? Probably. His world tour is over, so I'm guessing he will be. I'll have to check. Rayan had not been able to meet Jae-woon for a long time due to his world tour. It was obvious since he had been focused on overseas activities all this time. I can't believe our long-awaited reunion is for an imaginary marriage program. The situation was funny and absurd at the same time. In any case, both Jae-woon and Rayan had chosen this of their own accord. Now that it's come to this, I'll have to do my best. She would at least do the minimum of what was expected of her. Jae-woon had to give up on his precious break to go to a broadcasting station meeting room, despite it having only been 2 days since he had returned to Korea. The production team and Rayan greeted him as soon as he opened the door. Hello, Jae-woon. It's been a while, Sunbi. Jae-woon was taken aback after laying eyes on Rayan. He took his seat and softly smiled while looking at Rayan. It's been 3 months since we last saw each other, hasn't it? He asked. Yes, probably. I think you've gotten even more beautiful since then. He had thought Rayan's beauty had already reached its peak, but he had come to realize that above the ceiling was the sky. As for you, I think you've gotten much brighter compared to before, Sunbi, Rayan remarked. When she first met Jae-woon, she had thought that he was a man of few words. He had barely talked on set, so it was natural that people would think that way of him. However, that had not been the case. That's because I was extremely strung up back then. Jae-woon had reached a considerable height as a singer at the time, but he had been nothing but a fledgling who had just stepped on the starting line as an actor. He had only seemed like the quiet type due to his anxiety. As the two of them were talking about all sorts of things, Director Ju framed the two of them by making a rectangle with the thumb and index fingers of both his hands. The term handsome couple was literally made for you two. Haha, he said with a smile as he witnessed their conversation in satisfaction. However, that was enough chit-chat. It was time to begin discussing the program. Director Ju spoke first. As I've told you before, you'll be reacting to clips of what we will film of the couples during the studio shoot. There will be a total of 3 couples, and we're planning on making you two the main couple. Hence, they were also the last couple to be shown each episode. Rayan once again looked through the list of stars that had been given to her. The first couple was the singer Mi Jae-young and the well-known sports star Yang Soo-jian. The second couple was the actor couple Sung Ji-hyuk and Yoon Sang-hae. Lastly, the third couple was Raeun and Jae-woon. Seeing this list, the first and second couples really are considerably lacking compared to us. The four people were still fairly well known, but they could not compare to the globally famous Jae-woon and the superstar Raeun. It was no wonder why director Ju was giving special attention to the third couple. I heard he had even flown to France to recruit Jae-woon. Director Ju asked Raeun and Jae-woon while they were talking about the order, "We're in the process of securing a newlywed house for you two to live in. Is there anything in particular that you'd like? For example, an apartment suite or a detached house. You can even give us details regarding the interior. We'll take them all into account." Jae-woon chuckled in embarrassment from the mention of a newlywed house. "It really feels like we're a couple planning our marriage when you put it like that n/o/vel/b//n.c//om." Director Ju asked jokingly, "Then how about we prepare the full package, with the studio, dress, and makeup?" They were the three most mentioned aspects when preparing for marriage. Jae-woon shook his head. "Don't tease us too much, director." That was Raeun's line. Korean schools give a large amount of homework for students to do during the break. The only preference that Raeun had in a newlywed house was that it should be comfortable to live in. Along with Jae-woon's opinion that it should be within Central Seoul, the conversation ended with the production team saying that they would do their best to find one that best fit their preferences. The shoot will last 3 days and 2 nights. The studio shoot will be done with all three couples gathered together, and it will be in the form of you all talking amongst each other while watching the clips. I don't have to explain how it will go in detail, do I? Raeun and Jae-woon both nodded. They were not beginners in variety program shoots, so they did not need every single detail to be explained to them. They had already experienced programs similar to this. "Then let's wrap up the meeting here. Thank you, everyone," Director Ju Sung-won remarked. Everyone else got up from their seats and said their goodbyes to each other. They did not have much time on their schedule, so the shoot would begin as soon as everything was ready, and there was only one thing left for Raeun to do until then. "I can take a break, right?" She could not think of anything in particular to do on her agenda. However, that was only in her imagination. "Oh, right. I'd forgotten about something important," Director Ju said while looking back and forth between Raeun and Jae-woon. "Please let me know if there's a certain schedule that you'd like to follow during those 3 days of shooting. We will also adhere to that." They needed to think of content to do during the shoot. Raeun held in her bitter smile. What a goddamn chore. He really knows how to annoy someone. Raeun had felt this ever since she had appeared on the Female Soldier special of On Duty, All Clear. As expected from Kim Han-Gyo's nephew, they were quite similar in that aspect. On Raeun's third day of her break, she went to a golf course with the like-minded family members that she had gathered. Chairman Ji Han-sok, Congresswoman Hong Oh-yeon, and a few other political figures had gathered in one place. "Is Vice President Park not coming today?" Chairman Ji asked. Raeun answered, "Yes. She's been very busy lately, so she won't be able to attend." "Is that so? What a shame. I wanted to have a golf match against her." Raeun could feel the disappointment from him. Park Seol-hun, who had accompanied Raeun to the golf course, raised a golf club in anxiety. "Allow me to take the opening tee shot." He had been put on the same team as Raeun this time as well. He got into position with a 7-iron. He had unwittingly trolled the entire time during the first time that he and Raeun had a golf match against the Chairman Ji and Han-sok pair, so he had practiced golf whenever he had the time so that it wouldn't happen again. Thunk. However, the golf ball flew to the right and straight toward the hazard. Chairman Ji laughed. "It looks like your shoes are gonna get wet today as well." Seol-hun had to get in the water with his shoes and socks off last time as well because he had hit the golf ball into the hazard. Seeing that, Chairman Ji had gotten into a fit of laughter as he had been reminded of a specific famous female golfer's match won. Seol-hun tilted his head in confusion while scratching his head. "That's weird. After all that practice." Raeun softly sighed as she stared at the disappointed Seol-hun. She at least felt less pressure than last time thanks to Congresswoman Hong's efforts as she was also on the same team. The Congresswoman had safely scored a birdie this time as well. It was Raeun's turn this time. Whack! As if to prove herself as the team's ace, her ball flew straight forward. The power of her swing rivaled most men. The ball flew far and then landed right on the green. Just a bit more power and Raeun might have been able to get a hole in one. Chairman Ji was impressed by Raeun's tee shot. "I get unconsciously tense whenever it's Raeun's turn," he remarked. The same went for the other political figures on his team. Right after Raeun was Han-sok. He had grasped the chance for a birdie with a single shot despite having little golf experience. "Your grandson must take after you, Chairman. His golf skills are to be feared." Chairman Ji blossomed into a smile as his grandson was praised. "He's strong since he's still young. Geezers like us can't compare." "Right you are." Raeun versus Ji Han-sok. Although this was a team match, it was by no means an over-exaggeration to call it a battle between two aces. Everyone began to get on the golf carts to move to their balls. Just then, Han-sok gestured at Raeun toward the seat next to his. "Wanna get on this seat? It's empty." There were quite a large number of people participating today, and it was not easy to separate the teams by different carts. They couldn't help but be mixed to get to their balls. Raeun sat next to Han-sok. Han-sok brought up during the drive, "I heard the news. You guys are going on Director Ju's program together, right? He had heard the gist of You're My Other Half. Rayan nodded to affirm. Did Jae-woon Sunbi tell you? Yeah. We had a drink together the day after he had come back to Korea. He said that he had told Director Ju that he would come on if you did as well, but didn't expect you to actually agree. Han-Sok still did not know if Jae-woon had designated Rayan because he had feelings for her, but what he did know for sure was what he was feeling right now. Honestly, I'm really envious of Jae-woon. He couldn't help it as someone who liked Rayan. Even if it was only playing pretend, Jae-woon was still able to live like a married couple with her. His envy aside, he was also anxious. Do you perhaps have feelings for Jae-woon? This was the source of Han-Sok's anxiety. Rayan flatly denied, no, I only decided to go on the program because I had a lot of free time. I also have a personal relation to Director Ju. Really? Han-Sok's expression brightened albeit a little. Seeing that, Rayan held in her laughter. Your feelings are written all over your face n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. She found it rather cute. Have you guys decided on the shooting location yet? He purposefully did not call it a newlywed house because he felt like he would lose somehow if he did. I heard they're still looking for one, Rayan replied. The production team was unexpectedly having a hard time finding a place. Just then, Han-Sok suggested, then why don't I lend you a place? Lend? How? I have a villa that I received from my dad. I use it whenever I don't have time to go down to the countryside and need a change of pace from somewhere near Seoul. I can lend it to you. As expected of a third-generation chaebol, Han-Sok took out his smartphone and showed Rayan the villa's exterior and interior. The place seemed very nice and clean. Not just that, Rayan liked the fact that it was in the central Seoul area. It looks great, she expressed. Right? Jae-woon is familiar with the place, so he'll like it too. He accompanied me there to hang out once before. I think it'll be okay to use. I'll send the photos to the production team once you send them to me. Got it, Han-Sok said. He then coughed twice and continued while sending the photos, and next time, if it's okay with you, why don't we go here to Geth? However, he was unfortunately cut off by his grandfather, who shouted his name as soon as they arrived at the next spot. Han-Sok? Hurry up and get ready. Oh okay, Grandpa. Han-Sok forced his legs to move and ran toward Chairman Ji. Rayan smiled dryly as she watched Han-Sok get further away. That was too close. Rayan was still unaccustomed to how she should react whenever men mustered up the courage to tell her things like this. Rayan and Jae-woon entered the villa that Han-Sok had provided them. The production team had already done a preliminary survey of the place and had installed cameras everywhere to film their marriage life in great detail. This reminds me of the observation reality show. Rayan had been a surprise guest at the observation show Starlog that Jae-woon had appeared on in the past, and had witnessed the enormous number of cameras that had been installed in his home. I have to spend 3 whole days in this place, huh? She felt uncomfortable just from the thought. The shoot had begun as soon as they had entered the villa. Jae-woon laid down his things and offered Rayan the chance to select her room first. Which room would you like to use? You can choose first, Sunbi. I'm fine with whichever that's left over. These kinds of situations call for ladies first. Don't feel pressured and choose whichever room you like. It would be bad to keep refusing after this. Rayan decided to take a look around the first and second floors. She liked the room on the far right of the second floor best, because, what a view. She could see a panoramic view outside the window because there weren't any tall buildings around the area. She was fascinated to see such a sight in the middle of Seoul. I'll use this room here, Sunbi. Then I'll use the room across from it. Would you like me to show you the bathroom as well? Sure. Jae-woon acted as the guide since he knew the villa very well. The production team had a conscience and did not install any cameras in the bathroom. They moved to the room next door. This is Han-Sok's study. He's gotten addicted to reading lately, so he's ordained an entire wall with bookshelves. The books were uniformly displayed on each shelf. It fitted very well with Han-Sok's intellectual image. And down there is the fitness room. You can exercise there if you want. It was good news for both of them since they both like to exercise. Okay, Sunbi, Rayan replied. Jae-woon suggested as he looked at the nodding Rayan, although it's all pretend, we're still a couple. You can call me Appa instead of Sunbi. It appeared, the first on the list of titles that Rayan hated the most, Appa. I'll try, Rayan answered. Even if this was a program, Jae-woon would not be able to hear the word Appa easily from Rayan's mouth. Knowing that, he simply smiled in disappointment and did not push it on her any further. This is referring to Park Seri's shot from the hazard with her knee deep in the water at the 1998 US Open. FYI, she won the tournament. Backhand index pointing left. Rayan went back down to the first floor living room after unpacking her things. This place has the most number of cameras. It was natural considering this was the area that they would spend the most time in during their imaginary married life. Rayan's sharp eyes had already identified the locations of every single camera without director Ju Sung-won having told her. She and Jae-woon would receive the most attention out of the 3 couples, so they were being given extra special attention by the You're My Other Half production team. Jae-woon also arrived at the living room and took a seat on the couch that Rayan was already on. He had changed into comfortable clothes unlike Rayan. He asked, you haven't changed yet. I was going to after director Ju gave us the explanation regarding how the shoot would progress. By the way, are we allowed to talk about stuff like this on camera? Raeun wondered if she should refrain from talking about the director and the shoot in front of the cameras. Jae-woon smiled and then asked, "This is your first time being on an observation show, isn't it?" "Huh? I guess so." This was indeed Raeun's first time. After all, she had neither the desire nor opportunity to. Jae-woon replied to her as if to tell her not to worry, "You can talk about anything on camera. This isn't a live broadcast, so Director Ju can cut out anything that he doesn't want aired." TV programs, including variety shows, always had a script. No matter how realistic one tried to keep a reality show, it could never be 100% realistic, and the same went for observation shows. It certainly showed how someone usually went about their daily life, but as long as it was a program, they would add some sort of setting. They had also done the same for this imaginary marriage project. "So you remember Director Ju giving us an assignment to plan a date course, right?" Jae-woon mentioned. Raeun smiled bitterly and asked, "Did you plan one, Sunbi?" "Just a draft, I guess." "You must have tons of dating experience," she said just to feel him out. Jae-woon chuckled. "That's quite a curveball. You know what'll happen if I say yes to that question, don't you?" Of course. Bex, the boy group that Jae-woon was in, possessed a colossal fan base. Every single word from his mouth carried a weight heavy enough to cause an enormous wave past Korea and on a global scale. If it were revealed that Jae-woon had a promiscuous past, it would shake the entertainment industry like an 8.0 scale earthquake. "My friends that have girlfriends recommended these courses to me. Don't get the wrong idea. Okay, Sunbi." Raeun giggled and looked over in detail the date plan that Jae-woon had made. The one that stood out among the courses was rock climbing. Raeun asked. "Yeah, I've been hooked on it lately." Jae-woon had picked up indoor rock climbing for the first time in his life around the beginning of last year, because their fifth album title track Challenge contained a scene of him climbing. He had come to realize the joy of rock climbing after learning it, and it had become one of his personal hobbies. "The climbing gym is pretty close to my high school." Such a thing had not been there during her high school days, so she suspected that it had been made recently. "Have you tried rock climbing before?" Jae-woon asked. Of course she had, but not as a woman. "No, never," Raeun replied. "That's perfect, then. I'll teach you today," Jae-woon said confidently. Meanwhile, Raeun thought of a great idea while she was looking over Jae-woon's date plan. "Sunbi, there's this one cafe that I know near this climbing gym. Why don't we go there after?" "Really? Sure, let's go once we finish." "Thank you very much, Sunbi. It's not really something to thank me for." Jae-woon didn't feel like he needed to be thanked for just agreeing to go to a cafe, but that was not the case for Raeun. She would be able to resolve her close friend's worries just by going to that cafe once. Raeun and Jae-woon discussed today's schedule with Director Ju. They told him that they would have lunch at home, go to a climbing gym in the afternoon and then spend some time at a cafe. "What about evening plans?" the director asked. "We haven't thought about it yet." "Then how about you have a barbecue party on the second floor terrace? Back when we did a preliminary survey of this villa, we talked a lot about how nice it would be for you two to spend some quality time together up there." They could picture the aesthetic landscape of Raeun and Jae-woon spending the tranquil evening looking over the city view. Jae-woon casually asked for Raeun's opinion. "What do you think?" "Sounds good to me. We'll be doing a lot of things in the afternoon, so I think having some quietude in the evening would be good." Everything needed a balance in tempo, a harmony between fast and slow. Jae-woon also agreed with her. "We'll do that then, director." "Okay. We'll set up the barbecue, so go have fun on your date." "Understood." They were once again left alone together after the short meeting. Raeun got up from her seat first. "I'll prepare lunch." "Let's do it together," Jae-woon expressed. "Shall we?" They took out the aprons that the staff members had prepared. They were matching couple aprons, both light blue with the same pattern on them. "I'll tie it for you," Jae-woon remarked. Raeun was more than capable of tying an apron herself, but Jae-woon personally stepped up to tie it from the back. Such scenes were necessary since they were an imaginary couple. However, Raeun was worried about one thing. "Your fans won't curse me because of this, would they?" she asked. She was worried, considering how loyal Jae-woon's fans were to him. However, Jae-woon thought otherwise. "You remember the drama that we had filmed together, right?" He was referring to the drama Reaper, where Raeun had played Jin Seo-yu, and her co-star had been Jae-woon. "Back when we did that pretend kiss scene, no one said a word of complaint about it. Rather, they were saying how great it would be if we actually dated." "Really?" Raeun was not one to go out of her way to search the internet for responses since the result would appear in the form of view ratings. She also did not search for hate comments, so this was her first time finding out about such reactions from the public. "It still comes up among fans, so I wouldn't worry about it. In the first place, we wouldn't be allowed to do something like this together if there was a problem." "In that case, what a relief," Raeun responded. She felt as if she had been acknowledged by Beck's fans. Raeun and Jae-woon's schedule had been hectic the entire time because they had to unpack during the morning and then be explained all sorts of things from staff members. Hence, they decided to keep lunch simple and go with a sandwich and warm milk. They were both so accustomed to controlling their diets that they had no complaints about such a simple meal. After they had finished their meal, "Should we head out now?" Jae-woon suggested. "Okay, Sunbi." The production team had prepared a car for them in advance. Is this the sponsored car that they had mentioned? The program had been hit by a massive wave of product placement requests from famous businesses after it had been made officially public that the two top stars would be experiencing life as an imaginary couple. The kitchen tools that they had used to make lunch were also mostly sponsored. Jae-woon grabbed the steering wheel in excitement. I've been wanting to drive this. How perfect. Can't you just buy one, considering your level of fame? In terms of income purely through one's entertainment career, Jae-woon would place within the top 3. It was almost impossible, even for entertainment reporters, to calculate his net worth. However, Jae-woon was unexpectedly the frugal type. I don't really have a strong greed for cars. I grew up poor, so the need to save money became an unshakable habit. Does that make me sound cheap? Rayan shook her head. No, rather, it makes you look cooler. Jae-woon smiled in embarrassment from her honesty. Rayan felt like she was learning more about her partner Jae-woon through the program You're My Other Half. She wondered if this was one of the good things about this show. They arrived at their first date spot, the climbing gym. There was a diverse spread of routes, starting from beginner, advanced, expert, and many more. Which route do you usually take, Sunbi? Rayan asked. I usually go for advanced. You said you've never tried rock climbing, right? Then I guess the beginner route would be best for you. That was logically true, but Rayan already had several occasions worth of rock climbing experience from her past life. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I'll take the advanced route too. Are you sure? It's really difficult. Rayan decided to let her actions speak for herself. There was an ideal way to get up every route. Rayan placed her left hand on the start hold and immediately searched for holds to place her right hand and leg on. Leap. Rayan climbed toward the top at an extremely fast pace. She had even managed to pass the crimp hold 1 region in the middle of the route and the crux 2 as well. Even the instructors were impressed by how fluid and natural her movements were. There was a region where she had a bit of difficulty, but she managed to reach the finish hold. Rayan safely landed on the mat after fulfilling her objective, and was showered with applause soon after. Even the staff members that were looking over them cheered while applauding her. Jae-woon couldn't help but acknowledge her skills after being shown such a performance. I thought you'd never climbed before. I've watched a ton of videos on Arkatube. Rayan couldn't be called anything but gifted to be able to display such skills just from observational training using videos. Then, Jae-woon gave her a suggestion, both to keep the show entertaining and to discern her climbing skills a little more. Then why don't we make a bet? A bet? Yeah. The loser has to do one thing the winner asks them to do. What do you think? Rayan happily agreed since there was something that she had wanted to ask Jae-woon to do. If I win, you have to model for the product that my company will be launching next month, she said. Okay, got it. It was now Jae-woon's turn to set his condition. If I win, Jae-woon said with a smirk, you have to call me Appa for the next 3 days. It was the worst possible condition for Rayan. 1 crimp holds are very small holds that are only big enough to be held by the fingertips. Backhand index pointing left. 2 The crux is the hardest section of a rock climbing route. Backhand index pointing left. There was only one person on Earth who was addressed as Appa by Kang Rayan, and that was her older brother Kang Hyuk. That was how much she despised calling older men Appa. She had thought that Jae-woon of all people would understand her struggles, but he's unexpectedly persistent. His tenacity was impressive. It's no surprise. You can't become a top idol without tenacity of this level. Rayan did not falter despite the problematic condition. I'm gonna win anyway. She was confident since she had even been in a rock climbing club in her university for 2 years in her past life. She had also occasionally gone to climbing gyms even after graduating, so she didn't feel like she would lose this bet at all. If there's one thing that's bothering me, it's that I haven't seen how good Jae-woon Sunbi is yet. Rayan had not yet witnessed his skills yet, so she could not gauge the difference in their level of skill. But despite all that, she nodded confidently. Okay, you're on. Jae-woon smiled as soon as she agreed. You'd better not whine about it later, okay? A woman never goes back on her word. This was a battle of pride, considering Rayan's personality. There was no way that she would take back her words. Meanwhile, director Ju Sung-won smiled in his head once the bet had been established. This'll be fun to edit. He was already looking forward to the entertaining scene that would come to fruition. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The match was simple. The person who completed the route the quickest would be the winner. They would be doing the advanced route that Rayan had just climbed. Jae-woon started first. His bulging arm muscles were fully visible from his sleeveless shirt. His toned forearms were able to make any woman swoon. He got into position while swallowing his saliva. I'm ready. A climbing gym instructor that would be acting as the judge nodded. Ready, get set, go, leap, grab. Rayan was surprised to see Jae-woon effortlessly climbing up by treading over the holds. What the hell? He's pretty good. Jae-woon only had 2 years worth of climbing experience at most, but his performance had exceeded Rayan's expectations. He was nowhere near pro level, but he was definitely in the higher echelons of amateurs. He reached the finish hold in an instant. 23.12 seconds. Wow, that was fast. The instructor praised Jae-woon while giving him a thumbs up. It was an impressive feat to finish an advanced route in the 20-second range. Next up was Rayan. I just have to finish it within 23 seconds, right? She was brimming with confidence since she had already climbed the route once. Alright, let's do this. She lightly warmed up her body and got into position. Ready, get set. Rayan's eyes were dead set on the top. Go. She leaped and grabbed the hold on her right. Her movements were just as fluid as her first attempt. However, unlike her first attempt, this was a time trial. Just a little faster. She needed to shorten her time as much as possible. At this rate, she would not be able to beat Jae-woon's record. Now that it's come to this, I have no other choice. She changed up her movements and decided to take a gamble. She locked eyes on the white hold on her left. If I use that, she would be able to skip 2 whole movements. Her left arm stretched toward the white hold. Just a bit further. Rayan's hand would definitely have reached the hold at this length in her male body, which she found to be a shame. Having no other choice, she decided to take another gamble. However, gambles always had a chance to fail. Her impatience caused her foot to slip off the hold it was on before she was able to grab the white hold, and she fell straight down. Thankfully, she was not injured since there were mats below her. She was physically fine, but the same couldn't be said for her psychological state. Sigh, F. Rayan managed to catch herself from swearing on camera. They were being filmed, so she needed to watch her language. Jae-woon, who had been watching over her performance, extended his hand out to her triumphantly. I won, right? Rayan reluctantly took his hand. Her expression couldn't be any worse as she got up with his help. Jae-woon chuckled as he saw her face. The bet was just a joke. You don't have to call me Appa if you really don't want to. Rayan was happy to hear that, but the scratch on her pride would last a very long time. The two of them headed to the cafe that Rayan had recommended after coming out of the climbing gym. It was Starlight Road, the place that she could call her memorable place. Once she and Jae-woon entered the cafe, Seo Yeseo and her father, who had been waiting for them after being notified of their upcoming visit, greeted them with a smile. Welcome to Starlight Road. Jae-woon became wide-eyed as he looked around the cafe's interior. This place is pretty nice, right? It's not very popular, but I consider this place a landmark of sorts. Rayan preferred small neighborhood cafes like this over famous cafe chains, because such cafes possessed their own individual traits. But it doesn't seem to get many customers, Jae-woon remarked. Rayan nodded. Yes, since it's a bit of a distance away from the streets that people frequent. I guess that's true. Talks of closing down the cafe had arisen due to this, but that would now be old news. Just getting TV exposure would cause this place to be booming with people. TV exposure aside, the fact that Rayan and Jae-woon had a date here would also play a massive part in the cafe's upcoming boom in popularity. Fans would visit this place as if they were visiting the Holy Land. Yeseo's father, who had brought them their Americano and Einspner, cautiously requested, if it's okay with you, may I take a photo of you two? Yes, of course. Jae-woon decided to leave a photo here with Rayan as a token of their date, as well as a gift for letting them be able to enjoy a cup of coffee in such a nice cafe. Rayan could already hear the rumbling footsteps of Beck's fans swarming toward this cafe. With this, I'm sure the cafe's financial problems will sort themselves out. All that was left to do now was to let the broadcast magic do its work. After getting back home, the two of them enjoyed their dinner on the second-floor terrace thanks to the staff members' barbecue setup. They then went back to their rooms to sleep early. They were justifiably very tired, considering they had woken up early in the morning for the shoot and enjoyed a very active date. They spent a leisurely time at home in the morning of their second day, and then went on a date in the afternoon like the first day. They tried to avoid crowded places as much as possible. Not only were they filming, but the two of them were so famous that it would only take a moment for them to be swarmed by people. That would cause problems for the shoot, and they would also become a nuisance to other people that were trying to have a leisurely time. Rayan and Jae-woon decided to visit a lake park after having eaten dinner at a rooftop restaurant. Director Ju walked up to them and said, the sound director is saying there might be trouble with the mic audio. We'll get back into shooting after we switch the mics. It'll take about 10 minutes, so you guys can take a break until then. Understood. They handed the mics that they had installed around their waists to the staff members. Jae-woon then pointed at the wooden bench near the lake. Why don't we take a seat over there? He asked Rayan. Sounds good. They wouldn't be able to take a proper break around the staff members, so they decided to go somewhere with a bit of distance away from them. The park was quiet. There were barely any people walking around the area. Jae-woon took off his coat and put it around Rayan. Rayan softly nodded. Thank you very much, Sunbi. Her face reddened. Jae-woon did not understand why Rayan was acting this way, but his confusion cleared soon after. Thank you, oh Appa. Jae-woon doubted his ears from being called Appa by Rayan for the first time ever. Did you just call me Appa? A multitude of emotions like embarrassment, humiliation, and shame stormed inside her head. She absolutely hated it more than anything else in the world, but a bet is a bet, after all. Rayan felt far more comfortable carrying out the conditions of the bet in private like this, instead of while they were being filmed. Jae-woon was seized by an odd feeling that he had never felt before after being called Appa by Rayan. Did you know that people tell me on programs that they think I've dated a lot of women? He asked. Yes, I've seen it on air before. The host of that program had tried to push the image of a playboy on Jae-woon, but that was not how he was in the slightest. I've never dated a woman in my life, he expressed. That's unexpected. I was sure you'd be popular with the ladies since you're so handsome. It's a bit weird to say myself, but I was indeed popular. But I wanted to succeed as a singer, no matter what. Jae-woon's desire for success was greater than that for romance, and there was a reason for it. I wanted to let my mom live in comfort, so I worked hard and practiced like crazy. Jae-woon's father had passed away when he was still young, and he and his siblings had to be raised by a single mother. It was something that he could talk about while laughing now, but it had been painstakingly difficult at the time. I only strove for success without having the luxury nor thought to enjoy romance. So, I've never been able to empathize with the thought of falling in love with someone. He had always been like this, but not anymore. He had gradually gotten accustomed to the unfamiliar feeling that was love. Rayan. Yes, Sunbi. Unlike Rayan, who replied to him calmly, Jae-woon's eyes sparkled. They were the eyes of someone who had come to an important resolution. His eyes had only been on Rayan for a while now. He spoke again after a moment of silence. I think I've come to like you. The leader of Bex, the most successful boy group in the world, had confessed to the girl that he liked for the first time in his life. Why me? But Rayan had never expected that girl to be her. Rayan had never been confessed to by women when she used to be a man. However, after becoming a woman, there wasn't a time when she wasn't getting confessed to by a man. She had received many kinds of confessions, such as through words or by love letters, but Jae-woon was the first man to ever express his feelings so straightforwardly. Rayan kept quiet after the surprise confession. She was going through simulations in her head about how to respond. She had immediately refused every confession that she had received thus far, but she could not this time, considering who it was. Why did you decide to confess to me out of the blue? Rayan wanted to know what about her had made Jae-woon look at her as a woman. There likely was a reason besides her looks or personality. It's not sudden. I've been interested in you for a while now. It's just that interest has been getting stronger lately. Is your interest just simple curiosity? Rayan asked. Absolutely not n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Jae-woon had also wondered the same thing as Rayan at first, and about what would happen if he ended up dating her. However, that had changed. Now, he did not want any other man to have Rayan because he liked her. Once he had come to realize his feelings, he decided to be honest with them. I swear my feelings for you are true, Jae-woon declared. He wanted to emphasize that his feelings were not fake in any way. And of course, I'm prepared to be turned down as well. Although he had confessed, it did not mean that Rayan would accept his feelings. Even if they were to date, happiness wouldn't be the only thing that came with it. No matter how one looked at it, a romantic relationship between a famous actress and an even more famous male idol. It just spells disaster, Rayan thought. She could not imagine a happy ending for them. She had never intended to accept his confession from the start. She already had a set answer for men that confessed to her. Come back, please. We'll put on your mics. However, a staff member called out to them before Rayan had a chance to give Jae-woon an answer. Jae-woon got up from the bench first. Okay, we're on our way, he exclaimed. He then whispered to Rayan, you can give me your answer anytime. Don't feel pressured to tell me. Jae-woon went on his way before people started to get suspicious. Rayan sighed deeply as she watched him getting further away. Does this body have a special ability that charms men or something? She wondered if she had checked off such a box on the return application form. The two of them were on the car ride home after the short lake park date. Rayan found the situation rather awkward. She had not found it difficult to be under the same roof as Jae-woon from yesterday morning until now, and there was only one reason why her feelings managed to change in just one day. This is all because of that damn confession. Rayan knew that she needed to give Jae-woon an answer. But there are way too many cameras. She wasn't even able to bring it up in the car because there were cameras installed in there as well. Jae-woon also knew this, which was why he was not bringing it up on purpose. The staff members would end up finding out about his confession if he did. The entertainment was a scary place. It only took a moment for such a thing to spread way beyond control. Reporters were on especially high alert for a scoop lately, so the story of Jae-woon's confession to Rayan would cause an uncontrollable storm if it managed to reach any one of them. It was such a sensitive topic that they did their best not to bring it up. In exchange, they decided to talk about something else. The parfait that we had earlier was delicious, wasn't it? Jae-woon asked. Yes, it was. You had the chocolate vanilla parfait, right? Yes. I love sweet things. You had the one with the ice cream in it, didn't you? Yeah. I may not look like it, but I absolutely love ice cream. But I barely have the chance to eat it after becoming an idol, so I try to eat as much as I can whenever I have the opportunity to. Makes sense. Ice cream is the enemy of diets and maintaining a good figure. Rayan also loved ice cream, but had no choice but to stay away from it whenever she was in the middle of shooting a drama or film. It could be considered one of celebrities' worst hardships. They had talked about ice cream for the entire car ride home. They couldn't talk in private in their home either since there were cameras all over the place. Jae-woon mentioned while smiling awkwardly, why don't we sleep early today? Their imaginary couple life would come to an end tomorrow. Rayan and Jae-woon were the most popular couple out of the three, but they also did not have the time to stay on the show for any longer. They would only appear on the first and second episodes. They were not contracted to appear on more episodes after. Rayan had to go back to her film shoots, and Jae-woon had to go back to working on his album. This was their final night together, so it was a bit of a shame to end it so uneventfully. However, Rayan nodded. Okay, sure. Jae-woon's smile contained a hint of disappointment. Good night, Rayan. You too, Sunbi. And with that, the two of them walked back to their own rooms. Jae-woon could not fall asleep despite having laid down on his bed for over 2 hours. Maybe I shouldn't have done it. He had decided to be honest with his feelings and confessed, but waves of regret belatedly swept over him. Even confessions had aftereffects in the form of a relationship becoming awkward. Although there would be absolutely no problem if Rayan accepted his feelings, Jae-woon could not see that happening. He had already resolved to be turned down. He knew exactly what Rayan's answer would be, but he had confessed to her anyway because Jae-woon opened the eyes that he had just closed because he had felt a presence. The door just slightly opened, didn't it? He wondered if it had just been the wind, but he was sure that he had closed the window. The moment Jae-woon tried to lift his upper body because he felt something was off, he almost freaked out because he could sense something else besides him under his blanket. He was just as much of a scaredy cat as Rayan. It can't be a ghost, right? Jae-woon's mind was swarming with all kinds of thoughts. Such situations were very common in horror films. He was too scared to even look under his blanket. As his mind was on the verge of shutting down from fear, his blanket suddenly moved as if it was alive. A hand stretched out of nowhere and shut his mouth as he was about to shrink in fear and scream. It was far too beautiful to be a ghost. It's me, Sunbi. Jae-woon belatedly realized that it had been Rayan who had infiltrated his bedroom. He opened his mouth once Rayan removed her hand. Why are you? SHH, Rayan said while hiding herself in Jae-woon's blanket as much as possible. Let's talk somewhere else. Jae-woon glanced at the cameras that were installed in his room as Rayan whispered to him. He realized that she was acting like this because of them, and then nodded. Okay, but where? Rayan pointed upward, to the 3rd floor. Come to the attic. Rayan had unconsciously done 2 things as soon as she arrived at the villa yesterday morning. One was figuring out the locations of every single camera, and the other was figuring out where all the blind spots were. She had no underlying intention for such actions, it had simply become a habit after working as a bodyguard for so long. The only area besides the bathroom that did not have cameras installed was the attic on the 3rd floor. I'll get out first, so come out about 10 minutes later and come to the attic after pretending to head to the bathroom. It would be far too suspicious if both of them came out of Jae-woon's room together. Jae-woon nodded. He stretched and pretended to go to the bathroom after exactly 10 minutes. He was an actor as well as a singer, so this kind of performance was nothing for him. He sneaked to the stairs heading up to the attic after walking toward the bathroom. There were no more cameras from here onwards. Jae-woon crouched and stuffed himself inside the small attic entrance. Rayan, who had been inside waiting for him, handed him a canned coffee with a smile. Would you like one? Thanks. Jae-woon usually didn't drink coffee before bedtime, but he couldn't refuse when Rayan was the one offering it to him. Crack. Jae-woon opened the can and had a sip of the warm coffee. He was sure that Rayan had not called him only to have some coffee together, and he already knew why. This is about my confession earlier, right? Yes. You didn't have to go this far to tell me. I wouldn't have minded if you'd given me your answer after we were out of here. I wanted to give you my answer while we were still here, no matter what. Rayan had no specific reason why, she just felt like it. Her answer to Jae-woon's confession was already decided. I'm sorry, Sunbi. She had decided that she couldn't go out with him. Although Jae-woon had expected the answer, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't disappointed. He smiled bitterly. Could you tell me why? It's because I don't want to be in a relationship right now. I see. Jae-woon had already known, since he could tell from Rayan's attitude all this time, and that had not changed even recently. Rayan remarked, it seems you already knew that I would turn you down. Yeah. Then why did you still confess to me? This was the thing that Rayan had wanted to know the most, as well as why she had lured him all the way up here. However, Jae-woon's answer was completely unexpected to her. To put myself up for candidacy in advance. Pardon? Candidacy. I confessed to you because you'd at least be reminded of me when the time comes that you want to date someone, Jae-woon explained. He then got up from his seat and said while raising his coffee can, I'll be going back first. Let's both do our best on our final day. Okay. Good night, Sunbi. After sending Jae-woon off, Rayan sighed as she fiddled around with the ends of her hair. Only she herself would know what that sigh meant. Rayan opened her eyes at 7 a.m. and struggled to get up after realizing that the ceiling looked unfamiliar. Oh right, I'm in the middle of a shoot. Her unkempt self was also being filmed right now. This was her 3rd day here, so she practically had a map of the house in her head with every single camera position at this point. There was one on the upper right corner of the wall with the window on it, and another one above the room door. Rayan fixed her clothes and roughly combed her hair with her hand. Her hair was so long that it was always a complete mess whenever she woke up, and it was no different today. Lions would consider me one of their own. Her unkempt hair looked like a lion's mane. Rayan barely managed to get out of her bed and detected a delicious smell coming from the kitchen. She walked to the kitchen to see Jae-woon in an apron, like she had expected. He asked with a smile, did you sleep okay? What time did you wake up, Sunbi? Me? Around 30 minutes ago, I think. 30 minutes ago meant that he had woken up at 6:30 a.m. You woke up so early, Rayan expressed. My eyes just opened naturally. I'm making toast. Are you fine with that? Yes. Then I'll set the table. Jae-woon did not seem to feel awkward in any way despite having confessed his feelings to Raeun yesterday and being turned down. The psychological damage had likely been far less because he knew that he would be rejected. Raeun felt relieved to see Jae-woon like this. I was worried that he would be super awkward around me. Jae-woon was a true professional. After they finished their breakfast, their imaginary married life officially came to an end after the program director congratulated them on their hard work. Shin Yoo-bin came up to Raeun once the shoot had finished. Great work, Raeun. Raeun felt happy to see her manager after 3 days. You too, Miss Manager. I didn't do anything. You're going straight home, right? Yes, absolutely. Raeun had spent a leisurely time in the villa that Ji Han-sok had lent her for the past 3 days, but she was still fatigued. No matter how much she rested here, she could never rest in the truest sense on camera. It was time to go back home and truly rest. However, Yoo-bin brought up another topic before that. Chief Young asked you to come to the agency this Friday. Why? I don't know either. Friday was 2 days from now. If he had something to tell her, he could have just done so right away. Whatever it is, it must not have been finalized yet. There were always hidden circumstances for everything. She didn't know what Chief Young would tell her, but she only needed to wait 2 days to find out. Okay, I'll come pick you up at your house on that day. He said to come whenever you have time since it wasn't urgent, so you can take your time getting ready. Oh, and Yoo-bin was about to tell Raeun every single matter that had piled up for the past 3 days, but director Ju Sung-won suddenly jumped in. Raeun, you know about the after-party later, right? There's already an after-party when it was just the first shoot. Well, it was the first and the last for you and Jae-woon. But of course, I'd prefer it if it wasn't the last. Director Ju hoped for them to be regular members of his program, but it was nothing but his hope. Even he knew that it was realistically difficult. Hence, he couldn't pester them to keep appearing on You're My Other Half. It's too much of a shame to just end it here, so I prepared an after-party. Please come if you have time. Jae-woon will also be coming. If Sunbi is coming, so should I. Raeun did not have anything in particular planned for today. She promised Director Ju that she would attend the after-party and then left the set with Yoo-bin. Fatigue belatedly swept over her as soon as she entered the car. I suddenly don't feel like going. However, it was far too late to say that she couldn't go. She sighed. Raeun had returned to her sweet home after 3 days. However, there was one abnormality. Where are you going? She asked. She had come across Seo Yi-jun, who was carrying a large suitcase, at the front door. I'm going on a trip with my friends, he answered. What kind of trip? A healing trip. One of my high school friends got rejected by a girl that he had liked for a long time, so we're all going on a 3-day trip to console him. Really? Raeun's eyebrow flinched. Although she had never seen Yi-jun's friend, his story seemed awfully familiar. Do the after-effects of being rejected last for a while? She asked. Raeun had never sincerely confessed to someone back when she was a man. However, that did not mean she had no interest in women. She certainly did, but she had never confessed to a woman with the thought of wanting to spend the rest of her life with them. It was even worse after she had become a woman. She had zero interest in the opposite sex, which was now men. Hence she wasn't able to empathize with the feelings of people who had been rejected after sincerely confessing to someone. Yi-jun tilted his head in confusion and asked, did someone confess to you again? Raeun subtly flinched, but did her best to act as if it was not the case. No, I just asked because I'm curious. Really? I was sure you were asking because someone confessed to you again. Raeun glared at the fairly perceptive Yi-jun. Just answer the question. Raeun kept their conversation on the right track before it deviated elsewhere. I'm not sure. I've never been rejected before, so I wouldn't know. You haven't? You said you've been in a relationship twice back in high school. I wouldn't really call them relationships. They were only about a month long at most. Also, no one has ever turned me down. Raeun glared at Yi-jun even more sharply. You sound kind of condescending. She felt like she had lost just for asking. Raeun checked her attire one last time in front of the full-length mirror before heading to the after-party venue. She had casually worn a shirt and jeans since she was not going to a formal event like a premiere or production press conference. Raeun used to prefer formal wear, considering her former occupation, but she had come to prefer casual wear over formal. And most of all, it's comfortable. Raeun grabbed her handbag and headed down to the underground second-floor parking lot where team leader So Ha-jin was waiting. There was no shoot planned, so she told Yoo-bin that she didn't have to come with her out of consideration. Yoo-bin also had a lot on her plate being Raeun's manager. Ha-jin, who had been waiting outside the car, greeted Raeun. It's been a while, chairwoman. Have you been well during the time I've been away? Yes. There haven't been any issues. Oh, Youngjun asked me to tell you something. Youngjun, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Raeun thought she had heard wrong. On the other hand, Ha-jin was as calm as she could be one. By Youngjun, we're talking about the same Mr. Ma Youngjun, right? Raeun asked. Yes. Is there a problem? No, it was just a surprise. Are you guys the same age? If Ha-jin was addressing him in such a casual manner, they were either the same age, or, I'm older than him, Ha-jin expressed. Raeun was considerably shocked. Then what does Mr. Ma call you? He decided to call me Nuna. Whoa. Raen couldn't imagine a man of that size calling Hajin Nuna. I can't believe he was younger than her. Starting from his fanatical tendency for girl groups, Youngjun was revealing many shocking sides of himself to Raen. Anyway, what did he ask you to tell me? Raen went back to the subject at hand. It's about Congressman Kim Han-Gyo. Raen had told Youngjun several times to keep a close eye on Han-Gyo before going into the You're My Other Half shoot. He's been meeting every single member of the political and financial world that has a connection to you, Hajin reported. It was obvious what Han-Gyo had talked about with them. He was trying to cajole them. Raen couldn't think of any other reason why he was meeting them. From what we've found out, none of the people that the congressman has met have sympathized with or been persuaded by him. I would guess so. Not even Han-Gyo would be sure of whether or not the members of the anti-Kim Han-Gyo faction would take his hand after all the sins that he had committed. I wonder if it'll be me next. Raen said jokingly. But of course, even she thought that it was a bit of a stretch. Director Ju excitedly welcomed Raen once she arrived at the after-party venue. Raen, you have no idea how long I've been waiting for you? It's been so boring without you here. Raen could tell from the stench of alcohol that the director was already drunk. You got started faster than usual, director, she expressed. Director Ju was known to love alcohol, but he had gotten drunk way too quickly this time. It was not like she was late, she was actually 5 minutes early, so she had never expected to see the director so drunk already. Unlike Raen, the other staff members who had worked with the director for a long time were taking this situation as if it was normal. Jae-woon, who had known the director for a while, reacted the same as them. Director, don't trouble Raen and stay seated. How can I stay seated on such an amazing day? Don't you agree? Huh. Ugh, you reek of alcohol. Raen giggled awkwardly as Director Ju and Jae-woon quarreled. She would have gotten someone to keep Director Ju away from her if he wasn't the director of their program. The director spoke to Raen before going back to his seat. Oh, right. I've got to tell you something, Raen. Raen did not want to humor his drunken gibberish, but decided to anyway. What is it? It's about my uncle. Raen's expression changed. Ju Sung-won's uncle was Congressman Kim Han-Gyo. Director Ju continued without knowing how Raen felt. He was talking about wanting to meet you, and that he would be giving you an invitation soon. Raen is surprised because Hajin addressed Ma Youngjun in a very friendly manner. Backhand index pointing left. Kim Han-Gyo's invitation. Raen had never thought that what she had said jokingly to team leader So Hajin would actually come true. Director Ju Sung-won asked with a flushed face as he watched Raen in confusion. Huh? You didn't know about it, Raen? Of course not. Does he want to meet me alone? From what I'd heard. What was it again? To be more specific, I believe he said that he wanted to invite talents affiliated with GNF and ask about the direction of the entertainment industry, or something like that. It's a bit blurry. Direction of the entertainment industry. It certainly was a good reason, but Raen knew better than anyone that it was just an excuse. He obviously planned something like this because of me. It was obvious that Han-Gyo was suspecting that Raen was the masked woman and that she was gathering people to go up in arms against him. Han-Gyo was a very perceptive man. There was no way he hadn't realized that Raen was connected deeper to this matter than meets the eye. An invitation from my mortal enemy. Raen wondered whether she should accept the invitation or not. Raen and Shin Yubin headed to GNF to meet Chief Young on Friday. Like she had expected. Congressman Kim Han-Gyo contacted us, saying that he wants to invite our talents. That's why I'm planning on asking who wants to go and then let his team know. Chief Young mentioned exactly what Director Ju had said 2 nights ago. Raen was not surprised because she had already been spoiled regarding the contents of their current conversation. She had been thinking about what to do about this invitation ever since hearing about it from the director. And finally, she had come to a decision. What do you want to do, Raen? Chief Young asked. Raen answered immediately as if she had been waiting for it. I'll participate for sure. Running away was not her style. If the opponent drew their sword, it was common courtesy for one to draw their sword as well, at least according to Raen. Raen had declared that she would meet Han-Gyo, but her associates thought otherwise. I personally think you should have refused the invitation, Ma Youngjun remarked. Park Seol-hun, So Hajin, and director Do Ha-young looked at Youngjun. Raen asked him why he thought that way, but the reason was fairly obvious. He already suspects you, so I don't think it's necessary for you to go and raise even more suspicion. Youngjun was not wrong. It might be a better idea to stay hidden in situations like this. However, Raen did not agree. He already suspects me, so his suspicions won't disappear as long as I keep hiding from him. Rather, it might raise his suspicions even more. It might cause Han-Gyo to think that Raen was avoiding him because she had something to hide. Either choice had its risks. Now that it's come to this, I'll just have to do things my way. Hence, she had decided to gladly accept her mortal enemy's invitation. Even so, Youngjun could not agree with her choice. Meanwhile, Seol-hun asked while he was listening to their conversation, but why do you hate Congressman Kim Han-Gyo so much? Seol-hun and Ha-young had more or less an idea that Raen had negative feelings for Han-Gyo for a long time. Although they had come to find out much later than Youngjun, they couldn't not notice since they had worked with her for a very long time. They knew that Raen hated him, but not why. Raen shrugged and answered concisely, you don't need to know. Seol-hun and Ha-young then looked toward Youngjun and Hajin, who also did not seem to know either. In any case, Kim Han-Gyo was Raen's enemy. No, now that they were all on the same boat, he had become their common enemy. Both Seol-hun and Ha-young were willing to help Rayan in any way they could. Ha-jin then asked Rayan, when and where is it? Next Thursday evening. We'll be meeting at Congressman Kim's home. I'll be going, but I'm not sure about the other talents. She honestly couldn't care less about who else was coming. The only thing on her mind was her confrontation with Han-Gyo. Young-jun asked this time, does team leader so and I have to accompany you? Considering the last incident, you stay put, mister. I'll just take team leader so. Young-jun and Park Do-cheol's covers had almost been blown during the secret meeting between Han-Gyo and Chairman Ji, as they were trying to get closer to eavesdrop on their conversation. They claimed that their faces had not been exposed, but it couldn't hurt to be too safe. Not only that, it was more comfortable to take just Ha-jin with her since they were both women. And I don't think there will be any major issues, so don't worry, Rayan expressed. Young-jun could no longer speak frankly after Rayan was being so adamant. As long as the target for their revenge was Kim Han-gyo, the mastermind of the plan was Rayan, she was the protagonist, so Young-jun could only do as she said. N/O/vel/b//n.c//om. Okay, that's all for now. Oh right, Mr. Park, Rayan called out. Me? Seol-hun asked. Yeah, we have the new product launch event in 2 months, right? Jae-woon Sunbi decided to take part in that program, so I'm just letting you know. F for real. Seol-hun blinked in quick succession. Their sales were guaranteed to skyrocket as long as Jae-woon, a global star as well as the leader of Bex, were to participate in the launch event. But how did you recruit him? You were going off last time about losing the climbing bet. Seol-hun could still recall Rayan complaining about it. He contacted me after the shoot and told me that he would do it as thanks for coming on the program with him, Rayan said. How kind of him. Kind. That word swirled around inside her head. He sure is. He's great. In that case, what kind of person was Rayan after turning down the confession of such a kind and great person? She smiled bitterly. GNF employees and the affiliated talents that accepted Han-gyo's invitation all set off from different places to his home. Rayan was heading to the congressman's home in the car that Ha-jin was driving. She repeatedly held in her sighs as she saw the extremely familiar roads. They obviously looked familiar since she had been the congressman's bodyguard for a very long time in her past life. However, Rayan was no longer his bodyguard, but his mortal enemy. She couldn't help but have extremely mixed feelings about this. Ha-jin said to Rayan, who had been looking out the window empty-mindedly, "You're getting a call, chairwoman." Rayan's phone had been ringing for a while now. She had been so out of it that she hadn't even realized it was ringing. Sorry. She then picked up the phone. The call was from Han-Gyo, Rayan's same-age friend. Hello. Hey, Rayan. It's me. Are you on your way to the congressman's house right now? Yeah, I am. You accepted the invitation too. Yeah. I'm here with Rita Sunbi right now. I see some other people from our agency too, but it's a bit difficult to get along with them since I don't really know them. Even if they were in the same agency, not all celebrities knew each other. They sometimes didn't even realize they were in the same agency. Not only that, the majority of GNF's talents had always been actors, so there were not many people that GAA, a singer, could associate with. She was relieved to have at least Rita with her. Rayan could hear Rita's voice next to GAA. Kong Rayan? How long are you gonna make your uni wait? Hurry up and get over here. Rayan smiled bitterly. Sunbi isn't drunk already, is she? She's still fine. She's just throwing a tantrum because she wants to see you so badly. There was no longer anyone in the country who didn't know of Rita's love for Rayan. She had mentioned several times on programs that she liked Rayan the best among her juniors. Rita was now blatantly favoring Rayan, to which Rayan was not sure whether it was a good or bad thing. Just when Ha-jin was about to check the GPS and tell Rayan how far they were away, "We'll be there in about 10 minutes, so tell Sunbi to wait just a little longer," Rayan said. Yeah, okay. Rayan knew exactly how long it would take for them to reach their destination without needing team leader so to tell her. Like it had already been mentioned, she knew these roads like the back of her hand. Not knowing that, Ha-jin couldn't help but be impressed. You seem to know more about these roads than me with the GPS, she commented. Rayan could only laugh weakly in response. Like Rayan had expected, they had reached Congressman Kim Han-gyo's home in exactly 10 minutes. Many cars were already in the parking lot, and Rayan noticed Rita and GAA's cars as well. It was a fresh feeling to see each of their personal cars after being driven by their managers all the time. Rayan walked out of the parking lot and took a good look at Han-gyo's house. She couldn't not get any mixed feelings. Ha-jin, who was following Rayan from behind, asked in worry, "Is there a problem?" "No, just nostalgia." Nostalgia. Ha-jin couldn't understand why Rayan would feel nostalgic from seeing Congressman Kim's house. Rayan switched gears and said to Ha-jin, "Stand by near the area. I'll enter by myself." Understood. She would most definitely be looked at weirdly if she brought a bodyguard into a party venue. A man in a black suit bowed to Rayan once he confirmed her identity. "Welcome, Miss Kong Rayan. Please, come in." The scenery of Han-gyo's home unfurled as Rayan took a single step inside. "I never thought I'd come back here." She could only think of it as a quirk of fate. Kong Rayan arrived at Kim Han-gyo's home. It was far too ambiguous to say that she missed the place. She used to be here more often than her own home in her past life. All sorts of thoughts and emotions stormed inside her head and heart. Rayan. Han-Gyo casually linked arms with Rayan as she was blankly standing still. Why are you so late? Gyo asked. I had stuff to take care of. That aside, there's a lot of people here. Not only were there many celebrities, there were also many GNF employees, Chief Young included. Kim Han-Gyo's garden was so spacious that it could fit all of these people with no problem. The sound of sizzling meat could be heard from one side, while on the other side, people were loudly conversing while using alcohol to connect with each other. People naturally became more open because they were in the freeing outdoors instead of being stuffed indoors. The same could be said for Rita, who had been anxiously waiting for Rayan. Now that you're here, you should have a drink. Here. Rita handed Rayan a wine glass and poured her a drink from a wine bottle. Rayan politely refused. I can't drink. She had no idea what she would do if she drank alcohol. Not only that, she was smack in the middle of enemy territory. She did not want to cause a fuss in a drunken stupor. However, Rita remarked as if not to worry, this is non-alcoholic wine, so you can drink in peace. Really? Rayan could indeed drink it if it was non-alcoholic. She cautiously put her lips on the wine glass and had a tiny sip. The beverage went down smoothly. It really is non-alcoholic. Oh, look at you. Did you think I was lying or something? Rita asked. You're more than capable of it, aren't you, Sunbi? Rita was abashed by Rayan's unreserved remark. She wanted to deny it, but hated herself a little for not being able to. However, Rayan had succeeded in finding a beverage that she could drink aside from alcohol thanks to Rita. As they were talking, more and more people gathered around Rayan. She had unwittingly become the protagonist of the party because she garnered much attention in the entertainment industry to the point that she was considered a celebrity among celebrities. Although she was used to being the protagonist in a production, she was still not accustomed to being this kind of protagonist. The man hosting the party had finally shown himself after some time had passed. You're all very early. Everyone in the venue turned toward Congressman Kim Han-Gyo. Several other political figures were also with him. The entertainment industry and the political world did not seem related from a glance, but it was more intertwined than one would think. Political figures desired the attention of the public, and the ones who received the most of that attention were celebrities. It was unexpectedly easy to find celebrities who supported a certain politician or a political party. That was how intertwined the two circles were. Han-Gyo also possessed desire for public attention, but that was not part of his objective today. He fixed his gaze on Rayan. He had set this stage to find out if she was the masked woman. Rayan did not avert from his gaze and gave him a smile. All right, let's dance. Rayan never backed down from a fight. That was her policy as well as an ironclad rule that she had set for herself. Han-Gyo first expressed his gratitude to everyone gathered here today before starting a conversation with Rayan. He went around to every single person to shake their hand and converse with them. As a politician, he could not neglect the management of personal connections. Meanwhile, Rayan clicked her tongue several times in her head as she watched Han-Gyo from afar. Goddamn snake. No one likely knew how much Han-Gyo was sharpening his knife under that smile of his. Only Rayan knew Han-Gyo's true nature. She spent her time speaking with Gae and Rita until Han-Gyo came her way. Rita whispered while pointing in Han-Gyo's direction, he's so shameless, isn't he? How could he even think to invite us here after the huge mess that his son had made in the entertainment industry? I agree. But why did you come here despite knowing that, Sunbi? Rayan asked. It's obvious, isn't it? Rita expressed while fixing her gaze on Rayan. To see my cute junior. Rayan sighed as she looked at Rita, who was the only one here with a completely different objective. Like Rita had mentioned, Han-Gyo was not well liked in the entertainment industry. Him as a person aside, his son Kim Chi-yeol had caused a massive incident in the industry. However, the reason why so many members of GNF had gathered here was rather simple. Private and public matters should be kept separate. No matter how much one personally disliked Han-Gyo, it was an irrefutable fact that he would be a great help in terms of business. But of course, Rayan had a completely different objective from everyone else that had gathered here for that reason. Oh, aside from Rita Sunbi, Rita was far too faithful to her instinct. Chief Young, who had been speaking with Han-Gyo, approached Rayan with him. Rayan, I brought the congressman with me because he wanted to meet you. Han-Gyo had induced a meeting with Rayan as naturally as possible. There was no way that Rayan wouldn't know that he had done this all to avoid suspicion from others. Han-Gyo smiled meaningfully. It's very nice to meet you, Rayan. I've always wanted to meet you, and it seems I've finally gotten the chance to. We've already met once before, haven't we? They had met once before, albeit extremely briefly, during the Armed Forces Day event. It had been such a short encounter that Han-Gyo had forgotten for a brief moment. Having been reminded of it, he chuckled. Haha, yes, that's true. I'm sorry. My memory isn't as clear as back when I was still young. Han-Gyo could not have cared less about who Rayan was before, but the situation had completely changed. She, who had been nothing but an extra that had passed by in his life, had now become a terrifying entity that could end his political career. However, nothing was certain yet. That was why he had called Rayan here to confirm it with his own eyes. In any case, thank you very much for accepting my invitation, Rayan, Han-Gyo said. It's my pleasure. The two of them shook hands. Rayan had only been standing behind Han-Gyo in her past life, but she could now proudly stand across from him. Rayan spoke first. What happened to your son is truly unfortunate. She brought up a subject that would infuriate Han-Gyo from the get-go. It obviously had been on purpose. Despite that, Han-Gyo maintained a poker face without a flinch of an eyebrow. It's my fault for not educating him well enough, haha. As expected of Kim Han-Gyo, he was truly a seasoned veteran. He had not set up this party to talk about his son. It was his turn to go on the offensive this time. Are you well acquainted with Chairman Ji of Dudam Group? He asked. Yes. I've met him several times through Ji Hansok Sunbi. I believe you had introduced him to Congresswoman Hong Oh-yeon. Is that right? Rayan felt as if she was being interrogated. Han-Gyo was a tough opponent, but so was Rayan. She did not lose her smile to the very end like a true celebrity that stood in front of cameras for a living. Yes. We'd appeared on the same program once before. Congresswoman Hong had said that she wanted to meet Chairman Ji, so I introduced her to him. I see. Rayan emphasized with a beautiful smile that she had only fulfilled the Congresswoman's request, and that there had been absolutely no political agenda involved in the decision. I'd thought that you were the one who had led things to happen that way, Han-Gyo commented. Me? Of course not. I don't know a thing about politics. My dream is to become a Hollywood actress, not to become a politician. Isn't that right, Chief Young? This was the first time Chief Young had heard that Rayan's dream was to become a Hollywood actress. He almost asked Rayan if she was drunk, but the words stayed down his throat after a glare from her. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Why yes. Rayan has dreamed of becoming an excellent actress ever since her debut. That was why she had done her absolute best in every opportunity that was given to her. This was 100% a lie. In truth, Rayan had frequently refused offers because she didn't want to, or because it was a hassle. She had no real attachments nor interest in the entertainment industry. However, she couldn't let that be known to Han-Gyo. The doubt in Han-Gyo's eyes subsided somewhat thanks to Chief Young's testimony. I see. It seems to have been a mere coincidence, then. I apologize for doubting you, Rayan. It's okay. Please feel free to invite me like today anytime. I will. With that, Han-Gyo left. Rayan stuck her tongue out at him while he was walking away with his back toward her. After the party, Han-Gyo fell into deep thought alone in his study after sending everyone home. Rayan had been the one that seemed most likely to be the masked woman. Maybe I was wrong. Han-Gyo wondered if his hunch, which rarely failed him, had been incorrect. He took out a cigarette that he had sworn to himself that he would quit this year for sure, and put it in his mouth. Flicker. He lit the cigarette and let out a long stream of smoke. He was so stressed that he couldn't help it. If it's not Kang Rayan, then who could it possibly be? After some time of thinking, one woman popped up in his head. Yes, that's it. He extinguished the cigarette that he had just lit on the ashtray, and laughed unsettlingly. It can only be her. It felt as if the puzzle inside his head had finally been solved. A week had passed since Rayan's meeting with Han-Gyo. Meanwhile, Rayan finished getting ready to stand in front of the camera alongside Wang Jae-wong, who had safely been discharged from the hospital. We're about to start shooting, so please get ready, Rayan. Okay. The script reading was done, so she just needed to immerse herself into her performance. But then, team leader So Ha-jin urgently approached her. Chairwoman, there's a big problem. Having detected the seriousness in Ha-jin's voice, Rayan asked in a whisper, what kind of problem? Ha-jin quickly repeated what she had been notified of. Reporter Ah-chen Sujin is in danger. It was almost midnight when Ah-chen Sujin finally got up from her seat at the office. A tsunami of fatigue swept over her. Ugh, my shoulders are killing me. Not only her shoulders, but her neck, limbs, back and everywhere else on her body was aching. I would have bought a massage chair if I had enough room in my apartment. Sujin swallowed her disappointment and took off her slippers to put her shoes back on. I should call a taxi since it's late. Sujin walked up to the side of the road as soon as she exited the office building. There just happened to be a free taxi stopped in front of a red light 1 block away. Oh, lucky me. She had not expected to find a taxi so quickly. She raised her arm to signal to the taxi. The male taxi driver in sunglasses stopped near Sujin. Where would you like to go? Sujin placed her handbag on her lap and answered, Insung High School, please. The front gate, not the back one. Understood. The taxi departed as soon as the traffic light turned green. It took around 10 minutes for Sujin to feel that something was off. Sir? I think you're going the opposite way. They should be going down Olympic Duro 1, but the taxi driver was driving somewhere else entirely. Sujin felt uneasy. She finally began to notice suspicious aspects about the taxi. The man was acting far too awkwardly for a taxi driver, and neither the taximeter nor GPS was on. Sujin was struck with fear, but she purposefully did not show it because she knew that she would be giving the other party the upper hand the moment that she showed fear. Who are you? She asked. She could see the man's sharp gaze through his sunglasses. He smiled wickedly. There's someone who'd like to meet you. I don't know what sort of invitation this is, but I have no intention of accepting it. I'm sure you understand that you have no right to refuse. Sujin tried to escape out the car door as soon as the car was stopped by a red light, but the man was not that careless. The closed door did not open. Sujin swallowed her saliva. I thought I could finally go home after working overtime. I can't believe I'm being kidnapped n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. She felt like she was being dragged into a tiger's den. Raen had been given a report by So Ha-jin that reporter Ahn Soo-jin had been kidnapped by a suspicious man. She was obviously not pleased. She was waiting in her office for someone with one leg over the other. Ha-jin's eyes reacted first to the sound of the office door opening. Park Seel-hun, Ma Young-jun, and his subordinates cautiously entered. Raen stared daggers at Young-jun and his men. Their shoulders flinched repeatedly. She looked far more frail than any of them, but her glare was overpowering. It felt like the eyes of an apex predator staring down its prey. What the hell were you all doing while reporter Ahn was getting kidnapped? None of them were able to speak up. Raen pointed at Young-jun. Tell me, mister. Young-jun nodded with difficulty and forced his mouth to open. I thought she was getting on a taxi to go home like always, but I never thought the taxi itself would be the method of kidnapping. In other words, you were sloppy. Young-jun couldn't refute Raen's words since they were true. Soo-jin was someone who would become. No, it was safe to say that she had already become a key individual to Raen's plan. To Raen, Soo-jin was a gun that could fire ammo that was information that could be used against Kim Han-Gyo. But if Raen were to lose Soo-jin, I'll have to find another reporter. If that happened, it would throw a wrench in her plans. Raen said to Young-jun while boiling with rage, drop down. Young-jun unhesitatingly assumed a downward stretch position with just his head and toes supporting his body too. Raen asked the men blankly standing behind Young-jun, what's taking you so long? Apologies, ma'am. Raen was not an angel, she was a demon. Every single one of Young-jun's subordinates in the room assumed the same position. At 1, you'll say get your shit. At 2, you'll say together. 1. Get your shit. 2. Together. 1. Get your shit. 2. Together. The Lavanche employees glanced at Raen's office, wondering what was going on inside. Seel-hun stood there awkwardly and also tried to get into the same position. But then, Raen asked, what are you doing, mister? Wasn't I supposed to do it too? You can if you want. There was no way he wanted to. He stood back up while laughing awkwardly. Raen sighed and said to Young-jun and his men, get up. Yes, ma'am. Punishing them wouldn't change the fact that Soo-jin had been kidnapped. The tea had already been spilled, so they needed to figure out how to clean it up. Mr. Ma, do you know where reporter Ahn had been kidnapped to? Raen asked. Young-jun stiffly nodded. Where? I heard she's been taken to a certain construction site between Seoul and Dongtan, Young-jun answered. A construction site, huh? Raen had a bad feeling. There was only one person who would be aiming for Soo-jin at this time. It can only be Kim Han-gyo. Han-gyo's greatest enemy at this time was not members of the opposing political party nor big names in the financial world, but the masked woman. He was likely thinking that it was Ahn Soo-jin, who had reported scoops regarding himself and his son Kim Chi-yeol. From what Han-gyo knew of the masked woman, she was young and possessed all kinds of information, and there was only one person that could fit the bill. It can't be anyone else but reporter Ahn Soo-jin. Raen would have also thought the same if she had been put in Han-gyo's shoes. What should we do now? Young-jun asked. However, he already had a rough idea of what Raen would say. What else? Tell everyone to grab their gear. She answered exactly how Young-jun had expected her to. If her opponent used public opinion against her, so would she. And if they resorted to kidnapping and violence, she would also reply in kind. Oh, right, Raen said. She had almost forgotten something. Don't forget about those. I think it's the perfect time to give them a try. Young-jun, Ha-jin, and Seel-hun nodded simultaneously. Ahn Soo-jin barely managed to open her eyes. She remembered up until being kidnapped by the man posing as a taxi driver. The taxi had kept driving further and further into a deserted territory, and then she had suddenly lost consciousness. Did he use sleeping gas or something? It honestly did not matter what the man had used to force her to lose consciousness. The situation she was in right now was the real problem. She was by herself in a huge construction site while tied down to a chair. This reminds me of when I had first met the masked woman. However, Soo-jin instinctively knew that the masked woman was unrelated to this kidnapping, since the masked woman no longer needed to use force to take her somewhere. Soo-jin was already willingly doing her bidding by reporting articles containing information given by her, which means I was kidnapped by someone other than the masked woman. Her hands were tied behind her back, so it was almost impossible to loosen the rope. She had been completely bound to the chair. It was safe to say that it was impossible for her to escape on her own. Soo-jin thought about who she could have possibly pissed off to be in this situation, and could only think of one person. It can only be him. Just as she had come to a conclusion, her kidnappers began to appear at the construction site one by one. She could tell just from a glance that they couldn't be further from honest people. Each of them had weapons like lumber and wooden bats in hand, likely to scare Soo-jin. She unknowingly swallowed her saliva. She had faced countless dangerous situations in her career as a reporter, but she had never faced such a life-threatening situation other than her first encounter with the masked woman. One of the men looked familiar. Soo-jin said to the man in sunglasses, "Is this really the front gate of Insong High School? I don't think we're in the right place." The man who had posed as the taxi driver chuckled in bafflement. "I don't think you've fully realized the situation you're in." He was about to approach Soo-jin with a knife, but she threatened them instead. "You'd better let me go if you don't want the public to find out that Congressman Kim Han-gyo has you in his pockets." Sujin was trying to use the fact that they were being backed by Han-Gyo to make a deal with them, but her attempt had become meaningless as a man showed himself from among the gangsters. Do it. I don't care. Han-Gyo made his appearance right in front of Sujin, which not even she had expected. I thought you'd be keeping yourself hidden behind them, but I guess not, Sujin remarked mockingly. However, Han-Gyo simply laughed in response. Do you know why I showed myself to you? Because you won't be getting out of here alive anyway. Sujin couldn't help but be stricken with terror. Great job blackmailing me all this time, masked woman. Me. Han-Gyo seemed to be certain that Sujin was the masked woman. She was flabbergasted. I think there's been a misunderstanding. I have nothing to do with the masked woe. I don't have the time to humor your lies. The men began to approach Sujin once Han-Gyo raised his hand. Just as Sujin was in a crisis, the men froze once they noticed the moonlit shadow of a woman stretching over them. Were you looking for me, you sly snake? Han-Gyo's eyes popped out at the appearance of the masked woman that he had been desperately searching for. How? He had finally come to realize that Sujin was not the masked woman. However, it did not matter. Although it had not been intentional, he had successfully lured the masked woman here. Kill her. The men changed their target from Sujin to the masked woman. Just then, the masked woman raised her hand and exclaimed, "Here come the secret royal inspectors 3. Men wearing the exact same white mask as Rayan simultaneously showed themselves out of hiding. The unidentified gangsters instantly surrounded Han-Gyo and his gang. Han-Gyo scowled. You bitch. Just who the hell are you? Rayan smiled, which Han-Gyo couldn't see behind her mask, and answered, didn't you hear me? We're secret royal inspectors. 1. This is the name of an 8-lane highway in Seoul. Backhand index pointing left. 2. This is a disciplinary position commonly used in Korea. Backhand index pointing left. 3. Secret royal inspectors were undercover officials back in the Joseon dynasty, who were directly appointed by the king and sent to local provinces to monitor government officials and look after the populace while traveling incognito. The phrase that Rayan used is one that a royal secret inspector says to reveal their identity after they discover corruption to bestow punishment on the official. Backhand index pointing left. Multiple people wearing the exact same masks as the masked woman appeared before Kim Han-Gyo, whose head hurt just from looking at the masked woman. Han-Gyo couldn't not scowl from the sight. The items that Kung Rayan had told the men to bring before were these masks. Rayan softly laughed and asked the bewildered Han-Gyo and his gang, did you seriously think I came here alone? No matter how proficient she was in combat, she couldn't fight all these people on her own. Hence, she had decided to bring Ma Yongjun and his men with her. They already knew the location, so all they needed to do was to wait for the right chance to ambush them. But I'd never expected you to be here, Rayan mentioned. She was obviously referring to Han-Gyo. Who would have thought that someone like you, who hates nothing more than getting your hands dirty, would show up here personally? Han-Gyo despised the way she spoke as if she knew absolutely everything there was to know about him. He felt as if she was looking into his very soul. However, he had no intention of answering Rayan's question. I think you're gravely misunderstanding something, he remarked. The game was not over yet. We have the advantage in numbers. Han-Gyo was right. His gang overwhelmingly outnumbered the men that Rayan had brought by roughly twice their number. Having the numerical superiority, Han-Gyo's smile returned. I'll rip that mask off your face myself. He gestured to his gang, who then all began to move. However, Rayan did not shrink down. Rather, she only scoffed at him. If you're asking for a whooping, I'm more than happy to give you one, she said. What the hell are you talking about, you bitch? 2 gangsters wielding lumber ran toward Rayan, but they were stopped by Ma Yongjun and Park Du-chil before they could reach her. Yongjun's giant fist smashed one man's right cheek, while the tip of Du-chil's toes struck the other man's solar plexus. The 2 men fell forward. Herg. Kurg, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The man that had been hit on his solar plexus by Du-chil seemed to have trouble breathing. Their flawless attacks had neutralized the men instantly. Du-chil held in his laugh. Compared to the countless beatings that he had suffered from Rayan, your fists are nothing more than child's play, damn it. Yongjun agreed. Although Han-Gyo had the advantage in numbers, Rayan's men overwhelmed his men in terms of individual combat prowess. This had all been part of her plan. The gangsters' morale plummeted due to Yongjun and Du-chil's swift neutralization. Han-Gyo exclaimed in irritation, what the hell are you doing? Eliminate them. Why yes, sir. No need to fear, men. Kill them all. The gang fight commenced. However, it was only a gang fight in a literary sense, it was more akin to a one-sided massacre. With Yongjun taking the lead, whose fists were weapons in their own right, they neutralized Han-Gyo's men at breakneck speed. Team leader So-ha-jin also joined in. Watch your back, she warned Yongjun. I know. Yongjun raised his arm as a gangster swung a baseball bat at him from behind. Crack! The baseball bat lost the battle between arm and bat. Impossible. The man looked down at his broken bat in disbelief. Meanwhile, Yongjun was completely fine. Is that it? He asked. He then grabbed the man's hair with one hand and yeeted him across the construction site as if he was a paper doll. As the gangsters hired by Han-Gyo were busy with Yongjun, Ha-jin immediately carried out her rescue operation of reporter Ahn Sujin. Bash? Wham? Ha-jin swiftly neutralized the 2 men standing left and right of Sujin and took out a knife from her waist to cut the rope. Sujin said to Ha-jin, who was wearing a mask, in a daze, thank you? You can thank me later. Getting out of here takes priority. Their primary goal above all else was to rescue Sujin. They had accomplished their goal, but Rayan felt like it was too much of a waste to just withdraw. Mr. Rayan called out to Yongjun and exclaimed as she pointed at Han-Gyo, who was falling back, clear a path. Yongjun nodded, picked up a lumber that was on the ground and mercilessly swung it around. Whoosh! The cutting of the air with each swing sounded life-threatening. The gangsters frantically ran away with fear that they would die if they were hit by it. A path toward Han-Gyo miraculously opened. Nice assist. Rayan praised. She ran toward her target at frightening speed, but one man blocked her path. He was in his mid-30s, wearing a suit unlike the other gangsters. It was a face that Rayan knew very well. He was Park Ian-soo, the leader of Kim Han-Gyo's security team when she had first become a member of the team. He stretched out his arm to snatch Rayan's slender wrist. It's game over the moment he catches me. Ian-soo was a judo expert. He was skilled enough to have dreamed of becoming a national representative in the past. Even Rayan couldn't let her guard down against him. Rather, if she tried to face him head-on, I'd lose. She had never once beaten him back when they used to be on the same security team. The overwhelming gap between their practical experience had not been something to be ignored. But wouldn't I have a shot now? Rayan continued to land blows on Ian-soo while keeping out of his range. She stretched out her slender legs and aimed for Ian-soo's head. It had been a sharp and accurate kick, but Ian-soo was not one to be defeated so easily. He took a large step back to barely dodge Rayan's attack. He could instinctively tell from Rayan's movements that she was an extremely skilled fighter. Rayan also got back into a fighting stance and glared at Ian-soo. Like I'd thought, he's a tough opponent. Rayan considered Ian-soo her mentor of sorts since he had taught her several different martial arts, how to deal with various different situations, as well as the proper mindset of a bodyguard. She was happy to see him after so long, but she could not stay that way because she was unable to approach Han-Gyo because of him. Ian-soo clenched his fists and warned Rayan, I suggest you withdraw. Rayan knew better than anyone else that his warning was by no means a bluff. He was not one to make jokes. I should be saying that to you, Rayan responded. Ian-soo clicked his tongue from hearing her voice that had been changed through a device. What has the congressman done to you for you to go this far? Ian-soo had been curious about this for a long time. Rayan's answer was concise yet extremely memorable. He killed me once. Of course, Ian-soo had no idea what she was talking about. Soon after, they could hear police sirens from a distance. Someone had heard the commotion from the construction site and had called the police. Neither Han-Gyo nor Rayan could afford to let it be known to the police that they were here. Rayan clicked her tongue and shouted to Yongjun and Hajin, we've done enough. Let's get out of here. They had already accomplished their primary goal of rescuing Sujin. Rayan quickly withdrew from the construction site with her men. Ian-soo fell into deep thought as he watched her get further away. After escaping from danger, Sujin barely managed to calm her rapidly beating heart in the car that Yongjun was driving. She had almost been killed by Han-Gyo. If Rayan had been any later, she did not want to imagine it. Meanwhile, Rayan, who was sitting right next to her with her mask still on, finally spoke. You don't need to worry. That bastard Kim Han-Gyo won't be able to touch you from now on. What do you mean? Rayan pulled out a USB flash drive from her pocket. I filmed you getting kidnapped and being threatened by Kim Han-Gyo. Sujin forcefully laughed. She found it absurd that Rayan had been leisurely filming the most life-threatening moment of her life. However, she had no intention of resenting Rayan because she would have done the exact same thing in her shoes. As long as this video evidence exists, he can never touch a single hair on your body. If he did, this video would be spread throughout the public. The fact that a member of the National Assembly kidnapped and threatened to kill a reporter would cause a massive storm. Are you going to leak it right now? Sujin asked. Rayan shook her head to answer no. Do you know what the thing you need most for fishing is? Rayan asked back. Fishing skills. Wrong. It's patience. A fisherman mustn't carelessly move the hook even when they could feel the fish touching the bait. Only after the fish had completely bitten the bait should the fisherman reel it in to catch it with certainty. I'll dispatch some bodyguards around you just in case, Rayan said. Sujin replied while smiling lifelessly, thank you, my pleasure. Rayan had not done this because she liked Sujin, it had solely been for the sake of her revenge. Jung Han-sung, who had become a sports star after winning an Olympic gold medal and becoming the face of the Korean judo world, was focusing on his training despite not having any matches for a while. It was so that his senses wouldn't dull. He arrived at his regular judo gym at 10 a.m. like always, but today was very different from usual. Hyung, Han-sung's junior, who was also a judo athlete, ran toward him. Han-sung asked while tilting his head in wonder, what's wrong? Why you have a guest? A guest. Hello, the guest greeted Han-sung before he even had a chance to ask his junior who the guest was. It was a woman whose elegance did not match the sweaty judo gym, Kang Rayan. Han-sung doubted his eyes from the moment he saw her. Rayan, why are you? She smiled and answered, I want to get stronger. Kang Rayan had been extremely competitive even before her return to the past. Although her gender had changed, that tendency of hers had not. Her desire not to lose to anyone was still blazing within her heart. She had absolutely no intention of backing down, even if her opponent was her former mentor. When had team leader Park Ian-soo left the security team again? Ian-soo would transfer out of Kim Han-gyo's security team in approximately 8 years from now. In other words, he would stick right beside Han-Gyo to protect him until then. It also means I would be forced to confront Team Leader Park for the next 8 years. Ian had no ill feelings toward Ian-soo. He had been a great mentor, Sunbi, and work superior, and she had learned many things from him. If she wanted to avoid their relationship from becoming hostile, there was only one way, which was to refrain from attacking Han-Gyo until Ian-soo transferred elsewhere. In short, she would need to put an 8-year stop to her revenge plan. There was no way that Ian would do such a thing. I have to eliminate Kim Han-Gyo with my own hands, even if it makes Park Ian-soo my enemy. Revenge had been the only driving force in her life that had kept her going despite having become a woman. Without revenge, Ian was nothing more than a corpse. After some thought, she came to a conclusion. I just have to get stronger than Team Leader Park, don't I? Hence, she had come to Young Han-sung's gym. Han-sung couldn't hide his astonishment at Ian's unannounced visit. Ian, why are you? He was curious about why she had come here. He wondered if she had come to ask him to model for her products again, but he did not expect the answer that Ian gave. I want to get stronger. Han-sung did not quite understand what she meant. What do you mean by that exactly? He asked. Ian had a clear reason for her pursuit of strength, which was for the sake of her revenge. But I can't give Han-sung the details. Not only was it absurd, but it was also a hassle to explain. Hence, Ian made a roundabout excuse. Do you remember back when I had been attacked by a stalker? Oh, yes. Of course. The Kong Ian stalker incident had stirred the entire entertainment industry at the time. Although it had been resolved smoothly, the incident had also frightened her fans. As a member of Ian's fan club, there was no way that Han-sung wouldn't know of the incident. That's why I'd like to learn some self-defense techniques from you, Ian remarked. But of course, the self-defense that she was thinking of was far more different than what Han-sung was likely thinking of. Having no idea of this, Han-sung gladly accepted her request. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. I see. I understand. It'd be my pleasure to help you. Han-sung's junior whispered from next to him. Sunbi, didn't you say that you were going to focus on your own training for the time being? Han-sung then looked angrily at him and mentioned, this is obviously more important than my training. Han-sung considered spending time with Ian to have as much value as going for an Olympic medal. Han-sung asked Ian when she would like to begin the self-defense training, to which she answered, right now? I'm sorry, but I heard you've been busy with shoots. I'm not as busy now. I can make time about twice per week. Oh, I see. And of course, I'm not asking you to teach me for free. I'll make sure to pay you for the lessons, so please teach me as best as you can. No, you don't have to. Han-sung had not even thought to be paid. Rather, he felt like he should be paying to spend time with Ian like this. However, Ian did not tolerate being trained by Han-sung for free. She demanded that he give her his account number, to which he had no choice but to do so. Ian smiled in satisfaction after managing to get it. I'll deposit the money once I get home. I have to change, so. Where is the changing room? She asked. Over there. But did you bring a judogi? No, just a second. There should be some for women. Han-sung asked his juniors, but he unfortunately could not find one that was Ian's size. He had no choice but to just choose one size larger. This will be a bit too big for you. Are you fine with that? Yes, it's okay. I'll go get changed. Ian headed to the female changing room and came back out moments later in the judogi. She had learned judo back in her bodyguarding days, so she did not have to learn how to wear it. However, whether she had worn it properly or not was not the problem for Han-sung and the other judo athletes. How do I look? Ian asked. Han-sung nodded furiously in a daze. You look absolutely amazing. Ian looked good in anything. Han-sung came to realize that she herself perfected any clothes that she wore. Let me tie my hair back, Ian said. Her long hair would interfere with the training, so she needed to tie it before they began. She took off the hairband that had been on her wrist and lightly bit it with her lips. The athletes, especially the male ones, kept glancing at Ian as she pulled her hair back to tie into a ponytail. Han-sung purposefully coughed loudly to warn his juniors to stop staring. Ian felt lighter after tying her hair back while getting showered with male gazes. She stretched to warm up and requested to Han-sung, we can start now. Understood, in that case. Han-sung had been planning on teaching her very slowly because he had assumed that Ian was a complete judo novice, but that was not what Ian wanted. You can skip the basics and go straight to the techniques. Don't hold back on me and go as hard as you usually would. Ian wanted Spartan education. Han-sung nodded slightly and complied. In that case, let's start with break falls, Yukimi, 1. It was extremely crucial to know how to lessen as much of the shock as possible from an opponent's attack, and it could be considered one of the most basic techniques in judo. Ian obviously also knew about it, but she decided to keep quiet and let herself be taught since she expected a national representative's break fall technique to be in a league of its own. There are 3 main forms of break falls. There is the forward break fall, Mei Yukimi, side break fall, Yoko Yukimi, and backward break fall, Ashiro Yukimi. They are to protect the back of your head, internal organs, knees, elbows and other areas, so it is crucial that you learn them even if it's difficult, Han-sung explained. Okay, alright, then. The most effective way to learn break falls was to be shown how to do it, and then to experience them for oneself. It was not difficult to be shown the technique since Han-Sung could just ask one of his juniors for help. Hyup. Han-Sung yelled and shoulder through his junior that was one weight class above him. Raen was impressed by how flawless his motion had been. That's a national representative for you. It couldn't be described as anything but beautiful. Whichever one of the 3 break fall forms you use depends on how you fall. Now, then, Han-Sung stepped up in front of Raen and asked, why don't you experience it for yourself? Han-Sung's eyes had totally changed to one befitting a national representative. He grabbed Raen's arm like he had done to his large junior. Her arm was extremely slender to the point that he was worried that he'll accidentally break it. But Raen asked me to take it seriously. He would be reproached by Raen if he went easy on her, so he decided to give it his all. Hup. With a shout from Han-Sung, Raen flew up in the air. It felt as if the world was spinning with her as the focal point. Slam! Raen managed to use the Yukimi form to safely break her fall on the mat, but she was honestly a bit, very surprised by the speed at which she had fallen. Unlike Raen, Han-Sung was frantic with regret about throwing her so hard. Are you okay, Raen? He asked. Yes, I'm fine. As she pulled her upper body up, Han-Sung gasped and quickly turned his gaze elsewhere. Raen? Your GI. Since she was wearing a judogi one size too large for her, it had loosened with just one large movement to the point that her collarbone and upper chest area was fully visible. Han-Sung quickly tried to take off his top to give her something to cover herself with, but she expressed that it was okay as she pointed at her chest area, as if to say that it was okay for him to look. I knew this would happen, so I wore a sports bra. Raen wore a sports bra for any sort of physical activity, not just judo. Her bust was so big that she needed to wear one to restrict the uncomfortable shaking of her breasts. Raen fixed her judogi and said, they won't show no matter what, so you can rest easy. Let's go again. I understand. Raen said he could rest easy, but she was the only one that was able to. Han-Sung continued like she wanted, but he couldn't focus at all because her judogi kept loosening. He had never looked at any of his female juniors this way, but he couldn't resist the temptation because his opponent was Raen. The shoulder throw aside, he pondered over what to do for the other techniques because it was impossible to avoid skinship in judo. Having realized his worries, Raen expressed, I won't complain even if you touch, so I only ask that you teach me properly. The phrase would be very misunderstood without context. One yukimi is the art of responding to an opponent's attack in a safe way. Backhand index pointing left. Raen successfully completed her first day of judo lessons with a national representative. She changed back into her regular clothes and said to young Han-Sung with a smile, thank you for the trouble today. Han-Sung laughed awkwardly in response. It had not been any trouble at all in a physical sense, but he was mentally exhausted from trying his absolute best not to excessively touch her body. I hope you will give me the same treatment next time as well, Raen remarked. Understood. I'll make sure to have a judogi your size by then. If not, Han-Sung would be the one to collapse from mental exhaustion. Only after Raen had left the training gym was Han-Sung finally able to sigh in relief and take a break. Ring? Han-Sung's phone chimed around 10 minutes after Raen had left. One of his juniors shouted, Sunbi, I think you've got a text. Really? Han-Sung got back up to check the contents of the text, and then dropped his smartphone. The display would have cracked if there had been no mat under them. What's wrong, Sunbi? Are you exhausted from teaching Miss Kong? And no, not that. Han-Sung stuttered and double-checked his text while blinking repeatedly. He then called to his junior, Ji-Sok. Yes, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Could you check this number for me? I think I'm seeing things. The text that Han-Sung had checked was a statement of Raen's lesson fee deposit into his bank account. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. S7 zeros. F50 million won. It was an absurd amount of money in their perspective. Han-Sung's legs gave out once again after getting confirmation of Raen's deposit amount. Now that I've been paid this much, I guess I can't half-ass it. He reflected on himself for not taking the lesson seriously. Raen continued to go to the fitness center to work out even while taking judo lessons from Han-Sung, because she believed that improving basic fitness was crucial above all else. Raen had a fitness partner that she met frequently at the gym. Good morning, Sunbi. Jae-woon, who had been focused on pumping weights with headphones on, stared at Raen, who had greeted him first. What happened? He asked. I'm sorry, what do you mean? Your left arm. It looks bruised. Jae-woon had not seen it wrong, there were pinky-sized bruises not just on Raen's arm, but on various parts of her body. She had also put on athletic tape that she rarely used. I've been learning judo from young Han-Sung Sunbi lately, she answered. Judo? Why out of the blue? There weren't any action scenes for Raen in Spokesperson, the film that she was starring in right now, so there was no particular reason for her to learn judo. Raen answered as she put down her sports bag, it's just a personal desire. Raen was willing to use as much time and money as possible to fulfill her very own selfish revenge. As someone who had known her for a very long time, Jae-woon often thought that she was a woman with many secrets. Thinking that she must have her reasons, he decided not to ask any further since it might make her uncomfortable. Could you help with my workout, Sunbi? Raen asked. Are you sure you'll be okay? Yes. This much is fine. Jae-woon had no choice but to comply when Raen was this strongly motivated. Raen continued to do several activities that were taxing on one's body, such as film shoots, fitness and judo. It would be weirder if my muscles weren't sore. Thankfully, her clothes and spokesperson did not have a high degree of skin exposure. If the film had been about swimming, then she would have been in quite a predicament since she had several pain relief patches plastered all over her body. But at least most of my bruises are gone. It was the only fortune amidst the misfortune. Raen couldn't have cared less about how bruised up she had gotten in her male body, but even the tiniest bruise was an eyesore after becoming a woman. This won't do. Raen came out of her room and went to see Yejun. Are you busy? She asked him. Me? No. Then give me a massage. I'll pay you. Yejun's shoulders flinched violently. Although he had been given permission to touch her body, a massage is a bit, he expressed reluctance while avoiding her gaze. Why not? I said I'll pay you. Raen was considerably magnanimous. The amount that she would pay him was worth a salaryman's monthly salary. It was a great opportunity for Yejun, who was preparing for employment. However, if that opportunity was giving Raen a massage, he couldn't help but stomp on the brake like a vehicle racing toward a speed bump. It was because of the moans that Raen made whenever she received massages. Unfortunately, Raen still had no idea of how much the noises that she made during massages stimulated men. Can't you just use the massage chair that you'd bought? Yejun suggested. That's too weak. Also, nothing beats human hands. Yejun pondered over what to do, and then came up with a compromise. Okay, I'll do it. But allow me just one thing. What? Yejun replied while picking up the earphones that were on his desk. Let me put these on. He assumed that it would be fine if he blasted music through them, under the premise that Raen allowed it. I don't really care, Raen replied. Yejun sighed as if he had lost 10 years of his life. The massage operation commenced. Yejun gulped as he looked at Raen's back as she laid down on her stomach. He wondered if there was a back more beautiful than this whenever he saw it. He certainly felt far more at ease now that he was wearing earphones. Yejun pressed on Raen's shoulders, back, waist, thighs, calves and other areas while controlling his strength as much as possible. Although he was not a certified massage therapist, his hands and their warmth were enough to relieve the fatigue concentrated in her body. This was why she had insisted that Yejun give her a massage instead of using the massage chair. Yejun continued the massage session for 20 minutes. Raen got up in the middle of it and moved her mouth while smiling. However, Yejun could not tell what she was saying because he had music blasting through his earphones. What did you just say, Nuna? Raen slightly sulked and took out one of Yejun's earphones. I said, you can stop now. Yejun took out the other earphone and expressed as he reviewed the sensation of Raen's body still left in his hands. Your muscles were really tight. Yeah, because I've been using them a lot. You said you've been learning judo, right? Yeah, I'm learning from Young Hunsong himself. Why are you learning judo all of a sudden? Just cause. Raen decided to give a vague answer because telling the truth might put Yejun in danger. Why? You don't like me learning judo? She asked. Yejun answered honestly, yes. What don't you like about it? How should I put it? I don't know if it's related to you deciding to learn judo, but I get this feeling that you've been high-strung lately, as if you're being chased by something. It had been quite a vague statement, but it had been extremely sharp and accurate from Raen's perspective. She had always thought that she was the one doing the chasing, but that was not how it had looked to Yejun. It looked to him that she was the one being chased. The pressure that she was under from feeling a necessity to fulfill her revenge no matter what was forcibly pushing her. Being chased, huh? Yejun might have simply expressed what he had felt, but it was enough for Raen to think very deeply about it. Raen was absorbed in judo with Hunsong yet again today. Having noticed that she had improved far beyond her initial skills, Hunsong remarked, you could even become a judo athlete. It was not lip service. Hunsong was not good at that sort of thing in the first place. The praise had been from his heart. That was how much Raen had improved in such a short period of time. They decided to take a short break. Raen plopped on a bench in the training gym and was handed a sports drink by Hunsong. Thank you, she expressed. She cooled down her heated body with the cool drink. Raen simply drinking a canned beverage was photogenic enough to be put in a commercial. Hunsong stared at her in a daze. He did his absolute best to keep his red face hidden and asked, how is judo? It's great. It's all thanks to having an amazing teacher like you. I'm glad. I've been worried that I haven't been teaching you properly because you've had an anxious look on your face from time to time. Yejun's words popped into Raen's head. He had said that it looked like she was being chased by something. The anxiety that came from it had also been visible to Hunsong. I don't know what you're going through, but I think that you push yourself too hard sometimes, Hunsong remarked. He could tell even without Raen telling him that her current state was very unstable. It's good to have a goal, but you're bound to run out of steam sooner or later if you push yourself too hard to reach it. I experienced the same thing last year. Hunsong had ultimately reached his limit after tirelessly pursuing his one desire of winning an Olympic gold medal. However, he had successfully accomplished his life's goal after managing to overcome his limits. Raen also desired his advice besides his judo lessons. What should I do, then? She asked. Even if that was the case, it was not an option for Raen to give up on her goal. However, Hunsong's answer was more simple than she had thought. You need to take a breather every now and then. Once you do, your head will naturally become clearer. His advice came from his own experiences. Raeun's head had been disordered due to her sudden confrontation with Park Eun-soo. This might be the time when she needed to take a breather. Han-Gyo buried himself deeply in the chair of his study and fell into thought. He had made it a rule to never smoke inside his study, but he had not been in the right mindset to follow it lately. Han-Gyo could only relieve the accumulated anxiety and stress through the help of nicotine. He had been certain that reporter Ahn Sujin had been the masked woman, but he had realized how wrong he had been after the recent kidnapping incident. I'd never expected for the real masked woman to appear after kidnapping reporter Ahn. It would have been amazing if he had been able to capture the masked woman right then and there, but he had not expected for her to bring her own gang as well. Not only that, every single member of that gang had been skilled in combat. They had overwhelmed Han-Gyo's gang when he had the numerical advantage. Considering all this, Han-Gyo's head wouldn't stop hurting. But above all else, she might have recorded me at the scene of reporter On's kidnapping. Han-Gyo considered the probability to be practically 100% since the masked woman had been digging up as many of his secrets as possible while using any means necessary. He had ended up giving the masked woman even more ammo to use against him while trying to capture her. Just the thought was enough to make his stomach churn. Team leader Park Eun-soo, one of Han-Gyo's close associates, knocked on the door of Han-Gyo's study while he was deep in thought, and entered. "Congressman, don't you have a dinner gathering with the other congresspersons tonight?" Han-Gyo had not moved from the study even after having gotten ready to depart. He had not forgotten about the dinner, but he had not moved an inch for one simple reason. "I'm not in the mood to meet with people." Han-Gyo did not feel like it. Ever since the Ahn Sujin kidnapping incident, he had been in a constant state of anxiety about when the masked woman would leak more of his weaknesses. Hence, he couldn't focus on his work in the slightest, and his psychological state caused his activities to lessen. Eun-soo was also aware of Han-Gyo's anxiety, but now was not the time to stay cooped up in his study. Han-Gyo had something very important coming up. "You need to prepare for next year's general election so you can aim for the presidency like you've always spoken about in private, Congressman," Eun-soo remarked. Han-Gyo's ears perked up. He had no intention of staying as a congressman forever. He had been preparing all this time to go beyond the National Assembly and reach the Blue House one. Although he had not expected the appearance of the masked woman midway, he couldn't afford to be swept along by her any longer since that was exactly what she wanted. The light in Han-Gyo's eyes changed thanks to Eun-soo. "Yes, team leader Park. It's exactly as you say n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. For next year's general election as well as the dream that he had been pursuing all this time, he needed to push forward instead of staying in place." Han-Gyo got up from his chair and headed to the car that his secretary had prepared. Eun-soo, who was following the congressman in silence, replayed his confrontation with the masked woman in his head. He was sure that they had met for the first time at that construction site, but she didn't feel unfamiliar. He felt a sense of inexplicable familiarity from her. Eun-soo usually reported every single piece of information that he possessed to Han-Gyo, but this felt a bit too ambiguous to bother with reporting. Raeun barely managed to return to the living room from the bathroom as she rubbed her rumbling stomach. She surged with annoyance from the pain that women faced every month. Although there were times when she preferred being a woman. "Times like this makes me miss being a man." Raeun sat on the couch and changed channels to the news. Whether it was perfect or terrible timing, she was met with Han-Gyo's face as soon as she changed channels. The announcer reported news about him having attended a meeting yesterday with senior members of the ruling and opposition parties. As expected of that sly snake, Raeun hoped for Han-Gyo to stay cowered in anxiety after the Ahn Sujin kidnapping incident, but that had only lasted a few days. He continued his public activities as if nothing had happened almost immediately. "I'd expected as much. There's no way he could have risen up to where he is now without that much backbone." Han-Gyo also likely knew that Raeun wouldn't release the reporter Ahn kidnapping video to the press right away. Even if she did, Han-Gyo would once again make an excuse plausible enough to convince the public. Hence, Raeun decided to prepare a single blow that Han-Gyo would never be able to deal with, and she had also decided on when to deal the blow. Sometime near the spokesperson release date should be fine. Raeun was already excited to see how Han-Gyo would respond. She needed to prepare in a calm and orderly way for the day that her revenge would truly begin. "Should I give Chairman Ji a call? It's been a while." Raeun had not contacted him ever since she had played golf with him, Ji Han-sok and several important political figures. Even if they couldn't see each other, she needed to contact him often. She couldn't afford to have the connection that she had worked so hard to form go down the drain. As she was about to send Chairman Ji a text, he had texted her first as if he had been alerted by some sort of telepathy. Raeun tilted her head in confusion after checking the text's contents. "He wants to see me somewhere near my house in the evening." It was for Raeun since the meeting place would be near her home, but she was curious about why Chairman Ji wanted to meet her. "Well, I can just find out once I'm there." There was still plenty of time until then, so she was planning on killing time by watching some TV. As she reclined into the couch some more, Seo Yejun's room door opened. "Ugh, my stomach feels queasy," he expressed. It was likely because he had drunk with his friends the day before. Right as he was about to grab the bathroom door handle as if he couldn't hold it any longer, Raeun stopped him. "Use the one attached to your room." Yejun usually used the bathroom connected to his room instead of the one between the living room and kitchen, but he couldn't today. "The toilet's broken," he said. Hence, a plumber had been scheduled to come in the afternoon to take a look at it. Everyone had been forbidden from using that bathroom until then, so Yijun had a valid reason for using the other bathroom. However, then go in a bit later. Rayan did not back down. What? But why? I really have to go. Because I just used it. For God's sake. If you really have to go, you can go after 10 minutes. Rayan had no intention of letting Yijun use the bathroom until whatever traces she had left behind had naturally disappeared. It's okay, Nuna. I don't mind stuff like that, Yijun commented. But I do, goddammit. It had been a while since Rayan had burst into a rage, and its target had been Yijun, who possessed absolutely no sense of delicacy. I should kick his goddamn ass. However, she decided to hold it in since it would lead to something irreversible. The location where Rayan had decided to meet Chairman Ji was not far, so she did not call her chauffeur. She dressed nicely and left her home, and also did not forget to cover up so that people would not recognize her. It's supposed to be around here. Rayan arrived at a famous Korean-style restaurant that took up the entire 4th floor of a building. The female employee asked Rayan, "Have you made an appointment with us?" "Yes. I'm with Chairman Ji of Dudam Group. He has a 7:30 appointment here." "Oh, it's under the name Ji Yongsok." Chairman Ji's name was Ji Songjiam, not Ji Yongsok. Rayan had definitely said that she was with Chairman Ji of Dudam Group, but she couldn't help but be confused after hearing someone else's name that was completely different except for the surname. However, she decided to follow the employee to the 5th room anyway. As soon as the door opened, Rayan was met with not only Chairman Ji, but with an oddly familiar-looking man and woman. "Come take a seat here," Chairman Ji stated. "Ah, yes, Chairman." The woman, who seemed to be in her late 40s at most, was staring fixedly at Rayan while grinning. She was looking at Rayan with such delight that Rayan could practically see the heart-shaped beams emitting from her eyes. Chairman Ji coughed and introduced the two people to the confused Rayan. "This is my first son Yongsok, and next to him is my daughter-in-law." Rayan had never expected to meet Hansok's parents here. No wonder they looked familiar. Rayan immediately put a smile on her face and greeted them. "Hello, my name is Kang Rayan. I'm Ji Yongsok. Hansok speaks so much about you, so I've wanted to meet you at least once. I'm grateful to my father for giving us the opportunity. Right, honey?" Hansok's mother, Lee Hwa-young, nodded and expressed the same feelings as Yongsok. "You're just as beautiful and cute as Hansok mentioned. I can't seem to take my eyes off of you." Hwa-young was so busy staring at Rayan that she was not even touching her silverware to eat the lavish feast laid out in front of them. Rayan's smile turned more and more awkward due to Hwa-young's excessively loving gaze. Yongsok calmed Hwa-young down. "Honey, you're making Rayan uncomfortable. Stop staring at her." "Oh my, I'm so sorry, Rayan. I wasn't staring because I dislike you, so please don't get the wrong idea." Rayan barely managed to answer that she understood while maintaining her smile. Chairman Ji explained to her how things had turned out this way. "We had all been out on business and were about to go home when the subject of our conversation turned to you. That's why I thought we could have dinner all together." "I see," Rayan replied while holding in her bitter smile. "This feels like a bridegroom family meeting too. Rayan was so uncomfortable that she couldn't appreciate the feast in front of her in the slightest. 1. The Blue House is the Korean equivalent of the White House. It is the executive office and official residence of the President of South Korea. Backhand index pointing left. 2. There is no specific word for this meeting in English, but it's basically an arranged meeting between the families of the bride and groom. Backhand index pointing left. Kang Rayan had been put in a situation far more difficult than the Ahn Sujin kidnapping incident. Ji Hansok's parents were laughing in joy as they were laser-focused on her, and Chairman Ji was there as well. She couldn't help but feel like she was in pins and needles from having to deal with Hansok's family members without Hansok. Is Sunbi not with you?" Rayan decided to ask about Hansok's whereabouts. She personally wanted to complain to him about why he hadn't let her know who would be joining them. She would never have come if Hansok had let her know in advance. Although it was not Hansok's fault, she felt the need to complain to someone. "Even if I have to let off steam, I should do it after I get out of this situation." Rayan secretly took out her smartphone and quickly texted someone. Soon afterward, Ji Yongsok laid down his chopsticks and showed displeasure on his face after having checked his own smartphone. "Father, I got a text from Hansok." "From Hansok?" Chairman Ji asked. "Yes. It seems like he came back home earlier than we had expected. But he said he would be back at around 9 p.m. after his film shoot." "Why is he back so early?" Rayan answered their query. "I heard there's been an issue with the shoot location, so a few of the scenes to be shot there had been delayed. Hence, Hansok's part in today's film shoot had ended earlier than expected." Rayan knew the exact circumstances because they were working on the same film together. Yongsok seemed troubled, and it wasn't hard for Rayan to guess why. "I'm sure he'd get super mad if he found out we're with Rayan right now." They had kept their meeting with Rayan a secret from Hansok, which was why they had been troubled to hear that Hansok had come home early. Rayan clicked her tongue inside her head. "I knew it." Considering Hansok's personality, there was no way that he would have kept quiet about a meeting like this since he had no idea what his parents would tell Rayan. Chairman Ji remarked, "We should go, then." "I agree." Lee Hwa-young expressed the most disappointment out of the three. They had practically finished eating, and had no choice but to leave after finishing the sweet bean jelly and tea that had been served as dessert. Hwa Young walked right up to Rayan as Chairman Ji and Yongsuk went to pay for their meal. I heard you also run a business, Rayan, she expressed. She had all of a sudden begun to speak casually toward Rayan. Rayan nodded and replied, yes. It's a small clothing business named Levanche. Although Levanche had become far too big to call a small business, its size was nothing compared to Dudam Group. Isn't it exhausting to juggle both acting and business? Hwa Young asked. People ask me that all the time, but I don't find it all that exhausting. I think it's because I like doing it. She did not find it difficult because Park Seel-hun oversaw most of the company's tasks. All Rayan did was give her approval on important projects. However, Hwa Young did not know this. Her eyes began to sparkle once again. Not only are you beautiful, but you're also capable. I like you far more after seeing you in person compared to hearing about you from Han-Sok. Hwa Young's cherry lips had maintained a crescent shape ever since the first moment that they had met. Thank you. Rayan felt extremely pressured by Hwa Young's unreserved affection toward her. She giggled and held Rayan's hand. This is my number. Feel free to give me a call if you ever need anything. Actually, you don't even have to need something from me. I'm okay with any calls or texts from you. Oh, okn/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Don't feel obligated to contact me. Just think of it like calling your mother. Rayan's laugh turned even more awkward from the mention of mother. I'll try, she answered. This was the best possible answer that her scrambled brain could come up with. Rayan threw her handbag down on the living room floor and then flopped down headfirst on the couch as soon as she came back home. The meeting had only lasted about 2 hours, but she felt fatigue akin to having worked out at the fitness center for 7 hours straight. Seo Yiseo came out of her room after hearing the sound of the front door opening, and smiled bitterly after witnessing Rayan lying down lifelessly on the couch. Your makeup will stain the couch if you lie down like that, she mentioned. I'll just buy a new one, then. Rayan prioritized her fatigue recovery over the couch. Yiseo sat down next to her and massaged her slender legs. You went to see Chairman Ji, didn't you? Did the meeting not go well? Yiseo asked. No. It's the fact that it went too well that's the problem. Like Rayan had said, Ji Yongsuk, who had the most influence in Dudam Group after Chairman Ji, also seemed to have taken a liking to her. However, the two men had been nothing compared to Hwa Young, who had showered Rayan with blazing interest and affection. She had even made a slip of the tongue as they parted ways. I'll see you next time, daughter-in-law. Oh my, I'm so sorry, slip of the tongue. The words daughter-in-law caused Rayan's face to express profoundness that she had never felt before since her return to the past. She had never expected to be called such a title when she had not even been betrothed to Han-Sok. But still, the name Hwa Young sounds awfully familiar. Hwa Young was on Rayan's mind more than Yongsuk, Chairman Ji's son. Huh? What's this? As Yiseo was about to put away Rayan's handbag for her, she noticed a name card that had fallen out of it. Oh, that? Chairman Ji's eldest daughter-in-law gave it to me. Chairman Ji's eldest daughter-in-law is Ji Han-Sok Appa's mother, isn't she? Well, yeah. Yiseo had finally realized that Rayan had met Han-Sok's parents. No way, was it a bridegroom family meeting? Not in the slightest, so don't ever bring those words up again. To Rayan, a bridegroom family meeting was just as horrifying as a horror film. Yiseo giggled as Rayan was trembling. But this Hwa Young person seems to work somewhere else instead of Dudam Group. Yiseo had thought that Hwa Young would also work at Dudam Group since she was Yongsuk's wife, but that had not been the case. Rayan turned her head toward Yiseo without moving her body a single inch and said, the father of Han-Sok's Sunbi's mother also runs a business, apparently. That's where she works. However, she had not heard the name of the business. She also had not paid much attention to it since Hwa Young had mentioned that it had only been 2 years since its formation. Rayan had received Hwa Young's card, but had not been in the right mindset to check it. Yiseo picked up the name card on the floor for Rayan and resolved her curiosity. She works at a company named Tatao. It says Vice President Hwa Young, Personnel Director of Management Support. Rayan's eyes lit up as soon as she heard the company name. Tatao was the business that benefited the most in Korea after the creation of smartphones. They would grow to become the biggest internet company of Korea in the future through their flagship messenger application. Rayan only knew about Tatao's chairman Lee Subak, so it was no wonder that Rayan was unfamiliar with Hwa Young. In terms of future standards, she's far more of a big shot than Chairman Ji. Rayan had thought that the dinner had been fruitless, but she had received an unexpected gift. During a spokesperson film shoot, Han-Sok took advantage of the break given to them to apologize to Rayan, who had been standing by for her scene. I'm sorry, Rayan. You're sorry? For what? From Rayan's perspective, Han-Sok had not done anything to be sorry for. Is this about the scene we'd just shot? She asked. The take had been cut because Han-Sok had forgotten his line. Not only could a single mistake be overlooked with laughter, Han-Sok was known to rarely cause NG cuts. There was absolutely no need for him to apologize for something so minor. However, Han-Sok had been apologizing for something else entirely. I heard you'd met my parents. On the day of their dinner, Hwa Young had winked at Rayan and asked her to keep this meeting a secret from Han-Sok, because they would be scolded by him for sure if he'd found out. However, no secret was eternal. Han-Sok had found out not long ago that his parents and grandfather had met Rayan in secret. Hence, he had come to apologize to her. How did you find out? Rayan asked. I happened to hear my mother talking to her friends over the phone by coincidence. She was bragging to them about how she'd met you and how pretty you are. Aha. Rayan was extremely popular among young people, especially from teens up to those in their 30s. However, that did not mean she was only liked by young people. She was also highly recognized by those of the older generation that frequently watched TV dramas. Rayan was especially known among the older ladies as the national daughter or daughter-in-law. Hwa Young had become the target of envy by her friends just from the fact that she had dinner with Rayan, but Han-Sok couldn't feel anything but embarrassment. My mother was making such a huge deal out of it, so I had no idea how to apologize to you. Han-Sok's head had turned into jumbles after finding out the truth. Similarly, Rayan had spouted curses in her head that Han-Sok couldn't hear in regards to the situation at first, but the circumstances had changed. It's okay, Sunbi. Why don't you? Your mother and I have a meal together when the opportunity arises next time. Huh? Are you sure? Yes. I've taken a liking to your mother as well. Han-Sok did not realize that there were many different intentions mixed into her statement. One, this is a reference to Kakeo Corp, which created the main messenger app used by Koreans, Kakeo Tak. Backhand index pointing left. The atmosphere around the outdoor set of spokesperson was blazing enough to negate the freezing winter air. Roll cameras. Ready. Action. Nag Yang, played by Kang Rayan, collapsed on her knees on the cold cement floor as her disheveled hair fluttered in the wind. The tough-looking man looked down at her degradingly. You wouldn't have had to go through something like this if you had just stayed in your lane like a modest woman should, don't you think? Killing a bitch like you is child's play to us. The men snickered while ridiculing Ji Yang. However, she looked up at them with ice-cold eyes without backing down. Did Yang Han-sik order you to do this? Yang Han-sik, played by Wang Jae-woong, was the villain of spokesperson that Ji Yang was up against. Ji Yang had been digging for weaknesses that could put a stop to Han-sik's rise in the political world, and having realized this, Han-sik had decided to hire people to erase her. The men did not give a clear answer to Ji Yang's straightforward question. You should ask the Grim Reaper about that. Just then, Director Seo Youngmun raised his megaphone and exclaimed, "Cut. Just a second, please." He paused the shoot and fell into deep thought as he replayed the scene on the monitor. He wanted to give the impression that Ji Yang was under more pressure from the men. Isn't just disheveled hair a bit lacking? He asked Rayan and the other staff members. I think you're right. It doesn't really look like she's been assaulted. Ji Yang's clothes were too neat and tidy despite having been kidnapped by Han-sik's men. Rayan looked down at her clothes as she was watching the scene through the monitor. She was wearing coffee-colored stockings and formal wear with a skirt, clothes that Ji Yang frequently wore. Rayan came up with an idea. How about this, then? Rayan slightly lifted up her skirt, shocking the male staff members. They quickly turned their gazes elsewhere. Moments later, they heard sounds of something ripping. Wouldn't this make it look more realistic? Rayan had ripped her stockings in several places, exposing her pale and smooth skin. Everyone turned red with embarrassment, but Rayan herself did not seem to mind very much. Director Seo coughed and replied, ahem, I think that's good. The state of the coffee-colored stockings adequately portrayed the danger that Ji Yang was in. After checking that Rayan was going back in front of the cameras, Director Seo whispered to the camera director to advise him, don't focus too much on Rayan's legs, okay? The camera director nodded. They were filming a political thriller, not an R-rated film. Rayan's wits had allowed the shoot to end without issues. Great work, everyone. Rayan, who had finished yet another hard day of shooting, sat down to relieve as little of her fatigue as possible while Shin Yu-bin was getting ready for them to leave. I have to change too. Rayan felt colder because of the ripped stockings. She took out a hand warmer and brought it to the exposed skin. She was swept over with drowsiness as she was enveloped in warmth. No wonder. I've been shooting since early morning n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Rayan. As Rayan was on the verge of dozing off, Yu-bin called out to her as she tapped on her shoulder. Are you finished? Rayan asked. Yeah, I started the car, so let's go. Oh, and you got a call earlier. From who? A friend of yours. You know, the one that cares a lot about appearances. Yu-bin had been referring to Choi Aromi. They texted each other from time to time, but it had been a while since Aromi had called her first. Rayan called her as soon as she got in Yu-bin's car. Aromi picked up immediately. She had likely been on her phone. Hey, Rayan. Is your shoot over? Yeah, just now. I heard you'd called. Yeah, there's something I should let you know about. Whenever Aromi said something like this, it was often regarding news about their high school classmates, and Rayan had been right on the mark. Se Hyun is getting married. Se Hyun had been Rayan's classmate in her second and third years of high school. She had not been outstanding in any way, nor had she possessed any negative aspects. She had simply been the plain student that every single class had. However, Rayan remembered Se Hyun very well. You remember Se Hyun, right? Yeah, she's the one who covered my skirt with a book when I walked up the stairs. Yeah, her. Rayan had obviously lacked carefulness as a woman when she had first become one. She had not even picked up the habit of closing her legs, so she of course had no idea that she needed to cover the area down there with something when going up and down stairs. Not only that, Rayan's skirt had been shorter than those of the other girls at the time. She had once gone up the stairs without a thought, but Se Hyun had rushed behind her to keep her secrets hidden. It might have been a small act of kindness for Se Hyun, but it had been something much greater for Rayan since it had taught her to always be careful when using the stairs. Se Hyun is getting married already. Yeah, she's been dating a sunbee from her college. Now that the sunbee got a job, they're also preparing a wedding. Really? Rayan was fairly shocked to hear that her classmate was already getting married. Se Hyun was the first one among her friends to get married. Well, I've heard women tend to want to get married quicker than men do. Even so, she couldn't help but feel weird about it. Se Hyun will probably meet with Yiseo tomorrow and give her the invitation letter. She said she'll get one for you too. Rayan had no time to receive the letter due to film shoots and TV appearances, hence Yiseo would receive it in her place. Are you gonna come to Se Hyun's wedding? Yeah, if I have nothing on my schedule. After all, they were friends. Not just that, Rayan also wanted to relieve some stress, which had accumulated from all kinds of things, by meeting her former classmates. I'm sure Se Hyun would also love for you to come. In that case, I guess we'll see each other there. I'll call again next time. Okay. Yubin asked as soon as Rayan hung up, is your friend getting married? Yes. Aromi. No, a high school classmate of mine named Ahn Se Hyun. Marriage, huh? How nice. I haven't even dated anyone lately. Rayan felt it was weird that Yubin was still single. Wouldn't you be able to snatch a man whenever you want? Rayan asked. Although she was nowhere near celebrity level, Yubin was also fairly attractive. However, she was still single for some reason. I don't have the time to date, Yubin expressed. If Rayan was busy, so was Yubin since she was her manager and practically her arms and legs. Should I take a long break after this film shoot is over? Rayan suggested. Why? You want to get a boyfriend too? Of course not. There was no way that would happen. Classmates gathered with the wedding just around the corner. Se Hyun, the protagonist of this gathering, asked Yiseo sitting next to her, what about Rayan? She can't come today. She has a shoot today, so she'll be a bit late. Se Hyun had given Rayan the invitation letter through Yiseo. They were at a party among high school classmates 1 week before the wedding. Aromi raised a glass filled with beer and exclaimed, let's have a toast for our bride-to-be. Cheers. The gathering turned clamorous thanks to Aromi, the mood maker. Se Hyun brought up an important topic as they were drinking. Hey guys, are any of you good at singing? Singing? Why, all of a sudden, Se Hyun's face turned slightly pale. We were planning on entrusting the wedding song to one of Appa's friends, but he can't anymore because of other business. That's why we've been urgently searching for someone to sing for us, and I was wondering if any of you could. They all averted Se Hyun's gaze at the mention of a wedding song. They were fine with karaoke among friends, but it was hard to sing in front of an audience without enough guts. It was hard enough to present in front of a class, so singing a wedding song was far more difficult. Aren't you good at singing? Aromi. Me. Aromi furiously shook her head after suddenly being designated. I can't sing a wedding song. I might drop the mic from anxiety if I'm told to sing in front of strangers. What about you, Yiseo? I remember you having a great voice when we went to karaoke together last time. I'm also. No one was stepping up. They could have the ceremonial hall hire someone to sing the wedding song, but Se Hyun preferred to have a friend sing in her once-of-a-lifetime wedding instead of a complete stranger. Just then, Aromi brought up someone that was not present. Why don't we ask Rayan? Rayan. They all tilted their heads in confusion. Rayan can sing. I don't think I've ever heard her sing. Rayan was the only one who didn't sing when we went to karaoke last time, wasn't she? They had never seen Rayan sing despite being high school classmates, so they couldn't understand Aromi's suggestion at all. I heard from Gaae that Rayan is an amazing singer, Aromi said. By Gaae, do you mean the singer Han-Gyo? Yup. Han-Gyo had once coincidentally heard Rayan sing, and had told Aromi and Nhirun about Rayan's singing skills back when they had gone to the beach together. Sorry I'm late. The shoot took so long. Rayan appeared as they were talking about the wedding song. Her classmates' gazes all shifted to her. Rayan unknowingly took a step back from the unknown sense of uneasiness. What? Rayan, Aromi said while smiling meaningfully. Could you sing the wedding song at Se Hyun's wedding? Her uneasiness had become reality. Kang Rayan thought very deeply about being asked to sing the wedding song. She did not dislike singing, even in front of strangers. She had even sung at the weddings of 2 of her friends in her past life. She had not been an amazing singer, but she had also not been tone deaf. Even despite all that, Rayan had never sung at a karaoke bar after becoming a woman. It was not because she had come to hate singing, but because she had not been confident enough to sing with a female voice during her initial years as a woman. She had gotten much more used to it now, but not enough for her to immediately accept the request to sing at a wedding. Why me of all people? Rayan asked. She was curious about why the conversation had led to this result in the time that she hadn't been here. Choi Aromi answered first, because Gaae mentioned that you have an amazing voice. I still remember it to this day. Doesn't it mean you're a fantastic singer if a famous singer praises your voice? So true. Han-Gyo had happened to hear Rayan singing when she had first visited the GNF agency building. Rayan had never expected that episode to influence an event much further down the line. Your singing skills aside, I'm sure everyone will love it if you sing. Yeah, After all, you're a celebrity. It would certainly garner attention if Raeun sang at the wedding. Raeun turned her gaze toward Ahn Se Hyun. Se Hyun softly smiled and expressed, you don't have to if it's too much pressure. I don't want to force it on you. Se Hyun was as kind-hearted as always. Raeun had heard Se Hyun's circumstances from Seo 3 days ago. Se Hyun had been planning on just registering for a marriage certificate instead of holding a ceremony, because their financial circumstances aren't that good, if I remember correctly. Se Hyun's household was not very well off. Just like Raeun's family, Se Hyun had lost her mother at a very young age, and her father had to raise 3 kids all on his own. As the eldest daughter, Se Hyun had given up on going to a 4-year university and went to a community college instead to get a job as soon as possible and help out with family expenses. Se Hyun's dream had been to become an astronomer, but had given up on that dream without hesitation for her family. Her fiancé's household was not that well off either, so they had planned to give up on holding a ceremony. However, they decided to have one after strong opposition from both of their parents. Raeun had only found out about Se Hyun's family circumstances after becoming an adult. I had no idea since she was always so bright back in high school. Raeun found Se Hyun worthy of respect. She sighed in her head. Seeing Se Hyun's smile had been enough for Raeun to come to a decision. Okay, I'll do it. Her classmates, who had been expecting for her to refuse, were in shock. Really? You'll sing? Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Raeun decided to hold up a mic to pay back the debt that she owed Se Hyun from back in high school. Raeun had decided to sing at the wedding, but had no idea what to do now. The biggest problem was which song to sing, so she decided to get advice from the experts, Han-Gyo and Rita. Rita continued to ask in shock from the fact that Raeun had decided to sing at a wedding. Are you really going to sing? Yes. You and that Ahn Se Hyun girl must be super close. If Raeun was forced to make a comparison, she would consider Se Hyun a childhood friend, but that was not the case. We were just acquaintances in high school, Raeun remarked. Why did you decide to sing at her wedding, then? Rita was curious about what had gotten into Raeun to have made such a decision. I've been helped by her in the past, so I just want to repay my debt to her. Oh, I guess that makes sense. I thought that considering your personality, there was no way that you would sing at a wedding for absolutely no reason. What's wrong with my personality? If I have to put it in words, you're like a hedgehog. Raeun couldn't deny it since it was right on the mark. Rita was so in love with Raeun that she had a perfect understanding of her. That's enough about me. Please recommend to me a song that I can sing at the wedding. Raeun changed the subject. She knew a few wedding songs that men could sing, but none for women since there had been no need for her to know until now. Hence, she had requested help from Rita and Gae, who were always requested by their acquaintances to sing at weddings because of the simple fact that they were singers. Gae suggested first, how about I said, I Love You by Suyeon Sunbi. How does it go? You've never heard it before. I'm not sure. Gae played the song for Raeun on her smartphone. Only after hearing the familiar melody and acoustic guitar chords was Raeun able to figure out which song it was. This is the song from that coffee commercial, isn't it? Yeah, the lyrics are just right for a wedding song. I sang it at one of my acquaintances' weddings. The high notes aren't too high for you to handle, and it's easy to sing because it has a slow tempo. What do you think? It certainly was a good song, but Raeun wasn't drawn to it. How about this, then? Having noticed that Raeun did not like it, she immediately let her hear a second song. However, it had not been enough to draw Raeun in. She still had not made a decision after several attempts from Gae. Just then, Rita pulled out a trump card. I guess I have no choice. Have a listen to this one. The song had a completely different feel to everything that Gae had played thus far. It felt as if, this isn't an official sound file, is it? Raeun asked. Rita was impressed by her accurate assumption. How keen of you. You're exactly right. This is actually one of the B-side tracks that failed to be included in my last album. I personally like the song, so I didn't want to just let it die. That's why. You're going to give it to me. Raeun predicted Rita's next words. Rita nodded. If you want it. Raeun liked this song among everything that she had heard. What's it called? She asked. Undecided. The title is undecided. No, I mean it hasn't been named yet. If you decide to sing this at the wedding, you can give it a title. Raeun had decided on the song, so all she needed to do now was to give it a title. The day of Se Hyun's wedding ceremony had arrived. The ceremonial hall was fairly petite since it had been set to be small in scale, but there were quite a lot of guests in comparison. Se Hyun and her fiancé were both such bright people with amazing personalities that they had an enormous number of friends. Hence, their wedding couldn't help but have gathered many guests. Although the bride and groom were today's protagonists, there was someone that had unintentionally stolen their spotlight, Kang Raeun. She had worn an outfit in skirt form that she rarely wore voluntarily. She had likely matched designs with Seo since they were wearing similar one-piece dresses. The guests all focused on her once she had arrived. Could that person be the celebrity Kang Raeun? Why is Kang Raeun here? Everyone that had not gone to the same high school as Se Hyun were dumbfounded. People couldn't take their eyes off of Raeun, who was blindingly beautiful despite only wearing light makeup. Even Choi Sang-woon, who had worn a suit, was lost for words. Raeun smirked as she saw him and asked, Is there something on my face? Why are you staring so hard? And no, it's just that. You're so beautiful. Oh, you're brave enough to tell women that they're beautiful now, huh? You've grown? Really? Rayan giggled as Sang-woon scratched his head in embarrassment. There was another man besides Sang-woon who had feelings for Rayan for a long time. Rayan. It was Park Se-woon, the executive director of Dumont Trois. He had attended the wedding in a hairstyle that fully exposed his forehead. Rayan greeted him back. Oh, you're here. I thought you wouldn't be able to come because you were busy. Of course I'd come, since you're here. Unlike Sang-woon, Se-woon blurted out cheesy lines without hesitation. There was no way that Se-woon would miss a friend's wedding, but even more so when Rayan would be singing in it. Rayan was extremely popular among male and female classmates alike. Moments later, everyone headed to the hall after the host announced that the ceremony would begin soon. Kim Young-gyo, Sang-woon's best friend, decided to take on the role of host. After the groom's entrance, following will be the bridal march. May the bride enter. The lights turned off, and Se Hyun stepped on the red carpet in her wedding dress while her father escorted her by the hand. Rayan was astonished to see her friend, who had been plain during their high school days, be so dazzling. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Was Se Hyun always this pretty? Rayan was reminded of a phrase that a woman became boundlessly more beautiful when they were in love. Rayan's time to sing arrived soon after the greeting and officiation. She received a mic from a ceremonial hall employee, and waited until Young-gyo gave her the cue. Thank you for the long wait, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let us listen to the wedding song sung by Miss Kang Rayan, a long friend of the bride ahn Se Hyun. Please give her a warm round of applause. Applause and cheers filled the hall. Rayan had not been nervous in the slightest, but her heart began to beat rapidly as she was greeted so energetically. Calm down, Kang Rayan. Rayan raised the mic while slapping herself inside her head, and expressed with a smile, I've been given an original song from Rita Sunbi to celebrate Se Hyun's wedding. Rita had left naming the song to Rayan. After some very long thought, she had finally managed to come up with a title. Please enjoy, A Road Filled with Happiness. Rayan desired for the road ahead of the bride and groom to be replaced from that of hardships, to that of happiness, and she decided to put those feelings into this song. Rayan managed to come back home after the wedding and collapsed on the couch. My god, I'm exhausted. She felt fatigue far greater than what she usually felt after shoots. As her fatigue was finally being relieved, Yi-jun came up to her. Great job, Nuna. I really did a great job. Rayan felt very proud of herself. Yi-jun opened his mouth after a few moments of reluctance. I have something to ask you. Me? What is it? It's nothing major, he replied while smiling awkwardly. Rayan had not expected the next words that came out of his mouth. I've ended up getting invited to a TV show, so I'd like a few pieces of advice from you. Kang Rayan was dumbfounded by Seo Yi-jun's mention of a TV appearance. He had absolutely no association with TV. Unlike Rayan, a celebrity who stood in front of cameras on a daily basis, he was an ordinary university student majoring in design. A TV show? You? Yi-jun nodded and replied, yes. I was offered a casting. What kind of casting? Are you sure it's not some sort of scam? That's why I asked you to see if you could find out. Nuna, wouldn't you be able to find out if the person who gave me their card really works in the industry, since you've been in it for a long time? Well, yeah. Even if Rayan was unfamiliar with the person, she could just ask the people around her to find out. Among them, Chief Young especially possessed a very wide net of connections in the industry. He knew practically everyone, so she could just ask him if she didn't know. Give me a second. I'll go get the name card. Yi-jun went into his room and back out moments later, and handed Rayan the name card. It was the card of Song Yu-song, the main writer of Jobbing Your Way. Isn't this the talk show that airs every Tuesday evening? Rayan asked. Yes, that's the one. Rayan watched it from time to time when she happened to be watching TV on that specific time and day, and she had even appeared on it a year ago. The talk show Jobbing Your Way, like the name suggested, was about inviting people of various occupations and getting their stories. The theme of the episode that Rayan had appeared in was actors. They're apparently recruiting people that work in design this time, Yi-jun remarked. But aren't you unemployed? I am, but I do outsourcing from time to time. I even outsourced to your company a few times, don't you remember? Oh, right. There was no way that Rayan didn't remember when she had been the one to introduce Yi-jun to Park Se-hun. Also, the fact that I'd won a few contests also seemed to have influenced their decision to recruit me. Then I guess they're trying to paint you as a rising rookie designer. I guess so. When recruiting multiple people in the same industry, extra care needed to be taken so that their positions did not overlap. Only through diversity could a more rich and entertaining discussion bloom. Not just that, they'd be able to check the visual aspect off the list if they have a tall and handsome rookie. No matter what anyone said, looks could not be ignored when they would be going on camera. Considering that, the writer's desire to have Yi-jun on the show was understandable since his looks were practically on par with those of celebrities. Do you want to appear on it? Rayan asked. The most important thing was Yi-jun's intention to appear on the show or not. Yi-jun shrugged and answered, I'm thinking I should. Why? You want to debut into the entertainment industry? No, it's just, I want to make myself more known. You know, there are tons of chefs that became popular after appearing on TV. There had been a time when chefs had appeared on TV all the time. Tons of star chefs, whose popularity was on par with celebrities, were born in a time when cooking was all the rage. Yi-jun also wanted something like that to happen for him. But of course, I'll need the skills to match those expectations. Yi-jun did not want to end up a designer that was only popular. He wanted to hone his skills to correspond with the expectations that people placed on him, so he had decided to go on the show with the thought that this opportunity would be the new stimulant for his growth. Rayan also benefited from Yi-jun getting more popular, since he was destined to become a top designer of Levanche. Their products would sell even better if a famous designer worked for them. Okay, I'll help you. Thank you, Nuna. But you'd better not start ignoring me after you become famous, got it? Yi-jun smiled bitterly and answered, that won't ever happen. Even if the world were to come to an end tomorrow, there would be no way that he would ever forget Rayan. Nov. L.B//JNN. Chi Fyung came to see Rayan as soon as she visited the GNF building. Rayan, have you gone on ArcaTube? No, why? Your video is blowing up. Rayan tilted her head in confusion. What video? She had a social media account but not her own ArcaTube channel since she wouldn't ever upload videos on it. Hence, she was curious about why Chi Fyung was making such a huge fuss. Look at this. It was faster to show than tell. Chi Fyung pulled up the video on his smartphone that was stirring up the internet. Only then did Rayan realize what video he had been referring to. It was a video of Rayan singing at AHNSE Hyun's wedding. When I'm holding your hand, the road we're walking down feels happier. Love, you and me. The video already had 5 million views only 2 days after it had been uploaded. The number of comments were also insane. She's gifted in acting, athletics, has a great personality, and can even sing? What can't she do? I love you, Uni. Please marry me. Day number 1 of praying for Rayan Noonim to make her singing debut. Rayan could feel her fans blazing cheers through the screen. Chi Fyung felt the same way as them. I had an epiphany the moment I watched this video. You should. I won't. Rayan refused before Chi Fyung even had the chance to finish his sentence. I haven't even said anything yet. You don't even know what I was going to say. I don't need to hear it to know. What was I going to say, then? You were gonna suggest that I debut as a singer, weren't you? Rayan had been right on the mark. Chi Fyung had heard from Han-Gyo that Rayan was a great singer, but he had never expected her to be this good. Her singing skills aside, the tone of her voice was exquisite. Not only was it powerful, but it also possessed a quality that was hard to find among songstresses. Not only that, Rayan was not new to the entertainment industry. She had reached her peak as an actress, so tons of people would buy her album if she ever made one. She was already guaranteed success as long as the songs were good. Considering all that, Chi Fyung couldn't help but be greedy. Don't be like that, Rayan. Let's just make one album. Just one, okay. Chi Fyung was cautiously attempting to persuade Rayan with the hopes that she would be the one to want to continue her singing career after experiencing the joy of it. However, Rayan was not that easy to deal with. Like I said, I'm not going to do it, so you'd better just give up. It had already taken a considerable amount of courage for her to sing at SE Hyun's wedding, so would she do something that took even more courage than that? No, absolutely not. It would take exponentially more than that to persuade her. Chi Fyung was disappointed, but he couldn't keep trying to force it on her when she was so against it. No matter how talented she was, it would not end well if she lacked the motivation. Okay, I won't ever suggest you debut as a singer again. But can I ask you just one thing? What is it? Why don't you want to debut as a singer? It seemed to Chi Fyung that Rayan did not particularly dislike singing. She had gotten considerably used to being on camera, so Chi Fyung couldn't understand why she was so against it. However, Rayan's answer was rather simple. Because of the outfits. Female idols performed on stage while wearing extremely revealing clothes, or those that showed off their femininity. Rayan hated that more than anything else. Other female celebrities hated not being able to wear cute clothes, but she was the opposite. I thought I'd come to know you fairly well after all the years we've worked together, but I guess I'm nowhere near that level yet, Chi Fyung grumbled. Rayan could only answer, I feel the same way about myself. She had still not come to fully understand her female self. The day that episode 102 of the talk show Jobbing Your Way would be shot had arrived. Unlike his usual waking hours, Yi-jun woke up very early in the morning and went with Rayan to the hair salon that she frequented. The owner was shocked to see the two of them together. My, Rayan? Who's that gentleman next to you? Could he be? Rayan said flatly to the owner, who looked back and forth at the two of them in astonishment. He's not my boyfriend. She was misunderstood in such a manner every single time she went anywhere alone with a man. Even her older brother Kang Arehyuk had been misunderstood for her boyfriend a few times, to which she kicked him on the shin when he snickered next to her. He's my friend's little brother. He's a designer, and he's going to be on a talk show today, Rayan remarked. Oh, so he's here to get his hair done. The owner guided Yi-jun to the middle seat with a radiant smile. Come take a seat here, she said. Yi-jun did as the owner said and awkwardly sat down. She then handed him a thick file folder. This is a list of short male hairstyles. Dandy cut, Garma perm, crop cut, and etc. There are tons, so let me know which one you like most. But I wouldn't recommend you get a perm. Does a perm not suit me? Yi-jun asked. Yes, but it's only my personal opinion. Ho ho. Yi-jun looked in detail through the list of hairstyles as the owner laughed in a friendly way. There were just as many male hairstyles as female ones. After some time looking through it, Yijun asked Rayan, who was sitting at the back, for help. Which style do you think would suit me best, Nuna? Me? Well, Rayan came closer to Yijun to take a look at him in more detail. Having thought of something, Rayan extended her hand out and swept his hair to one side. How about a pompadour, she suggested. The owner also seemed to like the suggestion. Your looks really come to life when your forehead is exposed. What do you think, Yijun? Yijun slurred while staring at Rayan and not the mirror. I'll go with whatever you like, Nuna. Rayan laughed at his honest opinion. It felt way too weird for Seo Yijun to be getting his hair done for the first time in his life at a salon that many celebrities frequented. He also realized why it took so long for celebrities to get their makeup and hair done. I feel like a completely different person, Yijun expressed. He couldn't believe that one could change so much just from a change in hairstyle. He had come to realize how amazing hairstyling was. Meanwhile, Kang Rayan, who had been sitting at the back for a while now, smiled in satisfaction from how much Yijun had changed. You look good. You should style it like this all the time, she said. But doesn't that mean I would have to come here every day? It would make sense if he appeared on TV all the time like Rayan, but for a normal person like Yijun, it was a waste of both time and money. It would be difficult to do unless it was for a special day like this. Knowing that, Rayan took out her smartphone and decided to leave records of Yijun's current appearance. Look over here and smile, she remarked. Are you taking a photo? Yeah. Say cheese. Snap. An unscheduled photo shoot suddenly began. Yijun had never expected for Rayan to be so interested in how he looked, but Rayan had not been taking photos of him because she was into the way he looked. I'll send these to your sister, she expressed. Was that why you were taking them? Obviously. It did not take long for his thrill to turn into shame. Rayan sent the photos to Seo Yiseo. We should get going. It'll take forever to get there if we're caught by traffic, she remarked. Rayan moved quickly to drive Yijun to the broadcasting station. Yijun obviously did not have a manager since he was not a celebrity. Not just that, the TV appearance was just a one-time thing. Hence, Yijun had been planning on driving to the station by himself, but had managed to obtain the famous female celebrity Kang Rayan as his manager because she had offered to drive him there. Rayan used the time that she was stopped in front of a red light to tint her lips. She couldn't afford to lighten up on her makeup when she was going to a broadcasting station. Rayan pressed her lips together 2 to 3 times and then asked Yijun, who was sitting next to him, how do my lips look? Her smooth cherry-colored lips were enough to make any man's heart burst. Yijun nodded in succession as if there was no need to ask. They look great, Nuna. Although it had not been a normal kiss, Yijun had kissed Rayan once before through CPR. Yijun was devastated that such a dreamlike situation had occurred in the time that he had been unconscious. However, it couldn't be helped. He had come to realize that not everything in the world went according to his will. He set aside his devastation and focused on the broadcasting station in the distance. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. I'd seen it from time to time as I passed by this area, but it sure is massive up close, he commented. Rayan had also felt the same way the first time that she had come to a broadcasting station. There's not much time, so let's hurry inside. Okay, Nuna. Rayan had come here so many times before that she did not even have to ask staff members where the Jobbing Your Way studio was. The program director and staff members welcomed Rayan as soon as they saw her. Rayan, what brings you here? I'm Yijun's manager for the day. The staff members had already been made aware of the relationship between her and Yijun. She had accompanied him all the way to the broadcasting station because she had been worried about her close friend's little brother. It would be a big problem if he caused any trouble. Yijun had been able to quickly acclimate to the studio thanks to Rayan's help. The time for the shoot had arrived before he had realized it after greeting the cast members and spending time in the waiting room. Rayan stayed in place even while the shoot was about to begin. Yijun asked before climbing up on stage, are you sure you don't have to go home? I have nothing to do at home anyway. I'll just go through my film script while watching over you. Don't worry, I've already got permission from the director. That's not what I mean. Yijun was embarrassed to show Rayan his appearance on the show, so he had wanted to send her home if possible. However, he had failed before he even had a chance to try. Rayan saw an unexpected side to Yijun as she watched over the shoot. He's talking a lot better than I had expected. Being able to talk well in informal occasions was in a completely different realm from being able to speak well on camera. The latter was obviously far more difficult, but Yijun continued his speech fluidly despite that. Even the program director was impressed. Yijun is an extremely good speaker, don't you think? I agree. I'd think he had about 5 to 6 years of experience in the industry if I didn't know any better. The program director had given Yijun many pieces of advice before the shoot began. He had given Yijun special attention since this was his first TV appearance, but Yijun's performance on camera had made his worries completely meaningless. How did you manage to come up with such creative ideas, Yijun? Do you have some sort of secret know-how? The host asked. Yijun answered comfortably, I don't really have anything that could be called a know-how. I just check every brand new arrival that I think has good design, look through materials at the bookstore or online, and that's about it. So in short, you have talent. I wouldn't go that far. Yijun was also modestly humble. Rayan felt satisfied for some reason as she watched Yijun expertly answer each question that came his way. Damn punk, he has a knack for TV. Such a quality could not be made into one's own simply by being told how to do it. They needed to learn it naturally over time. Yijun had been slightly clumsy at first due to the new environment that he had been placed in, but he was now getting more and more screen time as if he was the star of the show. Having decided to lead the talk show with Yijun as the focus, the host asked him, "Do you have a specific model that you hope to wear the clothes you've designed?" This question had not been in the script, but Yijun calmly answered without getting flustered. "Yes, I do. Would it be okay for you to reveal who that person is?" "It's Miss Kang Rayan." Yijun had made it a dream of his since long ago to design the greatest clothes that were worthy of Rayan, and it was no exaggeration to say that this goal had made him into the designer prospect that he had become. "I'm sure Miss Kang would love for a handsome designer like yourself to design clothes for her." "I hope so too," Yijun said, and then secretly looked beyond the cameras at Rayan. Rayan smirked and gestured to him to focus on the shoot. Episode 102 of Jobbing Your Way that Yijun had appeared in had finally aired. He, Rayan and Yiseo watched the program together. Yijun remarked while taking a bite of the apple slice that Yiseo had cut, "It's so embarrassing, being like this." He felt as if he had been stripped completely bare. Yiseo couldn't believe the sight of Yijun laughing loudly at the host's jokes. "You've never laughed that much in front of your family," she expressed. "Come on, it's a TV show. How could I possibly act the same way I do at home? I'd get chewed apart." He was not wrong. Yiseo also knew this, but had said it anyway because the Yijun on screen was far too different from the one that she knew. And honestly speaking, if they were talking about fake personalities, Yijun was nowhere near as bad as Rayan. Her fake personality was that of a completely different person, so Yijun's fake personality almost looked like his real self. Yijun's smartphone rang non-stop after the one-hour talk show had finished. "I'm just gonna go take this call," Yijun mentioned. Rayan felt the appearance of Yijun going into his room with his smartphone oddly familiar. "I was like that too when I first appeared on TV. Family, friends, acquaintances. There had been no one that hadn't contacted Rayan at the time. He'll be going through quite the ordeal for a while." Rayan felt a strange sense of sympathy toward Yijun. Yijun's TV appearance had been far more impactful than Rayan had expected. Highlight clips of Yijun had recorded the highest views among Jobbing Your Way clips, along with the number of comments and likes. "OMG, who is that guy? He's so hot. He's apparently the guy that Kang Rayan performed CPR on. Why don't I have any friends with little brothers like that? He could debut as a celeb for sure. He could design and model for his own clothes LMAO." The internet had gone up in a rage because of Yijun's looks, earning him the nickname Hottie Designer. Both the internet and TV news were covering Yijun. As for the person in question, he was dumbfounded. "Isn't this literally what you'd call becoming a star overnight?" he expressed. "I'd guess it's similar," Rayan answered. She had expected for Yijun to get tons of attention from the moment that he had decided to go on the show, but she had never expected for him to become this famous. Although her expectation had been wrong, it had not been a bad result in her perspective. "It's not easy to blow up this much from just one appearance," Rayan commented. "I think I was just lucky." "I wouldn't say it's only because of luck," she said while handing him a small box. "It's because you have a knack for TV." "I do. Yeah, although you yourself might not realize it." However, it was so from Rayan's perspective. "But Nuna, what's this?" Yijun asked as he took the box that Rayan handed him. "They're things that you'll desperately need from now on. It's a gift, so treasure them. Can I open it?" "Sure." Yijun ripped apart the wrapping paper as soon as he was given permission, and smiled bitterly once he checked what had been inside. It was a mask, lensless glasses, and a hat. "In other words, it's a disguise set for celebrities," Rayan expressed. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at inread.com. Yijun felt like he could understand what she meant. Seo Yijun had suddenly become one of the most famous designers in Korea after just one TV appearance. He was happy to be meeting up with his friends after a long time today, but he was also partly worried. Before leaving the house, he made sure to take the disguise set that Kang Rayan had given him as a gift yesterday. The glasses, mask, and "I personally don't like hats." Yijun did not like the feeling of his hair getting pressed down, but wore it anyway because Rayan had put thought into the gift. Rayan was pretty much a cheat code in Yijun's life. Anything involved with her was precious to him. Yijun drove to an area near his university. He had walked down this road all the time, but he was unfamiliar with the amount of gazes fixed on him. "Doesn't that guy look awfully familiar? Maybe he's a celebrity." "You think so?" In Red.com, Yijun could hear such whispers all around him. Even after meeting up with his friends, he was extremely conscious of people's gazes. He had no choice but to take his mask off when he was eating and drinking. However, eyes on him increased the moment he took off his mask. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Seo Yijun? Would you mind if we take a selfie with you?" Two women in their early 20s got up from their seats and requested pictures, to which Yijun had no choice but to nod. "Say cheese." Snap. Yijun made a V sign with his hand with the two women. His friends that were sitting at the same table were jealous of him. "You were already popular enough with the ladies before, but now it's gotten even worse. The world is so unfair. I'd want nothing more in life if I'd been born with Yijun's face and height." "Stop it. You're only adding to our sense of shame. Enough bullshit and drink." Drinks are on you, Yijun. You've been making tons of money lately, haven't you? Yijun's friends were average university students that earned money through part-time jobs or allowance from their parents. On the other hand, Yijun earned money by outsourcing to many different companies and winning prize money from exhibition contests, so he was naturally more wealthy than them. Nov. L.B//JNN. Alright, drinks are on me, Yijun expressed. Nice? This is why I love you, Yijun. Okay, let's drink to our heart's content since Yijun's buying. Excuse me? Another bottle of beer, please. They were getting in the mood with the help of alcohol. Yijun's friends showed great interest in his TV appearance. How are celebrities up close? Are they different in person? Of course they are. Also, this isn't my first time meeting a celebrity. You know about Raian Nuna. Oh, right. You live together with Lady Raian. Yijun tilted his head in confusion from his friend's use of honorific. It had been far too excessive of an honorific to use. One of his other friends pointed at the one that had used the honorific and remarked, "This guy's a member of Club Allegiance." The fan club member raised his voice in embarrassment. What's wrong with that? Sigh. I'm so jealous of you, Yijun. You get to be under the same roof as Lady Raian. It must be heaven there, right? Heaven, huh? Yijun had thought so at first, but he had certainly experienced some downsides over time. He practically needed permission when using the bathroom, but the greatest danger was when Raian asked him to give her a massage. Another one of Yijun's friends asked him a question once the subject had switched to Raian. Doesn't Raian Nuna practically consider you a little brother? I'd guess that's why she lets you live with her. There's no way a woman would let just any guy live with her. Most women would not ever suggest to a man that they live together unless they were a family member or something close to that. His friend's statement caused Yijun's throat to dry up. He had realized that their relationship was far too close, which could end up being a minus in terms of the possibility of romance between them. Chairwoman Kong, Park Seol-hun called out. Raian turned her head and asked, "What?" "I have something to ask you." They moved to Seol-hun's office. Raian sat down on the couch and asked, "What is it? Is it bad news?" "Not that. It's about Yijun. You know that he's become super famous lately, right?" "Yeah, more or less." Yijun had garnered a significant amount of public attention after just one talk show appearance, and he was even getting appearance offers from other programs as a result. "I heard he was gonna appear in a variety show next week," Raian commented. "Good for him. No wonder. I also watched the original airing of the talk show episode, and he spoke really well in it. He's super handsome, too. I honestly thought he was more eye-catching than the male idol they have as a regular panelist." Raian thought so as well. Even while thinking about it objectively instead of as his older sister's friend, Yijun had a charm that pulled people toward him. As if to prove that, his fame was skyrocketing. "But what about him?" Raian asked. She found it weird that Seol-hun had called her to his office for Yijun and not something related to the company. "You remember what you told me back then, don't you? We've spoken countless times. You have no idea how little that narrows it down. You said you were going to bring Yijun to our company." "Oh, that I did." Raian had already decided on bringing Yijun to Levanche ever since he had been a high schooler. Although they were already giving him work, Seol-hun was talking about making him an official employee of Levanche. "I think it's the perfect time to hire Yijun," Seol-hun expressed as he brought out several pieces of paper. "All you have to do is get him to sign this. And this is an employment contract." Aha! Raian could feel Seol-hun's strong desire to hire Yijun. Having no choice, she softly sighed and nodded. "Fine. I just have to get his signature, right? Yeah. I set his salary to one that he wouldn't be disappointed with, so make sure to let him know to think about it." "Got it." Raian exited the office with the contract. She seemed to strongly believe that Yijun would sign the contract no matter what, but I wonder how it'll go. Seol-hun did not see it that way. Yijun arrived at the broadcasting station yet again for a program recording. He had come here with Raian for his first TV appearance, but he had gotten sufficiently used to the place to come and go by himself. Studio B is, oh, over there. The program director and writers that Yijun had met in a previous meeting greeted him as soon as he entered the studio. "We'll be in your care for today's recording," they said. "Likewise. I will do my best." As Yijun was about to head to his waiting room after greeting the staff members, a woman, who had been chatting with another woman assumed to be her manager, walked toward him with rushed steps. My, hello. Yijun knew who the woman was despite it being his first time meeting her. She was Raian, the leader of the popular girl group TOI, whose fame had gone beyond Korea to Japan. The way she looked at Yijun while stroking down her long blonde hair was enough to swoon any man. Yijun did not remember Raian simply because she was an idol, it was because she had been showing off that she was a fan of Yijun through her social media account, and had even mentioned that she wanted to meet him at least once. And at last, that dream of hers had come true. "Hello, I saw your posts. It was an honor to know that you wanted to meet me," Yijun said. "The honor is all mine. I've collected almost every women's wear that you've designed and released. They're all stored in a separate area of my dressing room. Would you like to see?" Raian excitedly took out her smartphone and showed Yijun the photo of the dressing room that she had taken. It included women's wear that he had designed for other companies besides Levanche. "I especially like this one. I wore it today because I heard that we would be on the same show together." She was wearing a yellow cardigan with just the right number of white lines on it. It was the special collaboration product that had been released after Yijun had won last year's fashion design competition. I'd heard that it was hard to get this. Not only had much time passed, it was also a limited edition product that had only been made available at the contest venue at the time. Hence, Yijun found it even more amazing that Hairayong was wearing it. I barely managed to buy it after 3 hours of waiting in line. I bought the very last one. You went to buy it yourself? Yes. Her passion was impressive. Yijun couldn't help but be happy that someone held this much love for something that he had designed, inexplicably so since that someone was a member of a famous idol group. Thank you very much, Hairayong. Oh, may I call you that? Yes, of course. We're the same age, so feel free. Hairayong even knew his age. Yijun was embarrassed by how devoted of a fan she was. Rayan handed Yijun the contract as soon as he came back home after the recording. What's this, Nuna? An employment contract. Mr. Park was talking about how he wants to work together with you officially now, so he asked me to get your signature. Seol-hun had recognized Yijun's talent for design before Yijun had enlisted in the army, and so had Rayan. No matter how close we are, we should at least officially sign a contract, Rayan mentioned. That's true. You don't have a pen, right? Just a sec, I'll bring you one. Rayan went in and back out of her room and handed Yijun a ballpoint pen, which Yijun took as he carefully read through the contract. He had reached the final page, and all he had to do now was sign. However, his hand did not seem to have any intention of moving. Kang Arayan's gaze focused on the end of Seo Yijun's ballpoint pen. She immediately catched on from the unmoving pen that he was hesitating to sign the contract. Is there something you don't like among the conditions? Tell me and I'll get Mr. Park to modify it right away. No, there's nothing like that. The conditions of employment weren't bad, rather, the conditions were just right for Yijun, who was still a student. The salary was also quite handsome like Park Seol-hun had mentioned, but Yijun was reluctant to sign the contract despite all that. Nuna. What is it? Do I have to sign this contract right away? No, it's nothing urgent. Mr. Park also said that you can take your time. Then could I sign it later, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Although she was not showing it, Rayan was quite surprised by Yijun's decision to put off the contract signing. Yijun had always said himself that he wanted to work at Levanche, so she couldn't help but find it weird that his attitude had suddenly changed. Well, I'm sure he's getting offers from tons of other companies. It was not a bad idea for him to compare Levanche's conditions of employment with those of other companies. After all, the choice was up to Yijun to make. Although Rayan would be sad if he chose to work at a different company, she did not want to force him to come work for them simply out of attachment. Okay, take your time thinking it through, Rayan expressed. I'm sorry, Nuna. It's okay. It's your prerogative to choose the company that offers you better conditions. I have no place to meddle with that. No, it's not because I've been offered a job from someplace else. Then why? Yijun hesitated to answer. It had been because he had recently come to realize that being way too close to Rayan could possibly become a detriment to the possibility of a romantic relationship blooming between them. Hence, Yijun had been thinking it would be a good idea to distance himself a little from her. However, he couldn't tell her this. I'll tell you when I get the chance next time, he said. Since when have you been this secretive? I'm not sure myself. Yijun did not want to do this either, but he had no choice this time. That was how important Rayan was to him. As Rayan was being driven back home after a film shoot, Chi Fyung, who had come to the set, brought something up to her. Rayan, do you have some free time next week? Free time? You see, Chi Fyung seemed troubled. It did not look to be about something good. You know Jong-yoon, right? Choi Jong-yoon Sunbi? Yes. She was an actress in the same agency as Rayan, who had debuted 3 years earlier than her. They were not awfully close, but Rayan had a fairly good impression of Jong-yoon because she had taught Rayan things that she did not know about back when they had starred in a drama together. Some family matters came up for her, so she can't appear in a program that had already been scheduled for her next week. So, I was hoping you'd go on the show as a substitute. Which program? Rayan asked. The Great Escape. You know it, right? Oh, that one. It was a variety show with an escape room theme. It was so popular that it would have 5 whole seasons in the future. Rayan also watched it whenever she had time after work. I've wanted to go on it at least once. She had never expected to get the opportunity in such a way. Okay, I'll do it. Really. Even if he had asked, Chi Fyung considered the possibility of Rayan saying yes to be low, so he couldn't help but be surprised by the result. But would the program director be okay with that? Rayan asked. You don't have to worry about that. I feel bad for Jong-yoon for saying this, but the program director would much prefer you than her. Please keep what I just said a secret from Jong-yoon. Okay. Rayan was a very tight-lipped woman, she could keep a secret of that level. Rayan had agreed to appear on the program because she frequently enjoyed watching it, but she had never expected to meet Yijun on the set. You decided to appear on this too, she asked. Yes. I got an offer out of the blue, and I agreed since I thought it'd be fun. But why are you here, Nuna? I didn't hear anything about you when I had the meeting with the program director. I'm a substitute for Jong-yoon Sunbi. In any case, I guess this is the first time we're appearing on a show together. I'll be in your care. Same here. They saw each other all the time at home, but it was a completely new feeling to see each other on a set. A familiar face arrived on the set as well. Yijun. Hai Ryong, a famous idol as well as Yijun's fan, had been cast to appear on The Great Escape as well, simply for the reason that Yijun would be appearing on it. Hai Ryong belatedly greeted Rayan as well, and then took out a tumbler from her handbag to give to Yijun. I made this tea. It's gotten cold lately, so have some of this, she said. Thank you very much, Hai Ryong. We decided to speak casually with each other, didn't we? Oh, we did. As they were chatting it up while laughing, a staff member called Hai Ryong. Hey. Rayan poked Yijun's side with her elbow the moment Hai Ryong left. You two seem to be hitting it off. Are you two dating? It's nothing like that, Nuna. Rayan tried to think that it was none of her business whether or not Yijun got along with Hai Ryong, but I'm pissed off for some reason. An ominous feeling began to rise up within her. The cast members had been locked up in a place akin to a prison. The 9 members had not been locked up in the same area, they had been divided into teams of 3, one of the teams being Yijun, Rayan and Hai Ryong. Yijun sighed while scratching his head as he combed through the room. Man. I have no clue about any of them. They needed to find clues that the staff members had left to open the lock, but Yijun couldn't make sense of the clues even after finding them. Hai Ryong was also in the same shoes. The two of them were blankly staring at a 3x3 number keypad. Yijun turned to ask Rayan, who had been silent for a while now, what do you think, Nuna? Me? About what? The code. Do you think you can solve it? I'd already solved it a long time ago. Huh? Really? Rayan had been silent only for 2 reasons. The show wouldn't have enough content if they had solved it way too quickly, and she wanted to give chances for Yijun and Hai Ryong to shine. Hai Ryong remarked in astonishment, I thought you were silent because you also had no idea like us. One of Rayan's eyebrows slightly twitched. Does this girl think I'm brainless? Rayan had not liked Hai Ryong from the start despite this being their first time meeting, also the fact that she was being overly friendly to Yijun. She remarked while pointing at the keypad, don't just look at the numbers. Take a look at the arrows next to them as well. Okay, let's try the first one step by step. Rayan started from the top corner, and then followed the arrows down, down, right, right, up, up, left and then left. You see, we made a 0. We just do the same thing for the rest of them. Oh my, you're right. Wow, you're so smart, Nuna. No, you guys are just dim-wit, Rayan thought, but barely managed to suppress it from coming out. And just like that, Rayan managed to deduce the 4 numbers of the lock combination. Kerchunk? The lock opened like she had predicted. Their team had been the first to escape. Let's go search for the others. Okay. Hai Ryong suddenly clung to Yijun while walking down a long hallway. I'm so scared. Yijun, could you stay by my side? Yijun unconsciously looked over at Rayan. Like he had expected, she was staring daggers their way. Yijun thought that Rayan was far scarier than this hallway. Team Rayan had finally managed to meet up with the others. As they were solving the puzzles one by one, darkness suddenly enveloped them. The cast members were in a fluster. As Yijun was hanging around while trying to figure out what was going on, he suddenly felt a warm sensation on his left arm. Someone had hugged his arm. As he was about to ask who it was, be quiet. Yijun froze from the familiar female voice. He had thought it was Hai Ryong at first, but it had been Rayan, the woman whom he liked, who had suddenly linked arms with him. Rayan looked up at him while sulking and said, what? I'm scared, too. She was scared of ghosts, not the dark. But despite that, she pulled Yijun closer to her. Yijun unwittingly laughed as he witnessed this side of Rayan. Rayan asked irritatingly, got a problem? No, of course not. Yijun had thought that he should maintain a certain distance from Rayan, but that thought had already blown away. He was the happiest in his entire life when he was this close to her, so he couldn't understand why he should keep his distance. Having realized that he had been wrong, he reached for his waist and turned off the mic attached to him. He then whispered to Rayan so that no one could hear them, Nuna, you'll be going straight home once the shoot is over, right? Yeah, I'll sign the contract when we get home. Yijun's straying feelings had once again taken its course back toward Rayan. She smiled. Yijun could see her radiant smile as clear as day despite them being in the dark. You should have done so from the start, punk, Rayan expressed. You're right. I'm sorry for making you worry, Nuna. Yijun had come to realize once again that he only had feelings for Rayan. Rayan had broken a sweat at the fitness center yet again today. Jae-woon, who had been working out with her, was astonished as he checked what time it was. Time flies by so fast. What time is it? Rayan asked. 10 p.m. 2 hours had passed before they had realized it. Time certainly flew by faster when working out with a partner compared to working out alone. We should go home before it gets any later, Jae-woon said. We should. Neither of them were busy tomorrow. Rayan had no shoots scheduled, and neither did Jae-woon since he would be focusing on his album production for a while. Not wanting to part like this, Jae-woon suggested, Rayan, you're free tomorrow, right? Yes, probably. She did not have anything in particular planned. Then why don't we grab a meal together tomorrow? My older cousin opened a restaurant and I was gonna go tomorrow, but I have no one to go with. Even if it was a restaurant that a relative owned, it was a bit awkward to go to a restaurant by oneself. Rayan nodded and happily agreed. Okay, Tell me where it is and I'll be there. No, I'm the one inviting you, so I can't let you go through any trouble. I'll come pick you up, so all you need to do is make time. Jae-woon's heart was already racing with excitement. Raen giggled inside her head from seeing Jae-woon's expression that one could never see through a screen. As soon as Raen came back home, Seo Yi-seo, who had been sitting on the couch with Seo Yi-jun, quickly called out to her. Raen, The Great Escape is on. Aren't you gonna come watch? The episode that Raen and Yi-jun had appeared on just happened to be airing. At first, Raen had almost always watched every film, drama, and variety show that she had appeared on, but she had no time nowadays. After missing a few, she ended up no longer watching any of them live. However, she believed that she probably should whenever she had time, just in case she was edited in a bad way. Gimme a sec. I'll just put this away, Raen remarked. She put the sports bag that she always brought with her to the fitness center back in her room and went back out to the living room. This is when we were divided into teams of 3. The camera filmed Yi-jun and Hyrae-young in thinking mode. Maybe we solve it like this. I'm not sure. Unlike the two of them who were having a hard time, Raen was as calm as she could be. EAD.com. Yi-jun explained to his older sister what would happen next. Later, Raen Nuna's gonna solve the clues like magic. You see the arrows on the keypad? If you follow the arrows, they make 4 numbers. Yi-seo slightly frowned because of her little brother's unnecessary explanation. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Why are you spoiling from right next to me? She asked. Sorry. It just came out. Yi-jun had been so excited that he couldn't help himself. Raen smirked. She also had times when she blurted out things because it felt so surreal to see herself on TV. She couldn't help but laugh from Yi-jun's TMI remark that reminded herself of her initial days as an actress. I don't blame him for being so excited. The screen also showed Hyrae-young sticking awfully close to Yi-jun after escaping from the prison cell. Raen raised her foot and poked Yi-jun's back with it. Did you like that an idol was sticking so close to you? How could I, when you were staring daggers at me? I don't recall doing anything like that, Raen said as she poked Yi-jun harder with her foot. She was swept over with both irritation and embarrassment. Yi-jun did not falter much despite Hyrae-young's advancements because Raen had already stolen his heart. Nuna, why don't we go on another program together next time? Raen reacted coldly to Yi-jun's suggestion. Well, if I feel like it. Raen went with Yi-jun to Levanche before her dinner plans with Jae-woon. Park Seo-hun's mouth bloomed into a smile the moment he saw Yi-jun. Welcome, Yi-jun. I felt my heart crumbling when I heard from Chairwoman Kong that you were hesitant to sign the contract. Thank you so much for choosing us. Not at all, Hyung. Rather, I should be the one to say sorry. I should have signed it the moment Raen Nuna showed me the contract. Was there a company that had offered you better conditions? No, it's not that. Yi-jun couldn't tell them the reason because it was personal. Meanwhile, Raen, who had been listening to them, had something that she couldn't understand. You're calling him Hyung, not Mr. One. Raen asked Yi-jun. Seo-hun remarked while smiling awkwardly. What's wrong with that? I like being called Hyung better. Really? Then should I start calling you that too? No, you should be calling me Appa. Raen narrowed her eyes. Are you saying that because you want a beating? It's just a joke, geez. A beating from Raen really hurt. The damage to a regular person like Seo-hun would be devastating when a beating from her was enough to make the massive Ma Young-jun or the ferocious Park Du-chil crawl in pain. Hence, Seo-hun wanted to avoid workplace violence at all costs. Seo-hun guided Raen and Yi-jun to a certain area. This will be your workspace. Do you like it? Seo-hun asked. Yes, it's nice, Yi-jun replied. One could see the city view through the massive window if they lifted their head up a little. It was a very satisfying space for Yi-jun, who prioritized openness. We even got you a brand new desktop and monitor for your personal use. They were expensive, so we'll be expecting great things from you. That's some pressure you're putting on me. We did all this so you would feel at least some pressure. You'll have to work hard so that our company's sales increase. Right, Chairwoman Kong? Raen decided to take Seo-hun's side this time and nodded in succession. Considering that Yi-jun's hands could generate hundreds of millions of won worth of profits, the money they had spent on this equipment was nothing. Besides, Levanche was not short on money. You'd better work hard from now on, Yi-jun, Seo-hun said. Understood. Oh, and Nuna, Yi-jun stated as he took out a small plastic bag from his bag. Here's a gift. A gift? What is it? Raen asked. Take a look. Raen looked inside and was surprised to see what it was. Did you make these pants yourself? Yes. Please wear that if you have nothing else to wear on upcoming shoots. Raen first liked the fact that they were pants and not a skirt. Second, they were a mix of her two favorite colors, black and blue. In other words, they reflect all of my preferences, she expressed. That's right. There only existed one of them in the entire world, only for Raen. Thanks. I'll treasure it. Raen liked the gift more than she had expected to. The Levanche employees decided to have a dinner party to celebrate Yi-jun's entrance into their company, but Raen had to leave early because she had already made plans with Jae-woon. She lightly patted Yi-jun on the back before leaving the restaurant and advised, you'll make your sister worry, so don't drink too much and go back home early. Got it. Don't worry, Nuna. I wasn't planning on drinking a lot anyway. Raen headed to the meeting place she had decided on with Jae-woon after getting a clear answer from Yi-jun. A loud exhaust sound from afar caught her attention. The luxury sports car looked familiar, it was the one that Jae-woon drove often. Sorry. Did you wait long? He asked. No, I just arrived. Get in. The restaurant isn't far, so it won't take long. Like Jae-woon had said, the GPS announced their arrival not even 15 minutes after Raen had gotten in the car. Is that the place, Sunbi? Yup. Eleni Steak located at Cheongdam Ward. As if it was a twist of fate, Raen was very familiar with the place. This place is extremely famous. Although it was still too early for it to become famous since it had only just opened, it would soon become the #1 restaurant in Cheongdam Ward. Raen was sure of it since she knew the future. She had also eaten here a few times in her past life. Although the food was absolutely superb, she did not have fond memories of the place because of the people that she had been with at the time. Father loved this place. Park Chan-gil, the chairman of TP Group as well as the father of Raen's past self, Park Geon-Woo, had occasionally eaten dinner here with his family. Such memories prevented Raen from having a good impression of Eleni Steak. But well, I'm not with my father tonight. Rau decided to shake off her past memories and purely enjoy this restaurant for its food. The restaurant was already bustling with people because today was their very first day of service. Everyone in the restaurant focused their attention on Jae-woon and Raen as soon as they arrived. My, look at that. It's Jae-woon and Kong Raen. The customers were confused about their presence. Hearing that Jae-woon had arrived, the restaurant owner Wang Du-hyun dashed out to greet him. Jae-chang? Thanks for coming. Jae-chang was Jae-woon's real name. Everyone who had even a little interest in him knew that much about him. Raen also knew Jae-woon's real name, so she was not confused about who the restaurant owner had been referring to. The two men lightly hugged. Raen also greeted Du-hyun and walked over to their reserved seats. While they were heading there, someone called out to Raen. My, is that you, Raen? A familiar voice stopped Raen in her tracks. It was Park Hee-woo, who was staring at Raen in astonishment. Raen tried to happily greet Hee-woo, but her face froze because of the man standing behind her. Park Chan-gil. This term in Korean is ajasi, which is how Koreans address men that are around their parents' age, or people that the individual considers old. Backhand index pointing left. Kong Raen unconsciously gulped from the reunion with her father. She had not been this nervous even when she had come face to face with her mortal enemy Kim Han-Gyo. To Raen, her past father had not been someone whom she could compromise with. The two of them had a love-hate relationship, they were family, but Raen did not want to be closer to him. Park Chan-gil, who had always forced Raen down the path that he himself had walked down, had appeared before her eyes. Park Hee-woo expressed surprise and belatedly introduced Chan-gil to Raen. I'm sure you know who this man is, right, Raen? This is my father. Hee-woo knew Raen as one who had great interest in the financial world since Raen even owned a business. There was no way that anyone with at least a little interest in business wouldn't know Chan-gil, the chairman of TP Group, one of the top 3 conglomerates of Korea. Raen had known that Chan-gil had been a regular at this restaurant in the past, but I'd never thought that father would be here on their grand opening day. It was her first time learning this despite being father and son since they rarely spoke to each other. Chan-gil smiled and greeted Raen without knowing that his son was before his eyes as a woman. I am Park Chan-gil. I've heard a lot about you from my daughter. You're far more beautiful in person than on TV. Thank you very much, Raen unintentionally stuttered. She had no idea how to react to her former father calling her beautiful. Although she had never had to think about such a thing, there was one thing that she was sure about. It's not a good feeling. There was also something else that she shouldn't overlook. I'm not his child in this life. They were complete strangers, hence, she needed to act as such to avoid being suspected over anything from their very first meeting. Hee-woo mentioned something about her father to Raen. My father watches every single drama, film, and program that you're in. Do you know what he said to me last time? He asked me if I could set up a meeting so that he could have a meal with you. Chan-gil coughed several times after Hee-woo's sudden confession as if to tell her to stop talking. That meeting could have happened tonight, but Raen had unfortunately come with someone. Noticing that, Chan-gil did not suggest they have dinner all together. Like Hee-woo said, let us have a meal together when the opportunity arises next time. I'm sure my wife would also love it if she gets to meet you. Raen's former mother was also a drama and film lover. It was no surprise that she was a fan of Raen, considering that Raen had been in many hit dramas and films. Raen forcibly smiled and answered, yes, that sounds great. Will Geon-Woo also be joining us? Chan-gil was momentarily bewildered because he had not expected Geon-Woo's name to come out of Raen's mouth, but soon regained his composure and nodded. If that is what you'd like, then of course. But I didn't know that you knew my son. I'd gone to Japan to promote a film before, and he had been one of the bodyguards in my security team. Nov.L.B//JNN. Oh, I see. Chan-gil seemed to be satisfied with the answer. Raen rode the momentum and mentioned more things regarding Geon-Woo. I've heard a few things about you from him. About me? Yes. He had mentioned that you may seem curt and cold on the outside, but he respects how persevering you are in pushing ahead with your own philosophy. Respect, my ass. Rayan had never once respected her former father, but she had lied on purpose for one simple reason. She wished for her past self to remain in TP group. Jae-woon Sunbi is waiting for me, so I should get going. Please excuse me. Rayan quickly left. Chan-gil replayed Rayan's words in his head over and over again as if he had been entranced by them. Geon-Woo had quit bodyguarding soon after So Ha-jin had left their security team. He had been given courage from Rayan's words and returned to TP group. He had decided to confront his father instead of running away from him forever, and was in an endless battle with the pile of paperwork on his desk like always. An exhausted body also led to an exhausted mind. Geon-Woo had gallantly returned to TP group, but he could feel his initial resolve growing weaker. I feel sorry for Rayan, but thoughts of going back to his old life and cutting ties with his family again were coming back to him like the whispers of the devil. Just then, the employees suddenly sprang up from their seats and nervously greeted someone. Good morning, Vice President. Hee-woo slightly raised her hand to greet the energetic employees back. She did not come today because she had business with the employees. Park Geon-Woo, why didn't you come yesterday? Geon-Woo had skipped out on their family dinner due to one reason or another. He answered his older sister sourly, as you can see, I was busy. They're nothing urgent. They are, since I'll be behind on my work if I don't get them done in a timely manner. Geon-Woo wasn't wrong, but Hee-woo could only hear his reason as an excuse for not wanting to have dinner with his family. What's going on with you all of a sudden? What happened to the Geon-Woo who boldly returned to the company? It's not sudden. I've always been like this. Geon-Woo had simply put his mind to something else thanks to Rayan. He had always strived to live his life in his own way since a long time ago. Hee-woo sighed and mentioned what had happened last night. We met Rayan at the restaurant. She did her best to talk you up to father. How? She told him that you've always respected him a lot. Hee-woo had obviously realized that Rayan had been lying the moment that she had heard it, but she had kept quiet in hopes that Geon-Woo would be acknowledged by Chan-gil and stay in TP group. Make sure to thank Rayan when you see her next time, okay? Hee-woo remarked. But I don't even know her contact information, Geon-Woo replied. You don't? Weren't you close with her? Hee-woo had expected them to be close because there was no way that Rayan would go this far to help Geon-Woo if they weren't. But contrary to her expectations, Geon-Woo and Rayan weren't that close, rather, they had barely talked to each other. Hee-woo couldn't understand why Rayan was helping Geon-Woo to such an extent despite that. Nuna. You know Rayan's phone number, right? Yeah, but why? Because I want to meet her. Geon-Woo was determined to get some answers from Rayan. In Red.com, Rayan had expected to get a call from Hee-woo that Geon-Woo wanted to meet her. It's no wonder, since I blatantly took my past self's side. There was no way that Hee-woo wouldn't find it strange. Rayan would think so as well in her shoes. I ended up doing that at the restaurant before I had realized it. Rayan had two main reasons to keep Geon-Woo at TP group. First was to prevent her past self from working for Kim Han-Gyo, and second was to consolidate her relationship with TP group as her supporter. However, Rayan herself knew more than anyone else that it would be extremely difficult to pull off. Because Park Geon-Woo is me. Rau could say this because she knew how she was better than anyone else. She expected Geon-Woo to have a lot on his mind at this time, so she had purposefully talked him up to Chan-gil to push him a bit more forward. Director Do Ha-young knocked on the door of Rayan's office late in the evening. Chairwoman, you have a guest. Let him in, Rayan quickly answered without even asking who it was. Moments later, Geon-Woo entered her office. Rayan looked to Ha-young, who was standing behind Geon-Woo, and remarked, you can go, Director Do? Yes, ma'am. Rayan had come face to face with her past self yet again. She smiled and asked why Geon-Woo had come to see her. I've heard that you wanted to meet me. Yes. I've been curious about something for a while now, Geon-Woo expressed. Go ahead. There was only one thing that Geon-Woo wanted to ask Rayan. Why are you caring for me this much? To Geon-Woo, Rayan had been nothing more than someone that he happened to meet, but her attitude toward him had been far too affectionate despite that. Excessive kindness occasionally led to doubt, just like now. Rayan maintained her smile. It was like a mask to conceal her disturbed mental state from confronting her past self. Vice President Park had a lot on her mind regarding you, her little brother, so I simply decided to help out. That was the reason out of formality, but the real reason was something else. Are you having trouble staying in TP group? Rayan asked. To be honest with you, I am. There's no such thing as an easy job. I'm sure you'll be fine once you get used to it, so just hold on a little longer. Just then, Geon-Woo asked, what do you think will happen if I decide to go back to my old life? Rayan answered firmly, you'll meet the worst possible end. And how would you know that? Because I can see the future. Rayan was not joking, and this was not a recommendation, but a warning. If Geon-Woo were to return to being a bodyguard and ended up getting in her way like Park Eun-soo currently was, she would consider even her past self an enemy. In a sense, TP Group was a fenced-off garden to keep Geon-Woo safe. It'd be good for you to stay there. It would also be good for Rayan, considering how serious she was about her revenge. The spokesperson, film shoots were coming to an end. Kang Rayan, who was wearing a black female suit that her character Nag Yang frequently wore, checked the attire in front of the full-length mirror. I've worn mainly normal outfits in spokesperson shoots compared to all the other dramas and films I've been in. Raeun had not shot scenes in overly disheveled clothing except the scene where she had been kidnapped by Yang Han-sik's men. She preferred this much better since it also meant that she did not have to wear special makeup. Even the smallest injuries took a very long time to create through makeup, and that time transformed into fatigue for Raeun. Hopefully I only star in productions like this from now on. It was not hard to do since there were countless film and drama directors who wanted Raeun. It was a famous star's exclusive privilege to choose which film or drama they wanted to star in. Not even Raeun had ever expected to be given such a privilege in her entire life. Chief Young had talked about always keeping an eye out for the next production that she wanted to star in, but there was something more important than that right now. Focusing on this film comes first. Only by making spokesperson a hit could Raeun deal an effective blow to Kim Han-Gyo. Director Seo Young-mun called over Raeun and Min Se-min as the set was busily getting ready. This scene is gonna be modified a little, he expressed. Modified? Yes. It says here that Na-gi Yang expresses this line while fiercely revealing her emotions, right? I was thinking that it would better suit her character for her to say it calmly. What do you think, Raeun? Raeun was the one who knew Na-gi Yang best. Director Seo was curious about her opinion as the one who often immersed herself into the character to the point of it being a bit excessive. I think we should go with the script rather than saying it calmly. In exchange, how about we reduce the ferocity of which she reveals her emotions? I believe the audience members will find it more impactful if we have at least one scene of Ji Yang letting loose her suppressed emotions. Raeun had at first worked in the entertainment industry while solely relying on knowledge of the future, but her discernment had increased correspondingly to everything that she had experienced and learned as an actress. Thanks to this, she no longer relied completely on her future knowledge. Raeun had only given her subjective opinion, but it had been enough to convince director Seo. Okay, let's go with your suggestion, Raeun. Thank you very much, director. No need to thank me. I'll let the other staff members know that we'll stay with the script, so I'll be counting on your performance, Raeun. Yes, director. Raeun sat down with Se-min to resume their script reading. Well then, should we start from the fifth line again? Se-min asked. The scene that they would be shooting today was one of Na-gi Yang exposing the history of Yang Han-sik's misappropriation and embezzlement of national projects. A special investigations team would be made to investigate the charges exposed by Ji Yang, and Han-sik would be deprived of his seat in the National Assembly as his sins were exposed one by one. It was Han-sik's downfall. Raeun drew the complete picture of Kim Han-gyo's future in her head as she read the script. Others likely only saw this film as a political thriller, but it was no exaggeration to call it a prophecy that foretold Han-gyo's future. Ready, action. Ji Yang announced the evidence that she had gathered with her own hands to the reporters. These are the records of funds that Congressman Yang Han-sik has embezzled until now. Cameras flashed from all around while the main camera zoomed in on Raeun's face. Please take a good look at the true nature of Congressman Yang Han-sik. He has always declared that he would reform this country's politics and change the world for the sake of the people, but I beg you to see him for who he truly is, a snake that only cares for his own well-being. Ji Yang exclaimed while slamming her hands down on the desk. Her voice was filled with rage toward Han-sik. Raeun couldn't help but inject more of her emotions into the lines as she pictured the antagonist being Kim Han-gyo. I knew we should have gone with what was on the script. How could Raeun possibly say this calmly? I know I can't. Nor was she confident in doing so. Director Seo nodded repeatedly in joy as Raeun fluidly recited her long lines. Okay, that was great. Let's wrap it up here for today. Fantastic work, everyone. The shoot that had begun early in the morning had ended after sunset. Wang Jae-woong, who played the role of Yang Han-sik, praised Raeun for her hard work after silently watching her performance from behind the cameras. I'm impressed by how well you performed that difficult scene. I heard you appealed to Director Seo that it would be better to reveal some emotions instead of calmly reciting the lines. I did, Sunbi. Good job. I also thought the same thing as you. An actor needs to have the courage to let the director know of anything that they think isn't right. Only then would the character be able to truly shine. Raeun felt relieved to know that Jae-woong had also felt the same way as she had. She had honestly felt uneasy that she had been unnecessarily stubborn, but it was nice to see that someone agreed with her. I'm only asking you this since the production is about to wrap up soon, but, Jae-woong slurred. What is it? Raeun asked. You don't hate me or anything, right? Why are you asking something like that out of the blue? Well, because I occasionally get the feeling that the attitude you show me during filming isn't a performance. The same thing happened this morning, too. That's why I wonder from time to time if I've done anything to offend you. The problem was that Raeun's performance had been too realistic. Raeun had been passively over-immersing into her role in the spokesperson shoots, so Jae-woong had asked her this question multiple times. Raeun answered the uneasy Jae-woong with a smile. I assure you, it's all an act. Really? Yes. How could I possibly hate you, Sunbi? Raeun simply hated Yang Han-sik, who had been made to emulate Kim Han-gyo. It had nothing to do with Jae-woong as a person. In that case, I'll be counting on you until the end, Jae-woong remarked. Likewise. Have a safe trip home, Sunbi. Okay, see you tomorrow. Raeun got into Shin Yubin's car after seeing Jae-woong off. You're gonna go straight home, right? Yubin asked. Yes, although I'm gonna go straight back out. Why? There's someone I have to see. A friend. No, Ian replied while smiling meaningfully. I'd call them a comrade more than a friend. It was much more appropriate to call them a comrade with the same purpose. Ian decided to take a shower as soon as she came back home. She stood in front of the bathroom mirror stark naked and tilted her head in confusion as she looked at herself. Something's off. Having gotten an inexplicably strange feeling, Ian took a quick shower and headed to her room after covering herself in a towel. She used to walk around naked when she used to live with just Seo Yi-seo, but she had no choice but to watch her conduct after Seo Yi-jun began to live with them. It was to avoid a situation that they would both be embarrassed about. Ian took out the underwear that she normally wore because she needed to get ready to go out. The moment she put on her bra, she stared at her breasts after her suspicions had been confirmed. She had thought that her bras had been feeling a little tight lately, but she was now sure of it. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. They've gotten bigger. Ian clicked her tongue. I thought I was done growing. She was already uncomfortable enough with how much they shook when she exercised. She unconsciously sighed. Yi-seo, do you have any spare underwear? Ian asked. My underwear? Why, my chest feels a bit tight. It's stifling, so I was wondering if you have any of a larger size. Yi-seo's expression instantly turned ice cold. Mine are smaller than yours. Oh, really? Ian had not said it on purpose to bully Yi-seo, but she had unintentionally hurt her roommate's feelings. I guess I should go buy some new underwear. It was a huge hassle to buy underwear when she was already extremely busy. Sujin avoided working until late at night ever since the kidnapping incident since she wanted to avoid the same thing from happening again. She tried not to go around at night whenever possible, but tonight was an exception because there was someone who wanted to meet her. Sujin was in a deserted cafe where she was the only customer. She worked on a draft of her article on her laptop on the second floor while waiting for the other person. Step, step, step. Just then, Sujin heard a multitude of people climbing the stairs. She estimated it to be around 3 people, and she had been right on. One of them was Ma Youngjun, whom she had already gotten familiar with, and there was also a woman that she had never seen before. And lastly, the masked woman that had been stirring the political world as of late. Have you been well, reporter the masked woman asked. Yes, thanks to you. I wouldn't be typing on my laptop keyboard like this if you hadn't saved me that day. This was the first time that Sujin had met the masked woman after the kidnapping. She was curious about what the masked woman had been doing all this time, but she was skeptical that the masked woman would tell her anything even if she had asked. Hence, Sujin decided to suppress her nature as a reporter and hold off on asking questions. The masked woman handed Sujin a USB drive. This is the video that I took of you back when you were kidnapped. By the way, Congressman Kim Han-Gyo is also in it. I'm sure there would be an uproar if people saw this. Yes, but don't release it just yet. Then, when should we? The time that the masked woman revealed was an important time not just for politicians, but Korea as a whole. The general election is soon, isn't it? You can expose everything that you have on Congressman Kim around then. Sujin gulped. Ian's revenge would begin by taking away Han-Gyo's seat in the National Assembly. Ian had been planning to drag Kim Han-Gyo down his seat as a congressman for a while now. Anyone in the political world went through the cycle of gaining and losing their seat in the National Assembly due to various factors, but Han-Gyo had never lost his seat in the National Assembly. The reason was because he held a strong sense of pride and dignity toward his position as a congressman, which was why he never backed off right up until the cutoff period of voting. It did not matter to Han-Gyo whether he was up against a senior or junior, he only ever thought about himself. Hence, if Ian managed to take away the position of congressman from Han-Gyo, she would be able to deal a devastating blow to him, and his influence in his party will also diminish. Ian was planning on reducing Han-Gyo's place of standing little by little. Meanwhile, Sujin, who had heard Ian mention the general election, pulled up one of her sleeves and checked her arm. Ian tilted her head in confusion and asked, "What are you doing?" "No, it's just that I got massive goosebumps the moment you said that we should release everything during the general election period." "In a good way?" "Yes, probably." Sujin had been thinking about releasing all the information that she held immediately to the entire world, but that would have been a bad move. A true master waited for the right time. In terms of that, Ian could be considered a master of masters of sorts. Sujin had realized one more thing on top of that. You hold such great animosity toward Congressman Kim Han-Gyo. The masked woman was planning on throwing him into the pits of hell. May I ask why you're going so far to ruin Congressman Kim? Ian stayed silent for a moment, and then nodded. Yes, you may ask. Sujin brightened due to the completely unexpected response, but it did not last long. You must be misunderstanding something. I said you can ask, but I never said that I would answer. Sujin knew as much. A bitter smile appeared on her visage and she took the USB drive that Ian had handed her. Please let me know in advance when you would like me to release everything, Sujin remarked. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Thank you, reporter I should be the one thanking you. It no longer mattered who the masked woman was. What Sujin knew for sure was that the masked woman had saved her from certain death by the hands of Kim Han-Gyo. It was no simple feat to betray someone whom one owed their life to. Ian got up from her seat after saying farewell to Sujin, but was reminded of something that she had wanted to ask her. Come to think of it, reporter Yes. May I know what your bust size is? Sujin's face instantly reddened. Why are you asking something like that? They had just been discussing very important matters, so embarrassment swept over Sujin once the masked woman queried about her bust size. Not only that, Ma Yongjun was also present. There was no way that Sujin would reveal such a thing to a man. Rayan clarified the reason for her question, and it was unexpectedly dumb. I was wondering if there was a specific store that you frequented. Do you need underwear? Yes. Sujin had thought that the masked woman had some bizarre sides to her, but she had never expected her to be this bizarre. No, it was more accurate to call her brazen. Sujin was nothing like the masked woman, who did not seem to have any shame as a woman. She let the masked woman know of her bust size in a voice so small that Yongjun couldn't hear, but her efforts had gone down the drain with a single phrase from Rayan. You're bigger than you look. Yongjun turned his gaze elsewhere. Sujin regretted telling Rayan. Rayan visited the underwear store that Sujin had told her about. She, like always, chose ones with plain designs rather than extravagant ones. The employee found Rayan's choice of underwear surprisingly unexpected. In Red.com, are you sure about these? These designs are extremely plain. It's okay. I much prefer designs like these. Rayan did not like dressing up despite being a celebrity. She might not even have gone around with makeup on if she had not become a celebrity, although it would have been no problem at all considering how beautiful she still was without it. It was a great misjudgment to think that all celebrities liked to dress up. In Rayan's case, she only cared about comfort. Rayan put on her new underwear as soon as she returned home. I knew it was a good idea to get one size larger. It now felt like both her mind and body were at ease. I feel much better now. Rayan's acquaintances were envious of how glamorous her body was, but she herself felt extremely burdened by her own body. She had not been able to get used to the strange sensation of her breasts when she had first become a woman. Although she had more or less gotten used to it now, it had been quite a predicament at the time. Women have it so hard. Rayan had almost said her thoughts out loud. She sat on the living room couch and changed channels to the news channel that she often watched. The announcer was reporting news that the ruling and opposition parties were on full alert for the upcoming general election in a few months. Both parties were already criticizing each other. Rayan laughed as she watched the members of Congress fighting for their piece of the pie in the National Assembly. She couldn't care less about the battle between politicians. She only cared about beating down one person, Kim Han-Gyo. Kim Han-Gyo will probably run for office in Jongno district. Jongno, Seoul was considered among many the #1 district in politics. The opposing party would either pit Han-Gyo up with someone that could put up a fight against him, or they might just send a sacrificial pawn instead. There was barely anyone who could match Han-Gyo in terms of recognition. Considering that, they might go with a strategy of completely giving up on Jongno and focusing their efforts on other districts. However, it did not matter to Rayan whichever strategy they went with, since she would relentlessly attack Han-Gyo from the moment that the general election began. That aside, I wonder who will be pitted against Kim Han-Gyo in Jongno. Rayan was slightly curious. Maybe I should ask. She had many political connections, so she decided to ask Congressman Hong Oh-yeon, the one that she was closest to, while pretending to ask how she had been doing. Oh-yeon picked up as soon as Rayan called, and she seemed to be exhausted. Hello, Congresswoman. Oh, Rayan. Why the sudden call? I heard you've been busy lately. I thought I'd call to ask how you've been doing. After all, we haven't spoken at all recently. Oh-yeon seemed to have gained some strength from the fact that Rayan had called her first, considering the slight uplift in her voice. Thank you. My head has been in jumbles, but your call has cheered me up. Is it because of the general election? Yes. It's been so hectic lately. It was understandable. Rayan had also been extremely busy during the general election period back when she had been a bodyguard. Although she had not been a politician, she understood how Oh-yeon was feeling since she had guarded a famous politician during many of those hectic periods. Which district office are you running for this time, Congresswoman? Rayan asked. Not even she remembered everything about which congressperson ran for which district office during which general election. She of course remembered the backgrounds of considerably famous politicians, but Congresswoman Hong could not be considered a famous politician. The Congresswoman's answer had been enough to shock Rayan. I think it'll be Jongno. The phrase quirk of fate popped up in Rayan's head. She had never expected Congresswoman Hong to be the one facing Han-Gyo. She was greatly shocked at first, but the gears inside her head turned furiously moments later. This was not a quirk of fate. It might be an opportunity. Rayan began to draw up a plan inside her head. Meanwhile, Oh-yeon seemed to be feeling massive pressure from her placement. My party seems to be giving up entirely on Jongno, so I'm basically a sacrificial pawn. No, Congresswoman. From what I see, I think it's because you're the only one who even has a chance against Congressman Kim Han-Gyo. It was a stretch to call Congresswoman Hong a sacrificial pawn. She had made a strong impression on members of the public through appearances on TV programs and other forms of media, allowing her to become a politician who was well recognized by the younger generation. Hence, it was nonsense to waste the weapon that was Hong Oh-yeon. However, Oh-yeon herself had been viewing her party's decision in a pessimistic way. I'm thinking of talking it over with my party members again. You must really want to avoid Jongno by any means necessary. To be honest with you, yes, I do. Oh-yeon had been thinking of persuading her party members to let her run for office in a different district. She also had her own ambitions, typical of someone who wanted to climb higher than where they were currently at. She was faithful to her instincts, but did not blatantly show it, unlike a certain congressman. Raen knew this side of Yeon better than anyone else. Hence, Raen decided to use that tendency of hers. Don't be like that, Congresswoman. Why don't you just run for office in Jongno? I'm sorry? Yeon was fairly bewildered by Raen's unexpected statement. But, would I really have a chance? It was pointless to fight a losing battle. It was akin to throwing oneself into a blazing pit of fire, so Yeon honestly did not see a reason to do so. However, Raen did. I'll make it so that you will be elected, so don't worry about a thing and go for it. Raen was not doing this for Congresswoman Hong, but because she despised Han-Gyo more than anything else. Raen had mentioned that she would make it so that Congresswoman Hong would win against Kim Han-Gyo. Even if Han-Gyo had been involved in many controversies, he was still very influential. Not only did he hold great sway in his party, he was the most discussed politician by the public, both in a good and bad way. Hong Yeon was skeptical about winning against such a person. However, nothing in the world was eternal. Raen maintained a firm attitude. You can trust me. If things end up not going the way you had wanted, then I will take responsibility in any means necessary. Hearing the confidence in Raen's voice, Yeon's pessimistic attitude changed into a more optimistic one. Thank you. I must have had a moment of weakness. Your words have helped me pull myself back together. Yeon softly laughed and expressed words of gratitude to Raen once again. I've come to a resolution thanks to you, Raen. I may be lacking, but I'll do my best. I'm sure it'll turn out well. If things went according to the future that Raen knew, then Han-Gyo would come out on top, no matter who the opposing party pitted against him. However, that was only the case in a timeline where Raen didn't exist. It would be different this time around. Raen called Ma Yongjun immediately after ending her call with Yeon. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. It's me, Mr. Can you call reporter AHN to deliver what I'm about to say? What should I tell her? Tell her to get ready, since the time that I had mentioned will arrive soon. Today was the last filming date for spokesperson. The public had turned their backs on Yang Han-sik due to Nag Yang's revelations, bestowing to Han-sik the humiliation of being deprived of his right to be a congressperson and forever being banished from the world of politics. Ji Yang headed to Han-sik's house to witness for the last time Han-sik's life, which had been ruined by his own greed and ambitions. Han-sik left his home as if he was being chased out. His glare sharpened the moment that he encountered Ji Yang. On the other hand, Ji Yang stared expressionlessly at his wrecked appearance. Remember when you said to me that you would be the one to come out on top in the end? Do you still feel the same way? Ji Yang asked. You've gone up in life for a bitch who acts like a parrot for others. It's all thanks to you. Ji Yang had come this far only to take revenge against Han-sik. She had finally fulfilled her revenge, but Raen could not express satisfaction because it was Ji Yang's revenge, not hers, that had been fulfilled. Cut. Director Seo Youngmun exclaimed. Raen slightly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry. I was thinking about something else. She needed to look more refreshed after finally having fulfilled her revenge, so she had thought that Director Seo had cut the take because she had not. However, Director Seo had not paused the shoot because he had not been satisfied with Raen's expression. Actually, I liked that expression better. I'm sorry. How should I say it? The expression screamed that you've fulfilled your revenge, but its effect still lingers inside you. In any case, I liked that expression of yours much better, and so did the other staff members. The camera director and the others all nodded in agreement. Raen did not expect the expression that she had made unconsciously to be praised this much. I was thinking that we should go with that take, if you don't mind. What do you say? Director Seo asked. Raen did not need to think for long at all. Please, director. The final scene had ended, along with the shoots for spokesperson. The shoots had ended a little later than scheduled due to a few unexpected incidents such as Wang Jae-woong's motorcycle accident, but it had not been major enough to greatly affect the schedule. They would just barely make it on time if they worked while sacrificing some sleep. Hence, Director Seo decided to drink without regrets just for today, for his future self that would be working to death. Thanks to that, the after-party was extremely lively. Okay, attention, please. Our protagonist, Raen, is about to make a toast. Director Seo exclaimed to grab everyone's attention. Raen was holding a non-alcoholic drink since she was the only one who couldn't drink, but she was not disappointed. She exclaimed to liven up the mood while lifting her glass, to 10 million audience views for spokesperson. To 10 million views. Raen needed this film to become a hit so that it would give her revenge plan a large boost. She returned to her seat after making the toast, and drank from her glass as she replayed the bittersweet moments of the shoots. This one felt more exhausting than the others. Raen had imposed her own situation on her performances so many times that she had occasionally forgotten what was real and fake. However, it had also been a good thing because she had been able to perform as realistically as possible thanks to it. Raen wanted to tell Director Seo something before he got any more drunk. Director. What is it, Raen? He seemed to be fairly drunk from how red his face was already, despite it having not even been 30 minutes since the after-party had begun. I'll leave the editing to you, Raen said. Well, isn't that obvious? Director Seo had expected her to ask him for some amazing favor, but that had not been the case at all. Director Seo told her not to worry while pounding on his chest with his fist. Whether this film became a hit or a flop now all came down to Director Seo. No matter how much of her soul Rain put into her performances, it would be meaningless if the cinematography was terrible. It needs to reach at least 10 million in audience attendance. It needed to, no matter what. Before the film was released, Rain made a list of all the injustices that Kim Han-Gyo had committed to send to reporter Ahn Sujin. It was far too dangerous to email it to her, so she ordered Ma Youngjun to deliver it by hand. Youngjun said in a deep tone as he received the USB drive, "Can we really ruin Kim Han-Gyo with this?" He still did not know what exactly was in the drive. He could not even imagine what his action would bring to Korea as a whole. Rain nodded and asked in return, "Why? Are you getting cold feet after coming this far?" It was an extremely dangerous task. No one knew what would happen if they got themselves involved in the coming storm. However, Youngjun confidently answered, "Of course not." He had long since decided to erase the concept of fear the moment that he had decided to be on the same boat as Rain. Hearing that, Rain smiled. "Thanks for being my hands and feet for all this time." Youngjun doubted his ears for a moment. "What did you just say?" he asked. "I said, thanks." My god. It was an extreme rarity to hear that word from her. He couldn't believe that Kang Rain, who treated her subordinates like slaves, would ever say thanks. "I guess the sun's gonna be rising in the west tomorrow." "I hope so. It'll be quite a sight to behold," Rain remarked while laughing and gestured at Youngjun to go. Youngjun left her office, but he couldn't bring himself to step away from the front of her door. He did not know why, but he had a feeling for some reason that the number of times that he'd be meeting and talking to Rain like this was limited. Rain and her co-stars attended the premiere of the film Spokesperson. She was with Min Se-min, Ji Han-sok, Wang Jae-woong and director Seo Young-mun. As the only woman out of the five, she climbed the stairs up to the stage while slightly lifting up the hem of her red dress. She was given a massive amount of interest from the reporters as soon as she went up on stage. "Why don't we start off with introductions? Let's start with you, Rain," the host expressed. Rain raised the mic up to her mouth. "Hello, I am the actress Kang Rain, and I play Nag Yang." A simple and concise introduction was enough to gather everyone's attention. Rain had gotten accustomed to being up on stage in premieres. She carefully sat down in a relaxed manner. The chairs were fairly tall, so it was more accurate to say that she was slightly resting her butt on it rather than sitting down. Thank God the skirt is long. Rain did not have to worry about the inside of her skirt showing. After the others finished with their introductions one by one, the host asked Rain a question once again. "Rain, you're associated with being strong-willed, so we assume your character in this film to also have that same trait. Are we right to make that assumption?" The host had asked about the character Nag Yang's traits. Rain nodded to affirm the host's question. "Yes, but you're only half correct. She has a calm and logical side to her, but she has an unexpectedly deep sensitive side to her as well. In other words, she's not only strong-willed. Yes, there's no such thing as a flawless character." The same applied to Rain. Even if she possessed knowledge of the future, there were times occasionally when she hadn't been able to respond to abnormalities in an ideal way. To minimize such occurrences, she had been polishing her revenge plan ever since becoming a high school girl. And finally, she could see a glimpse of the end of the long tunnel. "What do you think is the charm of this film, in your own words?" Rain decided to bring out an answer that she had thought of long ago. "I think it's the fact that it handled a circumstance that can most definitely happen in real life, in an entertaining manner." She emphasized the point that it could most definitely happen in real life. The moment that the audience members watched this film, they would think that the film was fiction, or that the story was far too over the top. However, such thoughts would vanish soon after the film was released. The enormous wave that would sweep the world of Korean politics would become a massive incident that would surpass the plot of the film. Rain wondered how the public would react when that time came, and one more person. Kim Han-Gyo. "I wonder how you'll react." Rain felt like she could already visualize his flustered face. Kang Rain had put her heart and soul into Spokesperson, and the release date was finally around the corner. She and her fellow co-stars posted on their respective social media accounts to promote the film before it was released. Rain posted a photo of herself and Wang Jae-woong that she had taken on set behind the scenes, along with a message written, "We hope you enjoy, Spokesperson, this morning." Shin Yubin softly laughed as she watched Rain busily work on her social media posts. "This is the first time I've seen you work so fervently to promote a film. Really? You'd never been like this before. You've only ever done the bare minimum." Yubin had been exactly right, since it would be weird if the main star of the film did not post anything on social media regarding it. Rain had always done the bare minimum like Yubin had mentioned. However, this film was different. "I would think you had produced this film instead of director Seo if I didn't know any better," Yubin remarked. It was natural for her to feel this way since Rain was more desperate for this film's success than the director. Rain laughed awkwardly and focused back on her smartphone. "I think this film has just grown on me," she remarked. It was impossible for it to have not grown on her, since it would act as the highlight of her revenge. Hence, Rain was planning on doing whatever she could to promote this film. The same went for TV appearances on top of social media posts. She was planning on going on various programs before the film release date to focus on promoting Spokesperson, which was also the reason why she was already on the move so early in the morning with Yubin. Yubin parked the car in the broadcasting station parking lot and quickly messaged someone. Han-Sok and Se-min have already arrived. They're in the waiting room, so you can go greet them, she said. They're both rather early. The two of them had been postponing their variety show appearances due to their busy film shoot schedule. Although they were both mainly actors, they also liked going on variety shows, especially Min Se-min. He had once been considered a high commodity among variety program directors. In addition to that, the set was on full alert since Raean would also be appearing with him. Raean quickly greeted the program director and head staff members, and then headed to the waiting room where the guests were gathered. Good morning, Sunbi. Oh, Raean. You're here. Ji Han-Sok greeted Raean first. She couldn't see Se-min, he had likely gone to the bathroom. Yes. I'm sorry I'm late. No, you're right on the scheduled time. You weren't late at all, so there's no need to apologize. That aside, I've been so nervous ever since I'd woken up since I haven't appeared in a variety show in a while. How about you? Raean looked relatively calmer than Han-Sok. Well, I'd appeared in a few programs while we'd been filming, so I'm not that nervous. Right, I guess you had. Han-Sok always thought whenever he saw Raean that she was a very diligent junior. Se-min returned to the waiting room as they were chatting. Hey, Raean. Hi. Raean and Se-min had ended up speaking casually to one another after they had gotten closer through the film shoots. Se-min had seniority over her in terms of experience, but since they were the same age, they felt more like friends than work colleagues. Han-Sok asked as if to feel them out, you guys have gotten so close. Yes. We had so many scenes together, so we'd met often on set, Se-min mentioned in embarrassment. They had met so often that they had naturally gotten closer. Han-Sok was very envious of Se-min. Raean, Han-Sok said. Yes, Sunbi. You can also. He was about to mention that she could also speak casually to him, but a staff member's sudden appearance interrupted him. n/o/vel/b/c/om. The recording preparations have finished much earlier than expected, so please get ready. Understood. That was enough chit-chat, it was now time to work. Raean, Han-Sok, and Se-min could be considered the three main characters of spokesperson. The host and regular panelists of the variety show that they had appeared in, speaking with the stars, were staring at them in satisfaction. Our guests today sure are a sight for sore eyes. I'll say. It feels like we're the guests today. It's kind of hard to believe that people we've seen all the time on screen are right before our very eyes in person. The guests were usually the focus of every show, but even despite that, the three actors' presence really stood out. The production team could already hear the view ratings rising just from their visuals alone. What made you all decide to come on our show? The host, who was also a comedian, asked. Se-min answered jokingly, well, because there have been tons of rumors that your view ratings have been insane. The host and regular panelists laughed at his forthright answer. Se-min then raised his mic again after the laughter died down. Jokes aside, it was my idea. I wanted to come on the show because I had made a promise. Do you all remember? Of course we do. You promised us back when you had come on the show last year that you would love to come back on if the opportunity arises. Yes, exactly. No one would have said anything even if Se-min didn't keep this promise. It was not like he had signed an official contract to do so, and he could just make excuses that he was busy. But despite that, he had come back after a year to keep his promise. It was likely because of this part of him that variety program directors wanted him on their shows so much. The subject of discussion turned to Raean this time. This is your first time coming on our show, right, Raean? The host asked. Yes, that's right. I've heard that you're a very difficult person to recruit. We'd like to thank you once again for coming on our show. The writers were so excited when they heard the news that the meeting room had been in complete chaos with them screaming in joy. The camera filmed the area where the writers were gathered, to which the female writers hid their faces with their hands in embarrassment. Raean had an overwhelming number of male fans at first, but she had made a lot of female fans over the years. To prove it, her fan club, Club Allegiance, now had a roughly equal ratio of male and female members. What do you think is the secret to your fame? The host asked. Raean always found it difficult to answer questions like this, since she was not used to showing off or praising herself. I wonder. Maybe it's because I've played a lot of strong-willed characters. One of the regular panelists then asked her a question that had not been in the script. Is there a specific part of your body that you're most confident in? She had been asked a question like this before, to which she answered back then. I'd say my legs. The camera then focused on Raean's legs. Her white spandex skinny jeans brought the lines of her legs to life. She was relatively tall and had a small head, so she did not fall behind even when compared to fashion models, which was one of the reasons why her fan base was still growing even now. I've heard that your strong point was your ability to perform action scenes. Can we expect such scenes from you in the upcoming film? I'd love to say yes, but unfortunately, not this time. There was relatively very little physical action involved since the battles in the film were political in nature. The host continued, you must have been disappointed while shooting the film, then. Yes, but I'm personally satisfied since the end result came out so well. That was how much Raean had devoted herself to this film. Another panelist asked, Se-min and Han-Sok have both pledged to do something if the film surpasses 10 million in audience attendance, but I don't believe you have yet. Is there anything that you have in mind? There were many actors these days that pledged something if their production surpassed a certain number of views, so it could be called a trend of sorts. However, Raeun had yet to make a pledge. Min encouraged Raeun from next to her, why don't you make a really impactful one? Something big enough to guarantee 10 million views. Something big, huh? Raeun needed this film to reach 10 million in audience attendance. If it didn't, then her revenge plan could go down the drain. From what she remembered of the future, spokesperson had only just barely managed to make enough money to break even. That was why she had demanded a massive overhaul of the story from the beginning. But even so, her anxiety had not fully vanished. It was not like all films became a hit just because famous actors starred in them. Hence, Raeun decided to make a pledge so big that it would shock the public. If this film surpasses 10 million in audience attendance, I will shoot a kiss scene which I have never done before. Every cast member became wide-eyed. Really? Are you sure, Raeun? The host and panelists asked repeatedly. Raeun nodded to emphasize that she was telling the truth. Yes. I won't go back on my word. There was no bigger pledge than this, since Raeun had always said that she would rather die than shoot a kiss scene. That was how desperate she was for this film's success. She was burning her bridges. On the other hand, Han-Sok expressed mixed feelings once Raeun pledged a kiss scene. Even Min, who had been the one to encourage her to make a big pledge, was bewildered. However, the bewilderment was only for a moment. They both calmed down and thought one thing, that they didn't want to lose that kiss scene to anyone else. Shin Yu-bin strongly grabbed Raeun by the shoulders after the program recording had finished. Raeun, you're not feeling sick today, are you? She even put her hand on Raeun's forehead to check if it was burning up. Raeun stared at her weirdly acting manager and asked, what are you doing all of a sudden, Miss Manager? It did not feel good to be seen as some weirdo. Well, it's because you suddenly made a pledge to shoot a kiss scene. You've always made sure to tell directors that you'd never shoot kiss scenes or revealing scenes no matter how much they begged you. Yubin's reaction was obvious, considering how long she had known Raeun. Raeun realized that her pledge had been truly impactful since her manager, whom she had worked with the longest, was acting like this. I did it because that's how much I want this film to do well. If Raeun were to weigh the importance between her revenge and a kiss scene, her revenge would most definitely weigh more. She could more than handle one kiss scene if she could fulfill her revenge with it. And if she really could, she was willing to do even 2 or 3. Yubin stared in marvel at Raeun. She had come to know many different people in the entertainment industry, but she had never met anyone more difficult to understand than Raeun. The news of Raeun pledging to shoot a kiss scene if spokesperson recorded 10 million audience views spread throughout the public. Like Raeun had expected, the reactions were explosive. People were predicting who the partner of her first ever kiss scene would be, and the most mentioned names were, as expected, Ji Han-Sok and Jae-woon. There were also many mentions of Min Se-min and Tae-chan. Raeun smiled bitterly as she checked the public's reactions on the internet. She felt like she could understand why people were so interested in celebrities' daily lives. Back when she had been a man, she had never understood why there were articles written about what clothes that a certain celebrity had worn to the airport and where they had gone for a trip, but she could more or less understand after becoming a celebrity herself. Famous celebrities can't even enjoy anything in private. No matter where they went, there were eyes on them. Raeun had not yet felt the exhaustion coming from such attention, but she felt like it would certainly tire her out if it were to happen. Raeun had pledged to shoot a kiss scene, but not everyone welcomed the idea, including Seo Ye-jun, who lived under the same roof as her. Seo Ye-seo suggested that they go watch Spokesperson tomorrow on its release date, but Ye-jun answered, I'm not gonna watch it. Why not? He looked toward Raeun and answered, because I don't want Raeun Nuna to shoot a kiss scene. It was a form of jealousy. Raeun smirked. In Red.com, it's not like I'm gonna get married to the person that I'm gonna kiss. Even so, I don't like it. It was not like Raeun didn't understand how Ye-jun felt. She would also not like it if the partner that she liked were to kiss someone else, even if it was just acting. It's not like it's guaranteed to get 10 million views. Also, getting 10 million people into cinemas is harder than it sounds, don't you think? Raeun's primary goal had been to raise the public's interest in the film by raising its awareness as much as possible, since people with even a little bit of interest in the film would most definitely come to watch it in cinemas. Not even she was sure that it would bring 10 million people. It would be great if it did, and if it didn't, then that was also fine since she wouldn't have to shoot a kiss scene. Either way, it would benefit her. And if we're talking about kissing, I've already done it with you, Raeun expressed. Although it had been through CPR, she was not wrong in a physical sense. Ye-jun's face reddened. He had no memory of it since he had been unconscious, but it was an irrefutable fact. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Watch it and make sure to promote it to your friends as well. Raeun had come to need help from Ye-jun's fame as the haughty designer. Ye-jun reluctantly nodded. Okay, Nuna. Thanks, she remarked while smiling. Ye-jun had come to realize that he had become a man who could never refuse Raeun's request. But even so, he did not find it to be a bad thing, since it was rewarding enough just to have the woman that he liked smile at him. Raeun and Park Seel-hun headed to Chairman Ji's mansion in the car that team leader So Ha-jin drove. You have the gift, right, mister? It's right here, so don't worry. Keep your head in the game. We're here to discuss something extremely important. I know. Rayan checked her makeup and attire with a compact mirror as soon as she got out of the car. Meanwhile, Ha-jin straightened out Rayan's slightly wrinkled skirt for her. All done, Ha-jin said. Thanks. This might take long, so you can stand by in the car. Understood. Rayan approached Chairman Ji's mansion with Seo-hun. She felt this every time that she came here, but the garden looks so nice. She often noticed things like this because she had been thinking about moving soon. Meanwhile, Chairman Ji got the news that Rayan had arrived and showed himself along with his secretary. She bowed and greeted the chairman. Rayan then pointed at the paper bag that Seo-hun was holding and expressed, "It's nothing much, but I've brought you a gift. It's a health supplement that's very good for you, so please have some often." "Oh, you shouldn't have gone through the trouble. In any case, thank you." Chairman Ji noticed from Rayan and Seo-hun's appearances that something was different from their usual meetings. "You must have something you want to tell me," he said. Yes. Rayan had said that she would come all the way to his home when they could have just talked in his company building. Chairman Ji wanted to hear what she had to say for now. "Okay, let's hear it." Rayan revealed the true reason why she had invested so much in building a relationship with Chairman Ji all this time. "I'd like you to cut off Congressman Kim Han-Gyo's source of funds." It had been to entrust this role to him. Chairman Ji had been the source of Han-Gyo's funds in the beginning. Most of Han-Gyo's current source of funds had been people whom Chairman Ji had aided him in getting, or those whom he had some relations to. If Chairman Ji took serious action, it was more than possible to squeeze Han-Gyo dry. Chairman Ji was slightly bewildered by the subject that had been much more serious than he had expected. However, it was not like he couldn't understand why. "There are 3 weeks left until the general election, I believe," Chairman Ji said. "That's right." The result of the battle for Jeongno between Han-Gyo and Hong Oyeon was almost certain. Most people expected Han-Gyo to win by a landslide. What Rayan wanted was a great reversal, and to do that, she needed to fulfill some prerequisites. The most fundamental thing that one needed for an election campaign was money. If the candidate did not have money, their actions would be severely restricted. That was what Rayan was aiming for. Chairman Ji felt strange to be asked something like this from Rayan, since she had almost never requested anything from him. However, it was not completely out of left field since he had more or less realized that Rayan had feelings of hostility against Han-Gyo. All right. Rayan had been determined to stay however long it took to persuade Chairman Ji, but he had immediately agreed in contrary to her expectations. His decision had been too quick for it to feel true. Although it was definitely a good thing for Rayan, she was also curious about why he had decided so quickly. "I had expected you to ask me a lot of questions, Chairman." Rayan had expected him to be curious about why she was asking for such a thing, but Chairman Ji thought otherwise. "It's because I know that the more complicated something is, the more simply that you should think about it. Besides, I don't want to see him succeed anymore either." Chairman Ji had already refused to join forces with Han-Gyo. Although Han-Gyo was busy getting ready for the general election right now, he would definitely come to take his revenge for Chairman Ji's refusal once things died down. Hence, Chairman Ji was thinking of striking first. "I don't want to be backstabbed by the same person twice," he stated. Rayan smiled in silence. "But can I ask you something?" Chairman Ji asked. "Yes, Chairman. Anything. Why do you despise Congressman Kim so much?" He would have understood if Rayan had also been backstabbed by Han-Gyo like he had, but she had not experienced anything like that. Hence, the chairman was curious about her reason. One of the corners of Rayan's mouth rose. "It's an ill fate from a past life." After her meeting with Chairman Ji, Rayan went to meet Jae-woon, who would be heading out for his next world tour the day after tomorrow. "Were you surprised to hear that I wanted to meet you?" Rayan asked. Jae-woon strongly nodded and answered, "Actually, something else shocked me more." "What is it?" "The pledge that you made." Rayan's pledge had become a hot topic everywhere. However, it was not guaranteed that she would be shooting a kiss scene since the film had only just been released. It might have been thanks to her pledge or a different reason, but the film had recorded 400,000 in audience attendance on just the first day, which was not a small number at all. "It might actually reach 10 million at this rate," Jae-woon remarked. "That'd be great." Rayan did not seem very worried, which was fascinating to Jae-woon. "You absolutely hated shooting kiss scenes, didn't you? Did you find a male actor that you want to kiss or something?" he asked. "It doesn't have to be a man." Gasp. "A woman then, perhaps. Who knows? I guess it would depend on what kind of production it is." Jae-woon was getting swept all over the place by Rayan's words. He shook his head after belatedly coming to his senses and got straight to the point. "You said you had something important to tell me, right? I'd say it's more sensitive than important." "What is it?" There was something that Rayan wanted from Jae-woon. "I'd like to support Congresswoman Hong Oyeon in this general election, and I was wondering if you could help me. I'm not asking you to blatantly back Congresswoman Hong, just hinting at it indirectly is enough." It was considerably risky for a celebrity to support a specific politician, even indirectly. Jae-woon was a celebrity with an extreme amount of influence, so it would definitely be effective if Jae-woon were to accept her request. Jae-woon thought deeply, and then accepted Rayan's request soon after. "I've appeared on a variety show with Congresswoman Hong before, so I'll post a selfie that I'd taken with her at the time and post it along with a comment saying good luck, Congresswoman Hong. Is that good enough?" "Yes, that's more than enough. Thank you very much. But I have a condition." Jae-woon wanted to set a condition that matched the difficult favor that Raeun was asking of him. Can I reserve the kiss scene that you had pledged? Kang Raeun had been so focused on preparing for her fierce attack against Kim Han-Gyo that she had momentarily forgotten about Jae-woon's love confession to her a few months ago during a variety program shoot. The memories had returned to her after he laid out his condition. It was no wonder for Jae-woon, who saw Raeun as a woman and not just his junior, to not want anyone else but himself to be the partner for her very first kiss scene. Having not expected his condition at all, Raeun was lost for words. Her bewilderment was obvious just from her face. Jae-woon spoke first to lift the awkward air. I'm not asking you to do it with me no matter what, but I'd just like to reserve it. After all, your partner might not be me based on which production you and I decide to star in. That's true. Nothing was certain in this world. A simple mismatch in their schedules could make this condition completely null. Raeun couldn't wait forever to fulfill a promise with Jae-woon, which was why he had suggested a reservation instead of a sure promise. If you don't want to, then you can just refuse. Even if you do, I'll still fulfill your request, Jae-woon said. He was planning on helping her whether or not she agreed to his condition. Raeun felt thankful to him, but also thought that it would be better to do it with someone who thought amicably of her rather than a complete stranger. But Sunbi, if, like you said, I end up doing the kiss scene with someone else, what then? Jae-woon answered jokingly, then why don't you kiss me twice to make up for the one that I missed? It was just a joke, so don't take it so seriously. He had made a joke to lift the air, but it had gotten even more awkward instead. Raeun did not ask only Jae-woon for this favor. She met with every single celebrity whom she had consolidated a relationship with until now to ask them to support Congresswoman Hong Oh-yeon. Of course, not all of them accepted her request. Politics was such a sensitive topic that most celebrities tried not to get involved in it. That was the correct choice. It was good for celebrities to display their individualities, but nothing came out of revealing their political inclinations. Hence, Raeun had requested them after very careful consideration. Only celebrities that were very close to Raeun, such as Tae-chan, Min Se-min, Rita, Han-Gyo and a few others, decided to accept her request, along with Ji Han-sok, who had worked with her for a very long time. I heard from my grandfather that you're hell-bent on dropping Congressman Kim Han-Gyo in the general election, he said. Yes, that's right, she boldly admitted. There was no point in denying it after coming this far. Like his grandfather, Han-sok also did not know the details of what had happened between Raeun and Han-Gyo, but the reason did not matter when it was Raeun who was asking him for a favor. There was no need to even think twice. Okay, I'll help out too, Han-sok agreed. Thank you very much, Sunbi. Han-sok had also joined in on her plan like she had expected. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at inread.com. Raeun. As she was about to end their conversation, Han-sok suddenly called out to her. He was hesitant to tell her something as she was tilting her head in confusion, but then mustered up the courage. You haven't decided which production you're gonna be starring in yet, right? It was obvious why Han-sok was asking about Raeun's next production. It was because of the kiss scene. Jae-woon and now Han-sok. I guess it's true that close friends really do think alike. She had never expected there to be so much competition for her kiss scene partner. The general election had finally begun. This general election had been so chaotic right up until the cutoff period that Congresswoman Hong was already exhausted before it had truly begun. However, she had no choice but to give it her all. I'll have to do my best for Raeun's sake. Oh-yeon had absolutely no intention of making Raeun take responsibility even if she wasn't elected. Once it came down to it, she had been the one to make the choice. Just the fact that Raeun had told her that she would do whatever it took to let her win had been enough to give her strength. Congresswoman. As Oh-yeon reclined on her chair to relieve as little of her fatigue as possible, her chauffeur quietly called out to her. You have a visitor. A visitor? Oh-yeon asked. I believe she is a reporter. What would you like me to do? She had naturally gained the attention of countless reporters just from the fact that she would be facing a big-shot politician like Kim Han-Gyo. Even today, there have been countless reporters requesting an interview. As she was about to get her chauffeur to make some excuse to do it next time, the chauffeur's next sentence caught her attention. She said that she would give you a nice gift if you agreed to the interview. A gift is a bit. It would be extremely dangerous if word got out that she had received something from someone during the general election. Whether it was money or an item, it was best not to receive anything until the general election was over, unless she wanted to be accused of rigging the election somehow. What's the reporter's name? Oh-yeon asked. She thought of the possibility of the reporter being a spy sent by Han-Gyo, but the suspicion vanished as soon as she heard the reporter's name. It's Ahn Sujin. Reporter Ahn Sujin. It was the name of the reporter that had taken several shots at Han-Gyo on many occasions. Let her in. Are you sure? The chauffeur asked. It's fine if it's that reporter. Probably. Moments later, Sujin entered Oh-yeon's election campaign office after being guided by the chauffeur. Sujin greeted first. It's been a while, Congresswoman. It sure has. It's been since the parliamentary inspection, right? Yes. Thank you for the kindness you've shown me back then. Oh-yeon giggled bitterly and pointed to the chair across from her for Sujin to take a seat. Sujin let down an extremely stuffed backpack on the floor before sitting down. Oh-yeon asked as she stared at the backpack that looked heavy from just a glance. You must have a lot of things in there. I do. It contains my gift for you. Oh Yeon replied with a troubled face, I'd be in huge trouble if I receive anything from someone during the general election period. Wouldn't it be bad for both you and me if the election committee investigated us because of it? She tried to politely decline, but that did not stop Sujin. In the first place, the only reason she had come to meet Oh Yeon was to give her this. I'm sure you'll change your mind once you see what it is. She opened the backpack, took out its contents and slammed it down on Oh Yeon's desk. It was a bundle of paper so thick that it couldn't be held entirely with one hand. Oh Yeon asked while wide-eyed in confusion, what is all this? It's a record of Congressman Kim Han-Gyo's injustices. Pardon me. Oh Yeon also knew that Han-Gyo was by no means clean of sins. Everyone had at least one skeleton in their closet. However, the number of skeletons in Han-Gyo's closet transcended human imagination. Oh Yeon began to quickly read through the papers that Sujin had brought. Several of the allegations that Oh Yeon herself had posed before were in there, but in far more detail than what she had found out at the time. You'll see once you confirm them for yourself, but everything written on there is the truth, Sujin stated. How did you get all this? Oh Yeon asked dumbfoundedly. Sujin answered concisely, I have an anonymous informant. The stage had been sufficiently set. All that was left for Yeon to do now was to wait until her preparations took effect. The battle for public opinion began as soon as the general election opened. Yeon had given Oh Yeon through reporter AHN everything that Oh Yeon could use against Han-Gyo, her opposition. Oh Yeon was using the newfound information very effectively to continuously deal fierce attacks on Han-Gyo. Even last evening, she had not stopped pumping out all kinds of allegations involving Han-Gyo for the entire one-hour debate. Due to this, almost every form of news media had put the allegations against Han-Gyo on their headlines. The unjust profits made through the development of a new city, misappropriation of public funds. The rabbit hole was endless. It even included things that even Yeon had no idea about. He's like an onion, there's just no end to the layers. Even as a former close associate of Han-Gyo, Yeon had never expected for him to be involved in so many injustices. Well, it's much better for me. Now that she had given to Oh Yeon every single piece of information that she had gathered through an ungodly amount of time and work, all she needed to do now was to watch the battle play out with popcorn in hand. Spokesperson, the film that Yeon had starred in, was also being discussed among the public as the perfect portrayal of the battle between Kim Han-Gyo and Hong Oh-yeon by pure coincidence, just like Yeon had planned. Yang Han-sik, the villain of Spokesperson, was similar to Han-Gyo in so many ways that he was being cursed even for the sins that the character had committed. This was the exact synergy that Yeon had desired. Many people online were slandering Han-Gyo while saying that what's happening in reality feels more like fantasy than the film, which only raised the film's popularity even more. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Spokesperson surpasses 5 million in audience attendance. Will Spokesperson be the very first 10 million film of the year? The unexpected rise of political films? The Spokesperson syndrome. Is this real or fake? Spokesperson gains a massive boost thanks to the general election. How high will it go? The higher the film went, so did the condemnation against Kim Han-Gyo with it. Also, the more blazing the debates between Han-Gyo and Oh Yeon became, the more it boosted Spokesperson's popularity. Everything was going in Yeon's favor. However, there was just one thing that made her uneasy. At this rate, I'll really have to shoot that kiss scene. Yeon had a feeling that she wouldn't be able to take in the news of 10 million audience attendance with joy alone. There were 5 days left until voting day. Kim Han-Gyo, who had come to a market with his campaign personnel for canvassing, felt something was off. The market vendors who had always waved at him whenever they saw him were treating him rather coldly today, and some were blatantly avoiding eye contact with him. The reporters who had followed him focused their cameras on the market vendors' reactions. It was very bad for Han-Gyo if this went on. He spoke to save face as well as to reverse the situation. The vendors must be so busy that they can't afford to give me any attention. Ha ha ha. Han-Gyo's laugh had never sounded so awkward and embarrassing in his entire life. He had been a star ever since entering the world of politics, and had lived his life while being showered by the public's support and cheers. However, all of this had suddenly changed. The faces of a husband and wife who owned a rice soup restaurant instantly turned foul the moment Han-Gyo entered the restaurant. The husband gestured to Han-Gyo while wearing gloves and said, "We're not open, so get out." "I'm sorry, you're not open." It was a barefaced lie. There were already 5 customers occupying 2 tables. It was not like there were no tables available either. The reporters quickly snapped photos of Han-Gyo, who was on the verge of being chased out by the rice soup restaurant owner. Han-Gyo laughed awkwardly and said, "Haha, sir, please don't be like that and sell me a rice soup as well." "Rice soup? Why? Are you cosplaying as the working class after all that you've done?" "Fucking hell, I wake up before dawn and work my ass off to pay for my son's college tuition. But what gives you the right to take hundreds of millions of won from those colleges? Huh? And I heard your son managed to get a scholarship without even taking a single dem exam." Han-Gyo had no choice but to stay silent as he was barraged with the working class father's sorrow and rage. Congresswoman Hong Oh-yeon had also brought forward the injustices related to his son Kim Chi-yeol. They were not simply allegations either. She had also provided surefire proof, so the public had taken it as a genuine fact. "Get out of my restaurant before I throw salt at you." Han-Gyo unconsciously took a few steps back after seeing the husband actually bringing a bucket of salt. The owner must be in a bad mood today. I'll come again next time. Han-Gyo was receiving cold glares even after coming out into the market alley. His current reputation was far too bad to pacify the people. He had never expected the atmosphere to be this sour. Han-Gyo smiled as if everything was alright and said to the reporters, the vendors must be having a bad day. The atmosphere here is quite gloomy. At times like this, we all need to come together and vote for someone who can bring the working class economy back to life. Passers-by exclaimed while Han-Gyo was talking, you're tripping if you actually think that someone is you. Mind your own goddamn business. I'd rather die than vote for you, so stop wasting your time here and go home. I heard you'd even kidnapped and threatened a reporter who defamed you. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. You're a wolf in sheep's clothing? You demon. Hong Oyeon is far better. Everyone, let's vote for candidate Hong Oyeon. Han-Gyo could tell that the minds of the people were shifting more toward Oyeon than himself. He suppressed his gloomy expression with all his might and quickly left the scene as if being chased by something, along with the personnel who had come along to help in his campaign. Han-Gyo returned to his office, and his expression was not great at all, as everyone could expect. He sat down on his chair and threw the ashtray on his desk with all his might. Shatter! The sound of a glass display cabinet breaking reverberated throughout the office. The campaign personnel were startled by the sound and hurriedly opened the door to his office. What's wrong, Congressman? Are you okay? They worried for his safety, but it did not help to unspoil Han-Gyo's mood. Oyeon had been attacking him relentlessly. He felt embarrassed at himself for not having been able to make any sort of rebuttal against the materials that she had prepared against him during the last debate. There was no way that she alone would have been able to collect that much material. She must have an informant. There was only one person that Han-Gyo could think of, the masked woman. He had once thought that the masked woman's identity was Ahn Sujin, but he had come to realize after the kidnapping attempt that his guess had been massively off. If it wasn't her, then who could possibly be attacking him? Han-Gyo went through every single individual that had grudges against him, but it's no use. There are so many that I can't narrow them down at all. Han-Gyo came to regret the sinful life that he had lived until now. At this rate, will I actually lose? He, who had only lived the life of a victor, faced the biggest crisis of his life. There was only one more day left until voting day. Rahn had appeared on a radio show along with Ji Han-sok to promote their film. The singer Han-Gyo, who was the host of the show, remarked full of affection, Rahn is a very good friend of mine, so you have no idea how happy I was when she agreed to come on our show as a guest. It's a request from a friend, so of course I should, Rahn said. Gao herself, not the production team, had requested Rahn's appearance, which was why Rahn had gladly accepted the offer. However, her aside, I'd never expected you to come on as well, Sunbi, Gao said to Han-sok. Gao had not been able to contact Han-sok to directly give him an offer since they had no relation to each other. Although it was good for the show if they came on together, it was a bit unexpected from Gao's perspective. Just then, the writer gave Gao a short peek of a cheat sheet. Gao asked Han-sok in surprise after taking a look, apparently, you contacted the production team first, saying that you wanted to come on the show. Is that true, Sunbi? Yes. As a regular listener of 2 o'clock music date, I've always wanted to come on as a guest at least once. That's why I contacted them first since I thought it was the perfect opportunity, with our film doing so well and all. However, there was one more hidden reason. Han-sok had contacted the team himself because he had heard that Rahn was going to be coming on the show. However, he couldn't reveal that reason. One slip of the tongue would cause a swarm of scandal articles. Gao said to Rahn while checking the script, your film has become a massive hit, hasn't it? It sure has, Rahn replied. From what I know, it has already reached 8 million in total audience attendance. Experts say that it will easily reach 10 million. How do you feel about that? Well, how else but feeling grateful for everyone who has taken interest in our film. A film reaching 10 million in total attendance was an extremely difficult feat in Korea. There was also a lot of attention on the villain character Yang Han-sik. About the villain Yang Han-sik, there are a lot of discussions about it having been inspired by Congressman Kim Han-Gyo. What's your opinion on this, Rahn? I can't say for sure. I have absolutely zero knowledge about anything related to politics, but I can't say that they aren't similar at all. It's likely just a coincidence, but a lot of the allegations brought out against him are fairly similar to the ones in the film's plot. An article had been published just today that a special investigations team would be made to investigate the allegations put out against Han-Gyo as soon as the voting finished. All that was left was to wait and see whether or not Han-Gyo would be elected. That was enough talk of politics. Gao switched the focus to the other hot topic among the public. Rahn, you pledged to shoot a kiss scene, didn't you? Will you really be staying true to it? Rahn nodded and replied, yes. I never go back on my word. She absolutely hated the idea, but her lips were a cheap price to pay if it meant that she could prevent Han-Gyo from being elected. Have you decided on your next production yet? I'm sure you would have been contacted by tons of production companies, considering the scale of your pledge, Gao asked. Han-sok's ears perked up. Like Gao had mentioned, it was normal for Rahn to get tons of offers for various productions, but there were especially many these days. There were a few that piqued Rahn's interest, but I'm thinking of taking a short break for now. I feel like I've been working without rest for so long, so I need some time to get things sorted out. I'm not planning on starring in anything for the time being. There was something that Rain needed to do before choosing her next production. She wanted to check the result of the general election above all else. If Kim Han-Gyo still gets elected after everything I've done, then I'll have to go all or nothing. It'll be either me or him. Rain had resolved herself for the worst-case scenario, but since she was still human, she wanted things to go as swimmingly as possible. I shouldn't forget to vote either. She was planning on putting in her precious vote for the sake of her revenge. And of course, it would be for Hong Oh-yeon, not Kim Han-Gyo. Voting day had finally arrived. Rain went with Seo Yi-seo to a voting place in the morning. She could hear the mumbling from those around her getting louder due to the appearance of a celebrity. Not only had she made sure to get photos of her voting taken by reporters, she also posted on her social media account to encourage people to vote. Since public opinion was already significantly skewed toward Oh-yeon in a positive way, Rain believed that it would only benefit Oh-yeon the more people voted. Rain glued herself to the news channel to check the voting results live as soon as she came back home. The poll closed, and the time to tally the votes had finally arrived. The district that everyone expected to be a close battle was, of course, Jeongno. Kim Han-Gyo vs Hong Oh-yeon. The initial difference between them was only by 105 votes, but it only got wider and wider as time went on. Oh-yeon got 61% of the votes, while Han-Gyo only got 27%. Well, the result was obvious. Only after checking the overwhelming difference was Rain finally able to wholeheartedly laugh after so long. There were several candidates guaranteed to be elected before the votes were fully tallied. This year's general election had stirred the entire nation, especially the Battle of Jeongno, where Kim Han-Gyo, the candidate who had unintentionally grabbed the attention of the public in a bad way, had run for office. Several news media outlets quickly reported the candidate that the people had chosen. Like Kang Rain had expected, Hong Oh-yeon had won by an overwhelming margin. The TV showed Oh-yeon standing before the reporters with a bouquet of flowers in hand that her campaign personnel, who had done their absolute best to help her, had prepared for her. Congratulations on your election. Could we hear your thoughts about having beaten candidate Kim Han-Gyo? Congresswoman Hong nodded with a smile devoid of worries. As for right now, I feel like I'm on cloud 9. I'd actually been extremely uneasy when I had announced my candidacy, but now that I've heard the news that the people have chosen me, I feel a sense of joy as well as the heavy responsibility that I bear to do my best. Her overflowing emotions could be felt from her slightly trembling voice. She took a short moment of rest and continued while staring right at the camera. Thank you very much. I will make a promise right here with every citizen of Korea that I will become a congressperson that you won't regret having chosen. Also, there was something else that Oh-yeon wanted to say. I'd also like to commend Congressman Kim Han-Gyo for being such a great competitor. Kim Han-Gyo threw the remote control, cracking the right side display of the TV. He fumed vigorously. Cheeky bitch. Han-Gyo despised Oh-yeon for beating him and taking the title of congressperson away from him. He was most definitely partly to blame for his own failure, but those mistakes had not been anywhere near as detrimental to his career as the allegations that Oh-yeon had brought forward against him. I should have killed that masked bitch when I had the chance. Slam, slam, slam. His rage was not quelled even after striking the armrest of his chair multiple times. Han-Gyo already knew that doing this would not turn back time, but the fact that he knew this enraged him even more. Han-Gyo's sigh contained a myriad of emotions. He hung his head down and wiped his face with his hands several times. He had planned to use the momentum gained from this general election to plan his presidential campaign, but that had all gone down the drain. No, it might have been better if it had only gone down the drain. Congressman, his chief secretary cautiously opened the door to his office and said, "The public prosecutor's office has issued you an order for attendance." The countless allegations brought up by Oh-yeon needed to be investigated to confirm their legitimacy. Han-Gyo had not said it himself during the election, but over 90% of them were the truth. He wanted nothing more than to bury them using any means necessary, but he could no longer do that since Oh-yeon and her team had already given the prosecutor's office all the materials that they possessed. All that was waiting for Han-Gyo now was to be brought to justice. Rain had mixed emotions as soon as she heard news that Han-Gyo had failed to be elected. It's not over yet. To be more specific, there was still more that she needed to take revenge for. Her objective had not been only to foil his plan to be elected into the National Assembly. Her final goal was the complete ruin of Kim Han-Gyo. Rain had filled out the return application form with the thought of completely demolishing all the connections, wealth, and fame that he had amassed over the years. Han-Gyo had gotten used to only looking up, but he would now have to take a different point of view. I'll make sure you know the feeling of falling down. Seo Yi-seo looked weirdly at Rain, who was smiling in absolute delight as she stared at the TV. Did something good happen? You've been smiling non-stop since earlier. Something good? Sure did, Rain answered. She then turned her head toward the refrigerator and asked, "We still have beer left in the fridge, right?" "We do. But why?" "Because I feel like having a drink today." Rain was way too happy not to have a drink. Having no idea what was going on, Yi-seo asked in worry, "Are you sure? You're bad at drinking." "I want to treat myself today." Yi-seo's confusion did not disappear even after Rain had explained to her. Rain had only drunk a 335 ml can of beer last night, but she was suffering from a hangover headache the next morning. For God's sake. Why the hell is this body so weak to alcohol? Rayan couldn't understand no matter how hard she thought. However, she still retained memories of what had happened, unlike last time. She remembered drinking with Yiseo and then going back to her bed to sleep. So I can drink 1 can without losing consciousness, huh? Rayan was slowly but surely getting a feel for her drinking limit. As she was sitting in the living room, Seo Yijun, who had been back at his parents' place, opened the front door and greeted Rayan. Good morning, Nuna. I'm back. Welcome back. How's the cafe doing? As great as always, thanks to you and Jae-woon. Even last night, things were so hectic because customers kept coming when it was almost time to close. After Rayan and Jae-woon had their date at Starlight Road aired on TV, the cafe had practically been named a landmark by the younger generation. Dad was going on about expanding the place or setting up a branch cafe around next month. The latter sounds good too, if he's capable of managing multiple shops. The current famous cafes had all started out this way. It was better to prepare for the next step while they still had the momentum. Anyway, good work for helping out your parents when you also have work at the company, Rayan remarked. I can't say no when my parents are asking for help. They mentioned that they had hired a lot of part-timers this time around, so I won't be called out on such short notice like yesterday. That's good. Rayan needed Yijun to be the core designer of Levanche. As the chairwoman of the company, it was obvious that she wanted Yijun to focus only on his design work. He went into his room to unpack his bags, came back out and looked inside the fridge. Rayan Nuna. Did my sister drink the beer that was in here yesterday? Yeah, with me. You drank too. Yijun doubted his ears since Rayan never even indulged in a single sip of alcohol. But you don't like drinking, he remarked. There are times when I crave it. Really? His expression carried a hint of disappointment. He might have been able to join them if he had also been here last night. My sister had told me that you turn super cute when you're drunk. I guess I missed my chance to see it. Shut up. You won't ever get to see that side of me, so don't get your hopes up. Rayan had only drunk because Yiseo had been the only one present. She never would have drunk in front of Yijun, Ji Hansok or Jae-woon. If anyone else, it would be her older brother Kang Hyuk. Come to think of it, I should tell him to sell those stocks soon. Rayan had gone all in on the fact that Congresswoman Hong would be elected. She had practically swept all of Congresswoman Hong's themed stocks long before the election even began. The rate of profit easily surpassed 50%. The stock prices only went up as her chances of being elected rose, so it was now time to sell. Rayan texted Hyuk to sell all of Congresswoman Hong's themed stocks before the market closed today. As she was about to go back to her room to sleep some more, a call stopped her in her tracks. It was from Congresswoman Hong. She had to take it. Rayan congratulated her as soon as she pressed the answer button. Congratulations on your election, Congresswoman. Thank you so much. It's all thanks to you, Rayan. No, I didn't do much. Rayan was not wrong. All Kang Rayan had done was give her some courage. Most of the assistance had come from the masked woman. However, Congresswoman Hong wanted to repay the courage that she had received from Rayan no matter what. Would you like to have a meal together today? Today? But aren't you busy? It was her first day being elected, but she was trying to free up some time on her extremely busy schedule for Rayan. That's how thankful I am to you. Rayan was fine with it. Hong Oyeon had become a star politician who had come out on top against Kim Han-Gyo. Rayan would most definitely get something out of becoming closer to her. I understand. I'll see you in the evening, then. Rayan decided to take the time until then to think about what to buy as a congratulatory gift. A meeting between the young congresswoman who had stirred the entire nation and a top star actress would most certainly garner way too much attention, so Oyeon decided to invite Rayan to her home instead. It was Rayan's first time visiting Oyeon's home. I'd heard she was born in a rich household. She's definitely well off. Although it wasn't as large as Han-Gyo's mansion, it was definitely not a home that a member of the working class would be able to afford. Oyeon's expression instantly brightened the moment she saw Rayan. Welcome, Rayan. Here's a congratulatory gift. Oh, you shouldn't have. Even if people often said this phrase, no one in this world disliked being given gifts. The corners of Oyeon's mouth refused to go down. You must be hungry. Let's talk as we eat. Okay. The main focus of their conversation was the general election result, as expected. Apparently, Congressman Kim Han-Gyo won't even be attending the campaign disbandment ceremony n/o/bell/b/in.c//om. I'm not surprised, considering how it turned out. Han-Gyo was likely too ashamed to be in front of people after having been deprived of the title of congressperson that he had held for so long. The prosecutor's office had begun to investigate him, so it was one bad thing after another for him. However, that was not the end of it. I'd only heard this in passing, but there's a certain rumor going around regarding Congressman Kim, Oyeon mentioned. What kind of rumor? Rayan asked. Her ears perked up. There's been fierce discussions among members of his party about expelling him. Rayan had managed to hear some excellent news from Congresswoman Hong. She recalled her own past. She had been used and mercilessly abandoned, but it was now Han-Gyo's turn to suffer that same fate. The news of Kim Han-Gyo in danger of being expelled from his party really hit home, especially to Rayan. It shocked her even more than his crushing defeat in the general election. Expulsion was nothing less than massively impactful, considering Han-Gyo's position and influence in his party. He had been in the party ever since he was newly elected, climbing the ranks up to the representative position that he held now. He had been an indispensable pillar to his party, but had now become a nuisance that only held the other congresspersons of his party back. I've heard that this is being discussed by the newly elected congresspersons. As for the details, like I had just mentioned, it involves expelling Congressman Kim from the party, and then bringing every single injustice that he had committed to light. One of the congresspersons has even suggested they take measures so that the money that Congressman Kim had extorted is returned to the national treasury, Congresswoman Han-Gyo said. The congressmen must really have gotten on their bad sides. Yes, I can't really blame them. The entire party's approval rating had fallen by 30% just because Congressman Kim Han-Gyo was a member. This could not only cause the members to lose in future general elections, but even affect a future presidential election. Taking the future into account, it was likely the better choice to expel Han-Gyo from the party. No, it was definitely better. The party members had made the right choice. They'll likely put out an official statement in the near future. Once they do, the party won't be able to just ignore it. It was not the case for newly elected congresspersons, but the senior congresspersons would be extremely conscious of Han-Gyo. Just then, a fantastic idea popped up in Ian's head. How about I just ruin the senior congresspersons one by one? If the tower refused to crumble by itself, she just needed to destroy its pillars one by one. Thank you very much for the information, Congresswoman. Ian had only planned on simply congratulating Yeon and having a meal with her, but she had ended up earning an unexpected profit. Ian had acquired a list of senior congresspersons that Han-Gyo was close to, without needing to go out of her way to find out herself. It was all already inside her head. Especially among them, Kim Han-Gyo's right and left hands were Congressman Jo So-wang and Jin Pilo. The two of them had been recruited to the party by Han-Gyo himself. Due to that, their loyalty toward Han-Gyo was undoubtedly high. Ian decided to make those two her targets during the lull that came after the election. Ian summoned Ma Yongjun to her office since background checks were his specialty. I need information, mister. Could you investigate these two people? Yongjun unintentionally clicked his tongue the moment that he saw the names of his targets. They're both big-shot congresspersons. Yeah. They're Kim Han-Gyo's closest subordinates. Ian was planning on helping the newly elected congresspersons so that their influence would spread further throughout the party. Even the tiniest things are fine, so just dig up everything you can on them. If they have weaknesses, then all the better, Ian remarked. Got it. I'm counting on you. We're almost at the end. The day of Han-Gyo's complete downfall was right around the corner. Ian felt delight the closer that she got to her ultimate goal, revenge. However, Yongjun had a question regarding her revenge plan. Can I ask you something? What? Is it a hard question? It might be, depending on how you take it. Shoot. Ian decided to judge after hearing the question. What are you going to do after ruining Congressman Kim Han-Gyo? Yongjun asked. Ian couldn't give an immediate answer to his question. Ian had pursued nothing in life except her revenge against Han-Gyo. She had even endured returning to the past as a high school girl for that sole purpose. However, what would happen to her after her revenge was fulfilled? I've never thought about it, Ian answered in difficulty. Yongjun softly nodded. I see. He left her office after that short response. A suffocating silence engulfed Ian. She had never once thought about what she would do after her revenge was fulfilled. Revenge was her entire life as well as her reason for existence. She had no idea what sort of life to live after her reason for existence disappeared. Ian put her hands on her forehead and said to herself, it was a hard question, damn it. She directed her anger at Yongjun in vain. The peace in Ian's mind was greatly disturbed due to Yongjun's simple question. However, some good news arrived as her head was in jumbles. Shin Yubin, who had come to pick Ian up for today's schedule, said while driving, did you read the article, Ian? Spokesperson surpassed 10 million in total viewership. Already, Ian had so much to think about that she had completely missed the news. It just barely managed to reach it yesterday. There's still time until it's taken down from cinemas and it now has the reputation of a film that has reached 10 million in total attendance, so I bet it's gonna go even higher. Yubin barraged Ian with good news, but Ian herself couldn't be fully happy due to her kiss scene pledge, which had also been on Yubin's mind. I've been getting tons of calls from so many companies wanting to have you in their next production. Thanks to that, there was no moment in which Yubin's phone was not ringing. Ian had also ended up with a massive pile of scripts to read through. She had never thought that she would have to experience paperwork hell that only company employees experienced. Hadn't I mentioned that I was going to be taking a break? Ian said. That's what I've been telling producers, but they kept begging for you to at least agree to star in their production since they can postpone it however long you'd like. Chief Young and I almost feel sorry for them. They were desperate for Ian to star in their production to the point that they were willing to give her any form of compromise that they could possibly give. Film and drama producers alike did not want Ian to be given away to someone else, so they were doing whatever it took to get a definitive answer from her. Even so, don't let that pressure you, and take your time to think about it. Okay, Yubin mentioned. Okay, I will. Ian was planning on doing so without Yubin telling her. Oh, and you remember the stage event scheduled next Tuesday in celebration of spokesperson breaking 10 million in total attendance, right? I thought that was TBD. Has it been made certain now? Well, we didn't know at the time whether or not it would reach 10 million, but now it has. The massive success of Spokesperson had become the greatest moment in director Seo Young-mun's career, since it was his very first film that had reached 10 million in total attendance. Han Sok and Se Min will also be there. And, oh, so will Sunbi, Yubin expressed. Wang Jae-woong Sunbi. Raen had not expected that. Jae-woong did not like attending things like stage events and autograph signings, so she found it rather surprising that he would be joining them. It's scheduled for 2 p.m., so let's head out early to get your hair and makeup done. Okay. It was better to be busy since having more time to think would only mess with her head. Raen had gotten rather accustomed to waking up early in the morning. She took a shower as soon as she went into the bathroom, dressed in casual clothing and left her home. Yubin's car arrived at her home as soon as she came out. Yubin was in the driver's seat, and Raen's stylist Ryu Hyeon was in the seat next to the one that Raen would be sitting in. We're gonna dress you up as soon as your basic makeup is done. Is that fine with you? Hyeon asked. Yes, but what will I be wearing today? Raen only knew for sure that it wouldn't be casual clothes, since she would obviously need to wear something extravagant for an official stage event. Hyeon smiled meaningfully and answered, you find out soon enough. I've prepared a few, so you can choose which one you like best n/o/vel/b/c/om. Got it. Raen was tired, so she decided to get the details later. She needed to take a short nap for now. Raen headed to the changing room in the beauty salon with Hyeon to change. Ta-da! Hyeon exclaimed while displaying the clothes that she had hung up in the room in advance. What do you think? Raen suppressed a bitter laugh as soon as she gazed upon the clothes. Well, it's not like I didn't expect it. All she could see were dresses, not a single pair of jeans that Raen loved was in sight. Every single dress was eye-catching as if it was made of pure extravagance. Raen turned her attention to the leftmost dress. I like the blue one. It's a pretty color, isn't it? Yes. However, the skirt length was a bit shorter than the others and had a considerably low V-neck. It was the kind of outfit that Raen hated the most, but she changed into it anyway without complaints. She thoroughly checked her front, side and back appearances. What shoes should I wear? Raen asked. White heels. They're pretty high. Are you sure you're okay with them? It's fine. I've gotten used to them. Raen also wore a shining diamond bracelet and earrings, as well as a thin silver necklace. Her complete look pulled the attention of every single beauty salon employee toward her. Even Yubin's mouth was agape from Raen's beauty. That's our Raen for you. You're so pretty. They felt proud even when they weren't the ones being praised. Raen paid no mind to the gazes on her and left the beauty salon with her handbag and other personal belongings like a total natural, along with her manager and stylist. Hyeon stared at Raen covering her exposed legs with a lap blanket as soon as she sat down. Raen, I feel like you've gotten way more feminine lately. I have. Yeah, it might be natural since you're a girl, but back then, you were a lot rougher than you looked, wouldn't you say? But I think that side of you has disappeared lately. You've become more refined. Raen had become more feminine before she had realized it. Youngjun's question popped up in her head. What would her life be like after fulfilling her revenge? The usual compliments of her being pretty, beautiful, and having become more feminine, hurt more than usual today.